smarts. Trend Micro is the smart defense trusted by enterprises worldwide. Your business works too hard to get blindsided. Go to trendmicro.com today.
Hey football fans, it's Adam Colopy with the Village of Bedford Park. Just like a winning team needs great players, your business needs the right support to succeed. And that's exactly what you'll find in Bedford Park. Our team works hard to block obstacles, open lanes, and help drive your business into the end zone. Plus, we offer a safe and reliable Lake Michigan water supply. Ready to move the chains for your business? Contact me, Adam Colopy, at ACOLLOPY@villageofbedfordpark.com.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Stick around after the sun sets. Twin Peaks is open really late. Wind down with bourbon and late-night bites.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
This is The Odds Couple with Chicago radio legend Mike North and midday host Carmen DeFalco. The Odds Couple
on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Welcome to your weekend, everybody. It's time for another episode of The Odds Couple on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app. It's Carmen and Mike with you each and every week, and boy, do we have a lot to talk about. In addition to Bears-Ravens Week 8 and some college games in the start of the World Series, there was a little gambling scandal that busted wide open. I mean, more than just gambling. You're talking about illegally rigging poker games, and this thing was mind-blowing. Some of the detail that we got yesterday, the arrests made pretty much simultaneously across the country, and of course, as we now know, 3 NBA people, one extremely prominent who's in the Hall of Fame, wrapped up in this. So, Mike, I'll let you start here. I mean, you've been around.
Give me a minute, Carm.
Yeah,
That's
absolutely.
all I need, because I'm trying. Ever since we started, I've been telling Carm a major scandal was going to hit. I predicted this. I want to credit Dr. J and other people for knowing and saying on X that I called this years ago. First of all, you got to have a commissioner with a spine. Okay, I heard Adam Silver the other day say, I wish the apps and the casinos would step back a little bit. You know what David Stern would have said if there was gambling? You're not doing this or you're not doing that. Number one, it's Silver's baby. This all started in 2017 when they let the Astros off the hook. There's no penalty. Now you got the government involved now, and I don't believe these players are smart enough to know that they were going to have this kind of activity. I don't think they ever thought they were going to be caught. I don't mind prop bets. I don't do them. Carm doesn't do a lot of them.
Very rarely.
I've done maybe 1 or 2 on this show in 7 years. I wouldn't touch it. But basketball is the one sport. I mean, think about it, folks. Let's say Mike North averages 175 in bowling, and they put it up over under 175. And most of the money's on the over. And you know what? Mike's a dishonest guy, which I'm not, but Mike's a dishonest guy. And he tells his brother John, who lives in South Carolina, put down $5,000 on me. Yeah. Okay? And then I shoot a 164, and I could if I wanted. Okay? So this is all nonsense. Prop bets are individual, and that's the danger of this. I know it's regulated. I'm glad they got caught. You know who else started this? Load management, Popovich and Kerr. Greg Popovich, who's a military man, was worried about these guys being tired, which means they can manipulate things. And they've been doing it, and now this is just the tip of the iceberg. I think there's more names going to come. I think there's snitches. Now, let's get to Chauncey Billups. Chauncey Billups has bigger problems.
Yes, he does.
He might be killed, okay, because he's a guy that lured big money guys, not all straight arrows, but if you got friends who are basketball players and you drag them into this game and they got their butts kicked, okay, because there was X-ray glasses and X-ray vision.
It's amazing. It's like a spy movie, Mike. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah, you're in trouble, kid. Yeah. And I heard his lawyer came out with a statement that he's a man of high character. He's been in trouble before, folks. I won't go over it. You can read about it. It involved a woman. Okay, so knock off the BS. I said this was going to happen. I don't like that it happened. I I'm better today. I've been irritated since yesterday after I heard this garbage. And you got a guy like Damon Jones, and why would you ruin your life?
I don't know.
Now
there's
people
no way
said,
for us to answer that. Who knows?
Well,
it's
the
inexplicable.
hustle, see, somebody said to me, they make all this money. Well, you know what? I've been gambling since I was the first bet I made was 1962. The New York Yankees versus the San Francisco Giants for the World Series. I bet my buddy Darryl Wakefield $1, and he still hasn't paid me. I'm looking for him. Okay? So that was years ago.
70 years later.
Yeah, 70 years. I can't find the guy. Okay? Or 65 years later.
65
yeah,
years
I
later,
can't find the guy. So what I'm trying to tell everybody, it's very simple. Okay? I would tell these guys, you're in big trouble. I think there's going to be a lot of snitching going on. LeBron James's name is already involved because Jones was asking him what his status was every day, that he was jumping on the phone. So this is all garbage. And Adam Silver I think he should have resigned. I think he should be gone. He's the one that ushered all this in. Him and Manfred, they ushered this crap in. I've been telling everybody this is going to happen with the prop bets. I don't mind sides and totals. I bet them every day. But the prop bets, there are people that not only got baked in the poker games, but how many people lost to illegitimate prop bets that guys were tanking?
Yeah, it's like you want to call the casino and say, any chance you give me my money back?
That's not going to happen.
They're not going to do it, I know.
I mean, just a sad situation for everybody involved. And, I like the NBA. I bet some games the other night, but I'll never touch a prop bet with these people. They're scumbags. I mean, Chauncey Billups is an idiot, making $2 million a year with Portland.
He made $107 million playing basketball. Like, what are you doing?
But my deal is this: when I was making hardly any money, I bet okay. But if you love gambling and wagering, but when I started making the major money, my number went up. Mm-hmm. I bet more money. Sure. It's not like you're going to quit because you got money.
No, I understand that. I understand that. It's usually just but that's one thing.
But these guys went another.
Exactly. You deciding because you were successful, you have discretionary income.
Absolutely.
That's different than
agreed.
Putting yourself in a position that these guys put themselves in. So
and forever linked. These guys are finished, and there's a lot of players in the league. They just had something on Twitter. Gary Payton Jr. They're going over people's games.
Oh boy.
They're up by 12. The stat was, I think, Wizards plus 11.5 or something, one of the teams. And a guy hit a 3. But Peyton's team still won the game. He's almost crying on the bench. Because guess what? The man even says, the only way you react to this is if you had the favorite and that 3 killed you. Your team won, and he's all pissed off on the bench.
That's not good.
No,
I haven't even seen it yet. Not good. We'll see where this
story
goes.
All right, I'm over it.
Well, I'm glad you got the vent because, like you said, it's been sticking in your craw here
it
the
bothered
last day.
I didn't look. I love sports since I was a little kid. Mm-hmm. It's the only thing I had at one time. Everything I did was around sports, and everything I got is because of sports. This irritates me.
I know. I hear you. I do.
And I don't want baseball ever to go through what we went through with 2017. And like I said, you don't have an example. They're going to have an example now with these guys, which will scare people.
Oh, yeah. That's what Yerk was saying. Yeah.
What would have happened, and I'm glad Yerk said it, what would have happened if Bregman would have been banned from baseball? Do you think you'd have any nonsense? No.
I think there's always a possibility because people are still going to look to gain the edge, but it's more of a deterrent, I think, with some very swift, harsh penalty like that. Yes.
I agree. And then you got Ohtani.
Yeah.
Now we're getting to the Dodger game tonight, and this guy he'll be forever linked with whether he's clean or not with what happened with that gambling, too, along with his great play.
Yeah. All right, so we also have Bears and Ravens in Week 8.
They're killing me, Carm.
I mean, listen, they've ripped off 4 in a row. They could make it 5. I think they're in deep this week. I'm expecting Lamar to play. I mean, we're taping on Friday. We don't know officially.
They haven't been that lucky.
I know. Then there's been some speculation, more than I thought there would be, that Lamar might still be a no-go, that they're playing on a short week next week. But I'd be a little bit surprised if Lamar's not out there. If he's not, this line's going to tumble. There'd be some under money potentially, and the Bears have a much better chance. If Lamar plays, I feel like they're in a tough spot because this is the season
I've always dreamed of. You get a field goal blocked, okay? Mm-hmm. Then you recover a fumble. And then there's a false start. 3 games in a row, 3 major plays started. okay, and help the Bears win. This would have been grand if Lamar's not playing. And you're looking at Hundley. Then they got 4 big breaks. And I'm not saying the Bears didn't earn them, but they've had more breaks, I think, this year already. This sort of reminds me of 2006, by the way, folks, with the turnover margin being as good as they are.
Ridiculous.
And I had a bad week last week. Carm went 1-1. I went 0-3. It's going to happen, folks.
It is.
It's going to happen. But you know, I had the Saints, okay, and I could have easily won that game. The Jets. They lose by.
The Jets. Yeah.
I mean, not the Jets. The Denver Broncos, against the Jets, and they just got. So it's going to happen. That's what we've been trying to tell you for 7 years. I went 2-5 in a pool 3 weeks ago. The next week 5-2. You don't panic. That's the bottom line. But here's what I'm going to tell you. I said this last week, Carm. Well, are the Bears going to get 2-3 turnovers again? Are they going to beat?
They keep doing it every week.
They did it again.
At some point, they're not. But you're right.
And now is it going to be Henry running wild against the Bears? Because I got to be honest, Allen is the coach of the year as far as the Bears are concerned. Not Ben Johnson right now.
Dennis Allen,
don't you think?
Well, he's been great.
They're number one in turnover ratio.
I know he's been great. Yes.
I know it's all fortune, right?
Well, not all. I mean, you make some of it, but there's certainly some variance to that statistic, and
I'll
it
say
can
this.
be pretty random.
Ben Johnson's done a tremendous job.
Tremendous.
He's pissed off. He doesn't get scared.
No,
he calls the game. You know, he got away from the flea flickers. He knows what he has. He knew to run swift. He knew it. I'm not going to have the ball put up a lot. I'm not worried about Caleb Williams because I never cared with Mitch. I've been telling Con for years, we're winning. I could care less if he throws for 3 yards. So I hope he gets better. But if he doesn't and we win games, what's the difference?
They keep winning right now. Keep winning. All right, coming up, we'll talk to Luke Pergandy. We'll get his take on the NBA scandal, and we'll talk about the start of the World Series. We'll get back to some Week 8 breakdown in a little bit. Don't go anywhere. We're just getting warmed up, folks. We are the Odds Couple. It's Mike and Carmen coming right back.
This is the Odds Couple on ESPN 1000. For Chicago sports fans, a big slate of college football games starts with Chicago's College Tailgate. Host Shea Norling and Tyler Rocky have the campus news you need to hype up the day. Join us this morning at 9 for Chicago's College Tailgate on ESPN Chicago, presented by Yingling Beer.
Great Clips believes veterans make us great, and that's why this Veterans Day they're offering free haircuts to all veterans and active duty service members. Here's how it works. If you served or are serving in the military, simply visit a Great Clips salon on November 11th to get a haircut at no cost to you with your military ID. Don't need a haircut that day? Stop by for a free haircut card to use later. Not a member of the military? Any customer who gets a haircut on Veterans Day will also receive a free haircut card to give to a veteran or active duty military member in recognition of their service. It's just one small way Great Clips is saying thank you for all the sacrifices you as service members make to protect our country. Offer valid while supplies last. Learn more and read giveaway rules at greatclips.com/promotions. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
At People's Bank, earning $400 cash has never been easier. Open a new checking account online, complete a few simple steps, and they'll deposit $400 right into your account. Move towards your goals faster with the checking account that fits your life.
$400 cash incentive is available to new checking account customers who open an eligible account online, enroll in e-statements, and receive qualifying direct deposits totaling $1,000 or more within 90 days. Limited to one account per customer. Other terms and conditions apply. Visit ibankpeoples.com/new/checking/account/offer for details. Member FDIC.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
Save big money on your next painting project at Menards. Pristine interior paint and primer in one is Dutch Boy's best hiding and most durable paint. It delivers a smooth, elegant finish while providing maximum maximum scuff, stain, and mark resistance. Save big money on Dutch Boy paints and get your painting project started today. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for more great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
All right, let's be honest. Game day isn't just about football. It's about the food. And for me, that means Nancy's Pizza. Your game day might include putting your favorite jersey on, the remote in hand, but also make sure Nancy's Pizza is front and center. Whether it's with the crew or you're flying solo, nothing beats that crispy crust, molten blend of mozzarella cheese and those legendary toppings. Nancy's has been doing it right since 1971. Make Nancy's Pizza part of your game day routine. Order now at nancyspizza.com or go to their flagship restaurant in the West Loop.
Tire care shouldn't come with extra costs or surprise fees. It should be simple, straightforward, and stress-free. So at Midas, they're rolling out the limited lifetime tire guarantee, included with every tire purchase with paid installation. You'll pay nothing for flat repairs, nada for flat replacements, zilch for tire rotations every 5,000 miles, and zero for other preventative maintenance. So with this limited lifetime tire guarantee, you'll pay a whole lot of nothing compared to what the other guys charge for tire care. That's the limited lifetime tire guarantee, only at Midas.
Harry Douglas here. Fellas, it's time to step up your grooming game. Manscaped just leveled up with the Lawnmower 5 and the Chairman Plus, two powerhouses built for unmatched precision, comfort, and control. Whether you're cleaning up before a night out, preparing for a big meeting, or getting ready for a game day, Manscaped has the tools to help you look and feel your absolute best. These aren't just old school clippers. They're engineered for modern men who take pride in their daily routine. So upgrade your grooming gear and experience the difference. And now you can find Manscaped products at your local Walmart.
The Odds Couple with Carmen DeFalco and Mike North on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Welcome back inside this week's episode of The Odds Couple. Mike North, Carmen DeFalco with you every week on the ESPN Chicago app. It's free, and you can catch up on demand anytime, anywhere. Another great free app that you need is the PropSwap app, where America buys and sells its futures wages. Of course, it's PropSwap. We've been talking about it forever. We have Luke Pergani with us each and every week, one of the founding members, and he joins us on the Yingling guest hotline. Say hello, Luke, everybody.
Luke, what's happening, buddy?
Hi, Carm. Hi, Mike.
Hey, before we get into some nuts and bolts, Mike and I started the show obviously talking about the news of the week, the news of the day, the news of the year in the NBA. Just your thoughts as from the position in which you are in here, you and Ian starting this company out in Las Vegas, being in this gambling space, doing things on the up and up, and you hope that the system of checks and balances will continue to catch things like this, and that sometimes this is where government intervention is good. We might rip the government a lot, but this is what you need it for sometimes, to catch corrupt things that are happening in areas where we want things to be somewhat clean and pure, I guess, Luke. But just give me your thoughts on the events of the week and how you saw everything unfold and what you think it might mean for the future.
Yeah, I guess I'll start with your comment of it being clean and pure. First, it's never going to be clean and pure. So let's just start with that. Like, people were betting on, will the Christian or the Lion get out of the Coliseum in BC, right? So, let's first stop saying people aren't going to gamble. So then the question becomes, if people are going to gamble, how do we catch nefarious activities? Yeah. To me, the only way to do that is you track it, and if you're a regulated book and someone just bet $10,000 on a Terry Rozier under, you flag it. Mm-hmm. If you're putting it underground and you're betting with a bookie, nobody's going to report that. A bookie's not going to call the cops and say, "Hey, I just got a weird bet on Terry Rozier's under. Can you help me out with it?" That's never going to happen. So then, therefore, the only way to stop this is to make sure it's above board, it's taxed. You have sportsbooks being able to report this to the authorities. Now, do I, think the proliferation of sports betting as the pie grows, is there going to be more problems? No doubt about it. No doubt about it. As the pie grows and DraftKings and FanDuel are on every basketball court in the country or every football field in the country, the pie is going to grow. So then, therefore, there's going to be more problems. So I totally concede that. But you have, people are saying that this guy, bet $10,000 on DraftKings. I don't think that's correct. With a bookie, you probably can, but with DraftKings or FanDuel, they're never going to let you bet $10,000 on a player prop. It's always they're always going to limit you. I can barely bet more than $200 on a player prop. So you just have to let the industry take care of it. It's crazy. It seems like the Chauncey Billups thing is different. It seems that the Chauncey Billups thing had to do with poker and throwing rigged games with poker in New York City and Vegas. It seems like that's separate from the Terry Rozier thing. I don't know if they overlap.
Although there is something in the indictment against Rozier that does not call Chauncey Billups by name. But you don't have to work hard to connect the dots here, guys. Okay. He is labeled as co-conspirator 8, who is a resident of Oregon, played in the NBA from 97 to 2014, and has been an NBA coach for the last couple of seasons. That obviously is Chauncey Billups. And the direct link that they have in the indictment is to a Bulls game in which the Bulls beat the snot out of the Trailblazers back in March of 2023. The allegations against Billups here, again, he's not identified by name. The allegations here are that the coach alerted people that most of his star players were not going to play that night, and the Bulls won big.
Yeah. Well, you know what, Luke, and I've said this. In fact, we talked about this last week. I said I didn't feel good about betting the NBA. I thought that things had been going awry, and voila, we have this happen 3-4 days after we had our discussion. Now, I remember our discussion, and you agreed with me. I said, you got to get the injury reports out later. And you said, you know what, you're right, Mike, and they have to sort of tighten it up. But now I think there's more of a sense of urgency. And I think prop bets, I don't know if all of them are here to stay. I believe in prop bets. I think you should be able to bet who's going to hit the first homer. But if you're talking about a game where one individual can control a prop bet, that's the NBA. And I don't know if you're worried about, because I know prop bets are big for everybody. Nobody wants to lose that money. People enjoy playing them, but we're hearing some states are looking to ban them. And somebody said, well, that might be the red states. And I said, wait a minute. They won't let you bet Illinois colleges here. I said, don't say it's just the red states. The blue states are just as bad. So I think you got to do more than tighten it up. Maybe have not as many prop bets with maybe some players that you wouldn't even realize. The fact that there's players that you're betting, is he going to get over 9 points? What would you do to tighten it up? What is your remedy for this?
Yeah. So my answer with prop bets is just keep the limits low, meaning you can't bet more than, like I said, I personally, maybe I'm just, I'm profiled at some of these books, but I think the max you should be able to bet on a player prop bet is $250.
Yeah.
It's not life-changing money. It still allows you to get down on it. You can still, if you think a guy stinks, you can still bet the under, which is important, by the way. You should always be able to bet both sides, both over and under, of course. So you should be able to bet, team won't win the championship, team will win the championship. I personally that's how PropSops kind of started. One of the reasons that we started this company is because you're basically shorting. You're selling a position. If you don't think the Bears are going to win the Super Bowl or the Lions, you can sell that bet. And it's basically the same thing as shorting it. So I do think you should be able to bet under player props, but just keep the limits low. It's, with bookies, obviously there's probably no limits depending on who you are. If you're losing a lot of money, there'll be no limits, but just keep the limits low. The problem with banning it, Mike, player props, is it's just going to go offshore. Yeah. It's just, you're going to be able to bet it with a bookie. You're going to be able to bet on Bovada or some illegal website, and you're just pushing it offshore. And then, therefore, if there is an abnormal amount of money bet on Terry Rozier's under, it's never going to get flagged.
Yeah, it's a good point. Dodgers World Series
baby.
Tonight.
Baseball.
Dodgers and Jays. Baseball, yeah, here we go.
Legit sport. Because you need it. Hey, here's the deal. You want to fix a World Series, you better have more than one guy. You got to have a whole team.
You got to have the 8 men out,
Yeah, that's
from
exactly
1919.
right.
That's right.
That's right.
Everything's pretty slanted here towards the Dodgers. Let's face it, guys. Pretty heavy favorite to win. I mean, real heavy favorite here for Shohei to be MVP. I took a small piece of Vlad at 6-1. I figured, why not if the Blue Jays win? I mean, he's hitting the crap out of the ball right now. But what should people be looking for the World Series as it starts this weekend, Luke?
Yeah, so we just got a monster ticket on the Blue Jays. It'll cost you $10,000, but it is the best price in the world on the Blue Jays. Odds of 2-1. So $10,000 pays $30,000.
Not bad.
Every sports book is plus 184, and obviously with PropSup you can bid on it. So if you say, hey, even 2-1's not good enough, I bid plus 210. You can do that. So that's a really nice one. I think they have a chance. There's this stat going around of teams that force a 7-game series versus the team that sweeps. They're 4-0 in the World Series, meaning the team that went to 7 is undefeated. Very small sample size. I'm not saying bet the house on the Blue Jays because of that stat, but it's interesting. I think, the Dodgers have had a lot of time off, and, I think we soon forget that at the break or a little bit before the break, the Dodgers kind of stunk. Like, they were in a rut, and, it seemed like the argument was their starting pitching isn't fantastic. So, look, the Dodgers have looked amazing, but I think it's a little bit closer. This kind of reminds me of the Thunder Pacers series where the whole world was on the Thunder, and obviously, it goes to Game 7, and if Halliburton doesn't get hurt, maybe that's a different outcome. But it kind of reminds me of that. I just feel like the Blue Jays deserve a little bit more respect than they're getting.
Yeah, because they're a good ball club. I got a kick out of A.J. Przinsky the other day saying that maybe there wouldn't be a spot in the lineup for Bichette, who's their second best hitter, but he was out of the. That's like saying, that's like saying in the 2005 if Chris Widger got hot at catcher, then A.J. was going to sit. If he was out, that's just ridiculous.
I would think you welcome back Bichette with open arms.
I would think so with 100%. So that's a plus in the system. Is there any? I hate to bring it up. Is there a prop bet out there in this series that you like?
I like Carm's idea of Vlad at 6-1, and I think I don't have the odds board in front of me. There was another player that was like 10-1 that was interesting on the Blue Jays. Just a little bit more juice as opposed to just who was this? Of course,
George Springer.
Yeah, George Springer. So I think George Springer is like 8-1. So just a little bit better. Obviously, more juice than just picking the Blue Jays, and a little bit higher ROI. And the Dodgers, it's probably going to be, if the Dodgers do it, it's probably going to be Shohei.
Right.
I like those bets a little bit more than just taking championship bets. But obviously, the championship, you don't have to worry about one of another player doing better than the guy you picked. They win, you get paid.
Yeah. Luke, thanks, buddy. Great stuff. Have a good weekend.
Thanks,
we'll talk to you
Luke.
next Friday.
Thank you, Carm.
See you, buddy.
Bye.
All right, there's our guy, Luke Pergandy.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I mean, I think Toronto deserves a little bit more respect, too. Seattle was a pretty good ball club. They're not unknown, but you know what? It's the Dodgers with the biggest payroll, Carm.
Yep.
I mean, that's what we're talking about here. And they go out and spend, and we'll see what happens. But, I think that, I'm sorry I got so hot in the first segment. But this whole thing, I predicted this, as Carm knows.
Yeah.
I don't need tape. I said there'd be a major scandal. I'm not talking about one guy getting caught or two guys getting caught. I said there'd be a major scandal within the next 3-4 years. And, boy, and there's more to this. That's the thing. There's more guys because I guess this guy Jones had straw dogs just calling up. I mean, he'd ask people, how you feeling?
Right. Yeah.
So.
Yep. It is. It's such a major story. I mean, it's sending shockwaves through the NBA, certainly. Coming up, we'll look at a few more games here around Week 8 in the NFL. Of course, we have Bears-Ravens in Baltimore this weekend. We still got Jim Miller with some ponies. We're just a week away from the Breeders' Cup now, and we'll give you best plays rolling into the weekend. Don't go anywhere, folks. We're coming back. It's Mike and Carmen. We're the Odds Couple.
This is the Odds Couple with Carmen DeFalco and Mike Norris on ESPN 1000. The ESPN Chicago Fantasy Football Show, brought to you by Tullamore Dew.
Welcome to Fantasy Football!
Set your lineup with Jeff Meller's guidance, Sunday morning at 7, ESPN Chicago.
Fry the Coop has the best chicken sandwiches. Crispy, juicy, and that sweet, zesty pickle on top? Game over.
They're Vienna beef.
Vienna beef does pickles?
Oh, yeah. Been at it for 100 years.
100-year-old pickle? Ew.
No, dude. The brand. It's their 100th anniversary. And these are the refrigerated kind. About as fresh as they come.
Oh, nice.
Totally.
Fry the Coop and Vienna beef pickles. The perfect combo, the perfect sandwich, the perfect bite every single time.
It's going to be spooktacular fun when the Chicago Wolves take on the Manitoba Moose tonight at Allstate Arena.
The Wolves all over the Moose.
And you can join the Wolves for Halloween festivities, including trick-or-treating on the Allstate Arena concourse and more.
Halloween night here at the Allstate.
Halloween ticket packages can be purchased at ChicagoWolves.com. Get your tickets for the Chicago Wolves Halloween game tonight at Allstate Arena.
This is the take care of my family goal. This is the enjoy the life I've built goal. This is the set up a foundation goal. This is Busey, where your goals become lasting legacies. Through bespoke plans that maximize your wealth, through partnerships that give you peace of mind. Because building wealth, tending to it, and passing it down secures a brighter future. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Severe from Vicks.
Sinex Severe nasal spray.
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Severe instantly relieves nasal congestion and works 6 times faster than nasal decongestant tablets. The 12 hours of relief allow you to get back to the moments that matter without congestion.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Try Sinex Severe from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
This is The Odds Couple with Carmen DeFalco and Mike North on ESPN 1000.
Welcome back inside this week's episode of The Odds Couple. Mike North and Carmen DeFalco with you every week on the ESPN Chicago app. You'll get the encore replay Saturday morning. Follow us on X. Mike is at North to North. I'm at Carmen DeFalco.
Are we at 8 o'clock again?
8 o'clock, I believe
love
so.
8 o'clock.
I like it.
Eric Ostrowski, what a gem he is.
I was listening last week, taking my son.
Oh, so was I. I love
baseball.
it. I have some bacon and eggs.
It's great.
The dog lays on the iPad. Here's my voice.
I love it. So we talked about the scandal. We talked Bears-Ravens a little bit. Let's look around the league here in week 8 a little bit. The Patriots at home against the Browns, laying a pretty big number. Back home off of 3 straight road wins. Pats are 4-0 straight up and against the spread in their last 4. Drake May now has 6 straight games with a quarterback rating over 100. He's halfway to Aaron Rodgers' all-time record of 12 straight. One more. If he does it again this weekend, he'll be just the 9th player ever with a streak of 7 or more games in a row with a quarterback rating over 100.
I don't care
He's been
who
great,
we took
Mike.
at quarterback. I just said it, but couldn't we have at least interviewed him?
I know. I agree with you. He's been great.
Yep. I got to tell you, Carb, it's hard to imagine that the New England Patriots are going to stub their toe, but it's the National Football League, ladies and gentlemen.
You never know.
I mean, Cincinnati beat the Pittsburgh Steelers a couple weeks ago, so, you know. These things happen. I would probably have to say right now, I'm gonna lean the Patriots, but I wouldn't play this game.
Either would I. No play for me. Browns have lost 7 straight in New England for what it's worth. Their last win in Foxborough was October of '92, and, of course, Bill Belichick coincidentally
I will
enough,
say
was
the
the
money will
coach
come
of
in
the
on
Browns.
the money will come in on New England minus the 7.
It might drive it to,
but that doesn't matter. I think there'll be money coming in because the spreads are big this week. A lot of the games.
A lot of
have
big
plus
spreads.
7s.
Yeah. Well, here's another one of them. The division matchup in Philadelphia. Second time in 3 weeks, the Giants and the Eagles are meeting. This line is almost identical to what it was a couple of weeks ago when the Eagles were a road team and Jalen Carter didn't play. Now I'm basically laying the same price. I know they lost outright last time. I don't think the Eagles lose this time. I think it might be tough for the Giants to pick themselves off the mat after the debacle in Denver last week. The Eagles are 20-13-2 against the spread as a home favorite since 2021. That's very good. And the Giants haven't swept the season series from Philly since 2007, Mike.
Yeah, you know what? It looks so good to be true. I mean, Philadelphia -3 after winning that game last week. Jalen Hurts getting probably going now because I do a couple guest spots on Philadelphia radio, and they want to just beat the hell out of this poor kid. And I take him on the Bears in a heartbeat, Jalen Hurts. And he did throw for some yardage. But what's that spread? Only 3?
That one's set. No, it's 7.
7.
Yes.
Oh, okay, I got it wrong here. Okay, New York Giants. I would have to lean Philadelphia.
Me too.
I think that game gutted you. I mean, it's like
Daboll's reaction said it all. Slamming that headset down, he couldn't believe it.
I mean, I can't believe they and then I don't end up covering Denver because Denver decided to start playing. Unfortunately, one of the greatest games of all time in one quarter.
It's really amazing, wasn't it?
It was unbelievable.
Here's a hold your nose game, but believe it or not, I mean,
I know Mike.
There are. Mike got burned by the Jets last week.
Oh.
I swear the Jets seemed like a somewhat reasonable spot this week, getting 6.5 at Cincinnati. Cincinnati does have extra time to prepare coming off the mini bye, but the Bengals, believe it or not, are just 7-9 against the spread with the rest advantage under Zach Taylor. So it's not like it's great. Look, the Jets are pretty miserable. They got the owner throwing the quarterback under the bus. Aaron Glenn won't say who the starter is this week because he doesn't want to give up a competitive advantage. That's a joke. You're 0-7, dude. You stink. All that said, this line to me should be much closer to Cincinnati, minus about 5.2, certainly not 6.5. So there could be a little hold your nose and put a little bit of money on the Jets this weekend, Mike.
The worst thing you can do, folks, is especially like last week, okay, I took New Orleans against the Bears. I lose that game. That would be the second straight week I bet against the Bears, okay? If it registers that the Ravens are going to beat the Bears, I would take it, okay, and not jump off and not go, I'm going to be afraid to do it because the Bears have been covering and winning, okay? It's the same way here. I'm with Carmen. I mean, the Jets to me, Aaron Glenn can't coach. I'll be honest about you folks. I've seen the last 2 halves. That's enough for me, the last 2 games. And the fact they lost that game last week, they could have won it. But Justin Fields, I did not mind the owner. When all of us, Justin Fields has led a charmed existence. He's been a starter in this league for 4 years. He's a very fortunate guy. He should never have been a starter probably, except for the fact he had legs. Bottom line is I didn't mind the owner throwing him under the bus because he was basically bailing out Aaron Glenn, saying this is what our coach is stuck with.
Yeah, the owner really needs to look in the mirror. You guys did this as an organization. You're the ones who wanted him.
Right.
You brought him in.
So he did not bury Aaron Glenn, which I give him credit for, but Aaron Glenn still can't coach, and he plays it too close to the vest. But I would have to lean the Jets. Period. I'm not going to jump off them. And who's Cincinnati? I know Joe Flacco. Good kid. Great guy, and a great player. No doubt about
Their
it.
Their defense stinks.
Exactly.
Hendrickson's banged up. Yeah,
I'm sorry. I'm not going to that they're giving the Jets that many points.
I know.
It's
off.
Cincinnati.
Yeah.
It's not the Steelers or the Pack or the Chiefs.
And it'd be different if Joe Burrow were healthy too.
Yeah, oh my God, I wouldn't even go near it.
Yeah, but don't ugly game. I get it.
Yep.
Not giving out as a best play, but maybe a good buy low spot.
That's
here
right.
For the Jets a little bit this weekend. Got another great college weekend in the SEC. My God, like every week you get these Oklahoma Ole Miss games. You've got Missouri Vandy. Alabama goes on the road after just ripping through a gauntlet, Mike. Georgia, Vandy, Mizzou, and Tennessee. They won them all. They covered 3 of them. They went 3-0-1 against the spread in those games. You wonder if there's any little bit of a letdown here. I got burned by South Carolina last week.
I saw.
A lot of pros are telling me I missed the boat. I was a week early. This is the week to be on South Carolina. Oh, my God.
How about Purdue? How's the syndicate doing?
Thank you. Even they get them wrong sometimes. Remember that.
Everybody tells me the Sharps. I go, I've never met one.
Remember, even the pros get it wrong sometimes.
Right,
and boy, did they get that run wrong.
Oh, my God.
You are not kidding.
I'm glad I didn't jump on that.
You are not kidding.
Yeah.
Oh,
but I feel like we've ignored college this year to the most part, and there's some great games.
Every week there's like these great games in the SEC.
Better than the NFL.
It's incredible.
Because the NFL, like I said, has high spreads. But look you got Vandy.
I got to play on that Vandy game during Best Plays.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah.
You got Auburn, Arkansas.
Yeah.
You got Purdue and Rutgers. You got Northwestern getting a ton of points. You got
Nebraska,
Oklahoma. Bama, South Carolina. I mean, we'll see what BYU and Iowa State.
There's a lot of
great
good ones.
games, folks.
There are a lot of good ones. Coming up next, we're going to talk to Jim Miller. We'll get some ponies, and then we'll give you our best bets rolling into the weekend. So don't go anywhere, folks. We still got more to do. It's Mike North, Carmen DeFalco. We're the Odds Couple on the ESPN Chicago app.
This is the Odds Couple
on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Here comes the Chicago Bears, the Baltimore Ravens. Joniak, Thayer, and McKee bring you the call tomorrow, starting at noon. Network pregame at 10. Interviews, analysis, and more in postgame. Turn the TV down and crank up the hometown call on the ESPN Chicago app. It's Bears and Ravens, live from Baltimore. This is the home of the Bears. ESPN Chicago.
When it comes to looking sharp, I don't mess around. That's why I head to White Buffalo Barbershop. These guys aren't just barbers, they're artists. Whether it's a classic cut, a fresh fade, or a hot shave, they do it all with precision. And the vibe is top-notch, blending tradition with a modern twist. At White Buffalo, every cut is as unique as you are, born original, just like you.
White Buffalo Barbershop, born original. Now in LaGrange and Hinsdale. Visit whitebuffalobarbershop.com to book your appointment today.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
Illinois State University's hometown of Bloomington Normal consistently ranks among the top college towns in the country for affordability and safety. Come see why students and parents alike love Illinois State. Schedule a visit today at illinoisstate.edu/visit.
Listen for Danny Acker and the Crane Chicago Sports Business Minute, airing Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays on ESPN Chicago. Presented by Chicagoland BMW Centers.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com.
Out here, days are getting a little cooler, and mornings are starting with a few more layers. It's the season for more time at the grill, more feed for your animals. Heaters burn late into the night, and the woods start calling your name. We appreciate hard-working hands, shared moments, and love for our land. That's why season after season, we're here for your life out here. Tractor Supply.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the weather first, before wearing face paint to the game.
Bro, your Go Cats is dripping into your nachos.
Oh, and now paint is in my eyes.
Interception! Did you see that?
No!
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal. Options, futures, and crypto trading carry significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Futures trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered through Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, an SEC registered advisor.
This is The Odds Couple with Carmen DeFalco and Mike North on ESPN 1000.
Entering the home stretch on this week's episode of The Odds Couple as we roll through October and week 8 in the NFL, week 9 in college. Start of the World Series, we've talked about all of it. Now let's get some expert handicapping. Really, next week is the week he's going to shine because we got
7 years
Breeders'
we've
Cup.
been with them.
7 years Jimmy's been with us. This is our 7th NFL season, if you can believe it. 7 strong. We started this back in the spring of 2019. It's been a lot of years we've been doing it. Jimmy's always been with us. Breeders' Cup next weekend. First things first, some live racing at Hawthorne. It's going to be beautiful. Sunday, it looks like, for the live racing card. So let's bring him in on the Yingling guest hotline. You follow him on X at Hawthorne Jim. It is Jim Miller.
Jimmy!
Boys, it's crazy to think that it's been 7 years. That's a lot of horse racing over 7 years. We went through a pandemic talking about horse racing over 7 years because it's the one game that just kind of kept on going at some parts in the country. But you're right, Carm. 1 week away from the Breeders' Cup next Friday and Saturday at Del Mar. The big thing for everybody, if they want to bet those Breeders' Cup races, they draw them very early next week. They'll draw the races on Monday, so they're going to know who's in the fields, and they can pre-bet those races too. So if you can't make it out on the actual day, you can bet a day before for those Breeders' Cup races also.
Well, how hard is it to start like your handicap of these races when you don't know the draw and the post positions, Jim?
It's not that hard with fields like this because it's one of those things. They do pre-entries for the Breeders' Cup, which was announced a couple of days ago. So you know all the horses that could possibly be in the race. The only thing that you really want to avoid, it's kind of like when we talk about the Kentucky Derby and those speed horses that get buried on the rail in a field of 20. You want to watch out for things like that. Otherwise, just really, I think it's one of those races where you really look for value because we talk time and again about the Breeders' Cup. This is the one time when all these horses are great at stakes winning race horses, and sometimes they sneak off at 15, 20 to 1, and then you have the international horses that come in, and they won 6 Breeders' Cup races last year.
You know, Jimmy, I remember after 7 years we talked about the virus, okay? And I remember even asking you, can a horse get COVID? Something like that and going over it. But as bizarre as it was, I mean, as you look back, you'll never be through anything like that again. I don't think we've recovered from it fully because the guy told me the other day he was just getting over COVID, and he was standing right next to me. I said, what are you standing next to me for? Well, because it's been relaxed, so to speak, or because it can't really hurt you or whatever. And
I would still say stay away.
I would, too. I walked away from him. He never saw me again. But I want to ask you, Jimmy, you think – what were the challenges at the time? Because did they have to get the vaccination, the drivers? Were the horses not as readily available? It had to be the most bizarre time of your life being a guy like you involved in the racing business.
Well, the thing that I think was the most interesting about it was that the one thing that never changes is the care of a racehorse. I mean, they have to be cared for 365 days a year, 7 days a week. So the thing that never changed was the human aspect and the fact that you have veterinarians on the backside every single day at the racetrack, blacksmiths, things along those lines with the grooms and the trainers and that. The hardest thing for everybody was the added work that went in because these are some of the hardest working people because they don't get the days off either because they have to care for the horses. But it was all the added stuff, the disinfecting of stalls, moving horses in and out. We were disinfecting the starting gate every single race once we got back from COVID. And it's just all those little things that I think kind of add up that are kind of the behind-the-scenes things that people don't realize because you talk about the fact that, you see them for maybe the minute and a half that they're on the racetrack for the race, but everything that goes into caring for this horse day in and day out.
All right, Jimmy, where are we wagering this weekend?
All right, home cooking, and there's a reason why. On Sunday, trainer Larry Ravelli is 3 wins from 2,000 training wins on his career. Wow. He has a chance to do it Sunday at Hawthorne. So he has 3 races where he's got horses in. All of these horses just to win on Sunday, see if he can get to 2,000. Start with race number 1 Sunday at Hawthorne, the 5 Voodoo Lady to win. Then go to race 3, bet the 3 Spirited Ann to win. And then race 4, maybe it's number 2,000 for Ravelli with the 1 Uncashed to win. Let's see if we can get him over the top there.
What's the record, by the way, for wins?
Oh, my gosh. There's guys over 10, 11,000.
Oh,
so
my
there's
God.
some guys. Steve Asmussen has won so many races. But I'll tell you, these milestone marks, they're always awesome.
2 to 2,000. That's great.
Give me a Dave McGee. Give me a Stanley Banks. I'm starting to get chills.
Dave McGee was amazing. You talk about tens of thousands of wins. There you go.
3 races at Hawthorne on Sunday, everybody. Race 1, the 5-horse to win. Race 3, the 3-horse to win. Race 4, the 1-horse to win. Is that right, Jim?
That's right, boys. Going to be beautiful for racing. Couple of weeks left of thoroughbreds and back for harness that following week.
All right, sounds good. And we'll talk Breeders' Cup next Friday.
All right, guys. Good luck.
All right, there's Jim Miller. Love it. All right, Mikey, let's roll into best place for us for the weekend, my friend.
All right, I crapped the bed last week, and you saved the franchise as we are 16-13, folks. Yeah, we win. I just checked a couple people I respect in the handicapping business. I looked at his record, and he states it 15-27. So it could be worse. We're in the positive side here. We're winning. So I'm going to let you go first, Carmen.
All right, college game, SEC. We talked about the card again this week, how good it is. Every week it seems like this with all these good SEC teams.
Been ignoring college more.
I know. Let's look at the Vandy-Mizzou game. Vandy's coming off the nice big emotional win against LSU. You got Diego Pavia striking the Heisman pose. I know Mizzou's defense is very, very good. I'm going to continue to ride this Vandy offense. I think points are going to be scored in this game by both teams. The total is 53. Let's say over 53 in the Vandy-Mizzou game. Vandy's number 3 in the country in EPA per play. Number 3, Vanderbilt, if you can believe it. Number 8 in points per game. Mizzou can move the ball too, 12th in overall scoring. Again, I get it. Mizzou's defense is good. That front 7 is good, and it might pose a stiffer challenge this week to Pavia and Vandy, but I think they'll be ready. I love the momentum they're playing with right now. And I think they'll score. So let's
who do you like in that game?
I kind of like Vandy a little. Furman likes Mizzou. If I had to, going in before Furman might have swayed me a little, I probably would have told you, if you're forcing me to make a pick, I'd say Vandy, but Furman likes Missouri in that spot. To me, the total is the more juicy and enticing thing. I just think we're going to see a high-scoring game. I think Vandy can move the ball, and I know the defense is good, but I think they'll move it again this
Somebody
weekend.
asked me what I thought of Diego Pavia, and I said, where are his paintings?
I was going to say, I know you made a painting joke. I knew it. I knew you were going to make a painting joke.
You knew that was coming?
I love that.
I
yes,
love it.
I knew
okay, all right. Well, here, I'm going to try to paint a better picture than I did last week, folks, because I've won 5 out of the 7 weeks. But, I don't like to lose. But when you lose, it's a part of life, and that's why people are having credit card for problems, because they're chasing. Don't chase.
That's
we'll
right.
win again. There's wins. Just be calm. If you listen to the odds couple, we win every year. Here's what I'm going to tell you. I've been hearing BYU, but I saw Iowa State beat Colorado, a pretty good Colorado team. Not beat a Colorado team. Colorado ended up beating their brains in. So I'm looking at BYU, and I think people are going to take the BYU Cougars plus the 2.5. I'm going the other way on this. I'm going to take Iowa State at home. I think BYU, the travel, plus, they're a good ball club. There's no doubt about it. But I think Iowa State's a little bit tougher, and I see them covering the small spread.
Sounds good. Like it. All right, I'll give one pro game, too. The Cowboys and the Broncos. It's been a minute since the Cowboys have won in Denver. Got to go back to the Elway Aikman era, if you can believe it. But we'll play the Cowboys as the underdog here, getting over the key number of 3. They're plus 3.5. The Broncos are coming off probably the craziest fourth quarter you're ever going to see. I will say that teams in this spot historically, after those miraculous comebacks, are brutal covering spreads the next week. The Broncos are just 1-4 against the spread as a favorite. They'll be playing this game shorthanded on defense without Dre Greenlaw, who's been suspended for 1 game. And I just believe in Dallas's offense, Mike. I know the defense stinks, but number 2 in the NFL in EPA per play. They've been fantastic. Dak looks great. Javonte Williams has breathed new life into that running game, and it's a little bit of a revenge game for him going back into Denver to take on the team that drafted him. So I like the Cowboys plus 3.5.
Yeah, okay, that's a great pick. I like that pick, too. And I'll tell you what, I watched Monday Night Football. And I want an offensive coordinator fired, and it's the coordinator for the Houston Texans, okay, who kept trying to run the ball against that Seattle defense. Mm-hmm. And it ended up screwing me. It was a 2-game swing in a pool I'm in. I needed that game, okay? Bottom line is he would not pass. He didn't trust Stroud. He just called running plays. He played into their hands. I mean, you can handicap right. The 2 things you can't handicap are injuries and turnovers. Well, we had 4 turnovers against Seattle, and we couldn't win the game, okay? I'm not getting off the bus, though, and this is what I tell people about don't let what happened last week affect you. I'm going back to the troughs. San Francisco's getting 2 points. Okay, against Houston.
Yeah.
I'm taking Houston -2. I think they bounce back. I think that game against Seattle gave them sort of a barometer, and I think that when they play Frisco, they'll have it a little bit easier than they did against Seattle.
All right, sounds good, buddy. Any other plays?
No, that's it for me, pal.
Me too.
All right. Well, then we got our guy. That's right. He's a man. He's a traveling man. Ricky Nelson sang that song.
That's right.
It's Eric O's betting show, Eric Ostrowski.
All right, the game I like involves a team we saw intimately last week in the Saints, and it's a 4.5 spread against the Bucs. Saints at home. I think the Bucs have a bounce-back game. They had a really tough matchup. They got beat up. One thing that hasn't trended the same as it has for the last 2 years is teams getting rolled after they lost to the Lions. That has not been the trend this year. They played well after the Lions. I think the Bucs will easily cover the 4.5 and probably win by a touchdown in this.
All right, Bucs
That's a
win by a
good pick.
touchdown.
And I'll tell you what, the Lions they wear you out with finesse. They're not like a team that will beat you up like the 85 Bears. You bet against the team that played the Bears the week before.
Yeah. Yep.
It's just like more of a finesse team. And plus, you got Baker Mayfield.
You got Baker.
Yeah.
Baker the Magic Man. All right, boys, wonderful stuff. Thanks, Eric Ostrowski, for producing. Thank you to Luke Pergandy and Jim Miller for their contributions. And most importantly, thanks for listening, everybody. Enjoy the beautiful weekend. Go Bears. Enjoy the World Series as well. And Mike and I will see everybody again next Friday on The Odds Couple.
So long, everybody.
This is The Odds Couple on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Baseball fans get paid up to 2 days sooner with Credit Union One. Simply open a CU1 free checking account, set up direct deposit, and get ready for an early payday. Plus, with 16 Chicagoland branches, access to more than 90,000 surcharge-free ATMs nationwide, and 24/7 digital and mobile banking, you can bank anytime and anywhere. It's your money. Get access to it sooner. Get started today at cu1.com/Chicago. Federally insured by NCUA.
It's going to be spooktacular fun when the Chicago Wolves take on the Manitoba Moose tonight at Allstate Arena.
The Wolves all over the Moose.
And you can join the Wolves for Halloween festivities, including trick-or-treating on the Allstate Arena concourse and more.
Halloween night here at the Allstate.
Halloween ticket packages can be purchased at ChicagoWolves.com. Get your tickets for the Chicago Wolves Halloween game tonight at Allstate Arena.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. Any coach will tell you games are won in the preparation phase. If you're not ready before kickoff, it's too late. The same's true in cybersecurity. That's why companies choose my friends at Trend Micro. With AI-powered proactive security, they don't just respond to attacks, they stop them before they begin. For over 35 years, enterprises worldwide have trusted Trend Micro to prepare, protect, and perform. Don't wait for the whistle. Get secure now at TrendMicro.com. That's TrendMicro.com.
Hey guys, it's Courtney Cronin. Picture this. She opens the box. The light catches the shine inside, but what you really see is her smile. That's the winning moment. That's what Rogers & Hollins delivers. Not just a ring or a necklace or a watch, a moment. A story she'll share every time someone compliments her. For 115 years, Rogers & Hollins has been the jeweler Chicagoland trusts. Because while the world changes, the power of giving jewelry never does. Visit your local Rogers & Hollins or go to fornowandforever.com.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzz driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
When I was diagnosed with Hodgkin lymphoma, I had so many questions. I didn't even know that it was cancer. Now I do. It is cancer. Blood cancer. It's actually one of more than 100 different types, and they're all treated differently. Now, unlike some other forms of cancer, usually there's no tumor. You can't screen for it to prevent it, and the symptoms can look like other things, so it could be hard to diagnose. I had a fever for weeks. I was so tired all the time. I didn't feel like eating or doing anything else for that matter. And I know that this can feel scary. But if you know what to look out for, you'll know what to tell your doctor. And you'll feel more empowered to take the next steps. Like getting in touch with the people who know the ins and outs and can help with everything blood cancer related. Blood Cancer United. They work one-on-one with each person who reaches out to answer questions and offer resources. Blood Cancer United was there for me, and they can be there for you.
Go to bloodcancerunited.org to learn more.
All right, son. Time to put out this campfire.
Dad, we learned about this in school.
Oh, did you now? Okay. What's first?
Smokey Bear said to.
First, drown it with a bucket of water, then stir it with a shovel.
Wow, you sound just like him.
Then he said.
If it's still warm, then do it again.
Where can I learn all this?
It's all on SmokeyBear.com with other wildfire prevention tips. Because only you can prevent wildfires.
Brought to you by the USDA Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies. Because when people don't have to worry about where their next meal is coming from, they can truly thrive. Like Marta.
And now we'll hear from our class valedictorian, who with our hard work never ceases to amaze us. Please welcome Marta Moreno.
And Alex.
Hey, Alex, how did the interview go?
I did it! I got the job! I can't believe it!
I knew it. Let's meet up later to celebrate.
And Diego.
Mom! I got first place at the science fair with my volcano project.
That's amazing, sweetie. Congratulations.
Because when people are fed, futures are nourished, and everyone deserves to live a full life. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/actnow. feedingamerica.org/actnow. A public service announcement brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station. This is Chicago's College Tailgate. Shea Norling and Tyler Aki. Shea and Tyler on ESPN Chicago.
Good morning and welcome on in. Happy week 9 of the college football season. Tyler Aki, Shea Norling with you on Chicago's College Tailgate. You want to join us? Open forum for you. 312-332-3776. You revved up? You ready to go? Week 9 already? You got your salts? He's got them.
I have a bone to pick with you and with Mario, who's not here. Because I have to tell you, if you listened a couple weeks ago, you would have heard a bizarre conversation. I don't even know how it came up. I think I was tired and angsty. And I was Googling smelling salts.
You were loopy that day.
I was. I'd never used smelling salts before. And I thought maybe it would have helped me get through a show that I was struggling to get through. So I went on Amazon on the air, and I bought smelling salts. I think these are phony. I think it's phony.
Yeah?
I think it's like a placebo effect. It's all in your head.
Let me see.
Here, go ahead. Go ahead. Take a little whiff of that, because I'm telling you, it's horse bleep.
Wakes you up. I just think you're not using them right.
What are you talking about? Not use? There's one way to use them. You hold them. You smell. That's it. That's it.
Wakes you up. I will say these aren't as potent as some of the ones that I've had.
That's why I have a bone to pick with Mario.
You may want to try to get the.
I'm not going to buy any more of this nonsense, because here's the deal.
You may need some of the Snap Crackle Pops.
All this really is, I've realized, is like heat of the moment athletes just want to rev the engines, so they rip,
giddy up.
They rip ammonia, and then they're like, woo, ready to go. I think it's all placebo effect. I don't think that does anything.
You didn't feel anything?
No, my nose burns, and then my eyes water, and I'm like, oh, well, it's impossible for me to fall asleep now, but that's it. It's not like it has some lasting effect where I'm hyped up and ready to go.
No, it's just, this is a quick fix.
They say it increases focus. I don't think so.
I don't know. You've seemed pretty dialed the last couple
I think
weeks.
I've wasted money. Listen, not because of the smelling salts, I'll tell you that much.
You got puck fever, that's why. By the way, the comment you made earlier today.
Yes,
too,
I do have hawk fever.
I'm going to stop at the Blackhawk store on Michigan Ave on my way home.
I am, because I told you yesterday that I tried to go online and buy a Blackhawks hat, and they all have the stupid-ass Fanatics logo. Nobody wants to wear Fanatics brand apparel. No one. I want the New Era logo or the 47 logo. And every hat that I looked at was either the good ones were either sold out or had the stupid Fanatics logo basically front and center. I'm not wearing that nonsense. So I'm doing what you told me to do. Go local.
Go local. Yeah.
Go to a store and look.
Although I would suggest, well, the Blackhawks store may be a Fanatics experience. I'm just warning you right now. All right?
So where would you recommend that I go?
I would recommend go to some of those stores around Wrigley Field. There's a bunch there that have, like, it's obviously a lot of Cubs stuff, but there's a lot of Blackhawks gear there as well.
I just want like a New Era cream Blackhawks hat. Like the hat that you have is fantastic. I don't want the exact same hat, but that is a great hat.
Thank you. Go Hawks.
All the Fanatics stuff
dropping the puck in less than 36 hours.
All the Fanatics, yeah, no Kings.
All right.
What? They play the Kings.
They do. That they do. All right. We've got a solid Week 9 slate, more so in the SEC than anywhere else this week, but there's been a lot of conjecture this week in particular. I don't know why it flared up this week, and it's not some new novel concept, but a lot of these sports writers are starting to get a little chesty, a little aggravated about how the rankings are sort of rolling out and using TV ratings as rationale as to who should be in the playoff and who should not be in the playoff. We've heard stuff like this in the past, specifically last year with Lane Kiffin talking about, oh, why don't we just trust Vegas? Like, they seem to get everything right. What would the hypothetical point spreads be? I'm sorry. Like, this is the whole Dan Lanning, they play for clicks, we play for wins argument to me. That's what you're looking at here. Mm-hmm. You've got all of these different media members that are upset with the fact that the Big Ten currently has the top 2 teams in the country right now, and it's the whole, they ain't played nobody, Paul, argument that they're throwing at us right now. Well, I'm sorry, like, you get to play who's on your schedule, and I get the SEC, the depth of the SEC, it may be better than the Big Ten. But when I look at some of these teams in the SEC and the product that they roll out from week to, like, Ole Miss, I'm sorry, you haven't done anything all that impressive this year.
There's 2 people that really annoyed me on social media this week. I sent them both to you throughout the week because I just got really angry. Because look, whenever I bring up that I think college football is broken, dying, that I don't enjoy the sport the way that I used to, that my fandom has been irreparably changed, people get angry. You have told me I overreact. I've had people on social media tell me that I'm just a boomer. That I'm the problem, that actually they're making the sport better. But then I see stuff like Stuart Mandel this week on social media, starting a tweet with, want to geek out on TV ratings data? Tell me you hate sports without telling me you hate sports. This is never, ever the lens that you should be looking at things through. Through CFB Week 8, there have been 27 games that got 5 million plus viewers. Distribution of games by network. Basically, they're all on ABC. Distribution of games by conference. Basically, they're all in the SEC. And then it's like, nobody wants to watch Big 12 games. That's how this is being presented. Mm-hmm. I, for one, am shocked that the Big 12 doesn't draw TV ratings when their biggest brands left the conference. Be honest. The 2 teams in that conference people wanted to watch dipped for the SEC. It's like going, Pac-12 has 0 games of 5 million plus viewers this year. Yeah, because it doesn't exist. Mm-hmm. And that's my argument has always been, this isn't good for the sport. Because then I parlay what Stuart Mandel's doing with the TV ratings into what friend of Carmen and Yurko, Todd Furman, tweeted in the week, where he said college football parity, like people are celebrating. There's as much parity in college football now as there has ever been. And he said college football parity is great until you end up with Georgia Tech and Vanderbilt in a playoff game that nobody wants to watch. I'm sorry, what's the problem? Somebody explain to me what the problem is if
I'd have
Georgia
no
Tech
issue
and
with
Vandy
that.
are playing a game. Because the underlying implication of saying it's a problem that Georgia Tech and Vandy are in the playoff and people might not watch it because it's not known brands, what you're actually saying is those two schools shouldn't exist in high-level college football. That's what you're saying.
You're saying this should be a two-conference thing. Like, that's what you're saying. And I get that Vandy's part of the SEC, but tell me the last time a set of eyeballs watching a game has won a football game. That's what the bothersome thing to me. And I will say this. I do have trust in the system because of what we saw last year and some of the selections that were and weren't made last year for the college football playoff. SMU got in last year. Alabama did not. Ole Miss did not. There were a number of South Carolina did not. There were a number of SEC teams where if you were to go off of, all right, these are the brands, these are who should be in based off of the TV ratings potential that would have drawn way more viewers than SMU. That's why I still have faith in the system is because last year, and even Indiana getting in last year, and both of those, in my eyes, SMU and Indiana both deserve to be in the playoff. Forget what actually happened in the games themselves. I thought those were two deserving teams based off what you did during the regular season. Yeah. When you were building out your resume, when you take out all of the preseason bias. And that's why I have faith in the system right now. Because, sure, they maybe weren't the sexiest matchups last year, but it was the 12 most deserving teams based on the criteria that you were given to select the 12 teams for the playoff.
So I don't even want to say fear. It's too strong of a word. My feeling on this has nothing to do with the current system or the selection committee. I think that they will get it right. And we will likely end up with one or both Georgia and Vandy in the playoff. That's a good thing, by the way.
Georgia Tech,
yeah. Georgia Tech and Vandy, one of them, if not both of them, will be in the playoff, which is, I think, a good thing.
If the season ended today, there's no doubt they're both in.
I think
you
it's
could
cool.
not fight it.
You have two good stories. You have two atypical teams with two fun quarterbacks in Haynes King and Diego Pavia, and two fun coaches in Clark Lee and Brent Key, and two programs that have built themselves into something here where I think it's fun to have those teams in the playoff. And I think the committee would do right by them. My feeling going forward is as they, I'm going to say, threaten to bring out a 2014 playoff, and the more that we see credible media people, like Stuart Mandel is a credible college football voice who is turning the sport into a boardroom. When Todd Furman tweets, and I'm not saying Todd Furman's being malicious, but when you post and you're a credible voice in sports and you're posting Georgia Tech and Vanderbilt, nobody wants to watch that. What you're doing is you're worrying more about a television executive's bonus check than you are about the actual product on a Saturday afternoon. And you're worried more about how much a TV exec is going to make in sweep season than you are worried about is the actual integrity of the product on the field what it needs to be. And where I look at that going forward is you want a 2014 playoff, right? Because if all of these voices keep saying the Georgia Techs and the Vandys of the world and the Indianas of the world, they can have pop-up seasons, but the reality is nobody wants to watch, guess what ends up happening? 5 years from now, 10 years from now, when eventually the Band-Aid is ripped off and we do have just a Big Ten and an SEC and a two-conference league, they're going to get ESPN execs, Disney executives, Fox executives, CBS executives, and NBC executives. They're going to put them in a boardroom, and they will select the 24 teams that matter, and that will be Division I college football. And I don't want that. I've never wanted that.
I think that's an extreme that you're bringing up there.
I'm telling you, that's where we're headed, though.
I don't think we're ever getting to a day where the college football playoff committees are made up of TV execs.
It already is. You don't think it already is?
No.
You don't think there's already a case of like last year is the good evidence.
If it was, then I would say, hey, like, if it was that way, then Bama would have been in the playoff last year. Then Ole Miss would have been in the playoff last year.
My point isn't even they're selecting which teams go to the playoff. My point is they will select which teams even get to compete to go to the playoff. Where eventually they will make this the NFL, and you will have a mega conference SEC and a mega conference Big Ten. And there's going to be 16 to 20 teams in each of them, and the TV executives will select the 40 teams that matter and get to have a seat at the table. That's my point. Then the committee will do what the committee wants to do, and they'll make the playoff. And probably it'll be structured in a way that makes sense to the point that you'll have balanced schedules, and it will just be the NFL on Saturdays. And maybe that's what you out there, the listener, that might be what you want. But my side of it has always been, I feel like people who don't actually care about college football are the people who are making the decisions about its future. It's not people like me who have lived and died with this sport my entire life. It's been a part of my upbringing where I loved the old conferences. I loved the old tradition. I loved the rivalries that are disappearing, by the way. No more Notre Dame USC. Are you kidding me?
But that's not an expansion thing.
Of course it is. It's all expansion stuff.
That's USC being cowards.
It's also Notre Dame being cowards, but it's all related to expansion and the easiest pathway to get into the 12-team playoff. It's all related. LSU and Bama won't play every year now because we have to have a 9-game conference schedule and we're not going to protect our rivalries. That's a part of expansion because I got to tell you, if the conference was smaller, you wouldn't be able to avoid it. But it's the same thing in the Big Ten. Michigan State and Penn State don't play each other anymore. That was the final game of the year for years. And now we don't play each other because when they expanded the conference, you could protect your rivalries. And they both decided, we're good here. Like, I can blame the schools, but that's just a symptom of the broader problem, which is all of these teams joining these conferences, and now you're relegating the Big 12, and it's credible TV voices, credible media in college football doing it, where they're relegating the Big 12 into this redheaded stepchild. Nobody wants to watch them. Okay, well then how long until you tell Texas Tech, sorry, you had a great season, but nobody wants to watch you, so we're not going to put you in the playoff? Like, how long until that's the outcome?
I don't see it getting to that point. As long as the TV execs aren't the ones making the calls, and I don't think they will be. I really don't.
I think they already are.
Well, if they already are, then Alabama would have been in last year. Then Ole Miss would have been in last year.
Tyler, my point is not about who they're selecting to make the playoff. My point is about...
That's all that matters at the end of the day.
No, it's not. The regular season is what mattered to me. And that's where we've lost the plot a little bit. That's my point. But
the regular season is what mattered last year when they were creating the playoff.
I understand, but last year, we're not going to live in what last year was forever. They're only going to continue to narrow this thing down.
What do you mean by narrow it down?
They're going to, you know as well as I do, that they are going to create 2 mega conferences. You know that.
In all likelihood, yeah. But, it's still, they'll make 2 conferences, but, the teams, all the teams, it's not like these teams are going to be relegated to FCS.
Like the ESPN has a partnership with the SEC. ESPN has a partnership with the SEC, and they have the college football playoff rights. Mm-hmm. If they don't get any of the scratch off the Big 12, are they all that interested in Big 12 teams being involved in this? They already took Texas and Oklahoma. And don't tell me TV executives have nothing to do with conference realignment either. That's entirely related to TV deals.
Sure. But the Big 12 teams are just going to get picked off and put into these conferences.
Exactly. And then the Big 12 won't exist anymore. And this is what I've never wanted because it's not geographically based anymore. It's why we have Stanford and Cal in the ACC. It's why you have USC and Oregon and Washington and UCLA in the Big Ten. And it's why you don't have regular season rivalry matchups anymore because the conferences are too big to play balanced schedules. Like this sport has been ruined to an extent.
I've been as entertained as I have been by the sport.
I'm not talking about the weekly entertainment of it.
But that's all that matters at the end of the day.
But it isn't to me. What matters to me is the fact that
you
this
want to
sport...
clutch on to the childhood pearls of the old Big Ten and
I want the
Pac-12?
sport to be what it was supposed to be when I used to be able to actually care about it as a fan. When I used to know the guy at my school wants to be at my school as badly as I want to be a fan of them. When they cared about it. When you could have a freshman grow up into being a senior at the school that they were at. When I played my rivals every year. When I didn't have to go travel and play an 11 o'clock game in Los Angeles as a Big Ten conference game. Yeah, I did like it better back then. Or when making a bowl mattered. And then people come at me and they're like, oh, boomer.
Well,
I'm sorry, man. I don't like this version of it more.
The bowl stuff was not ruined by any of this. The bowl stuff was ruined by the players themselves who said, I care more about my NFL. And that's fine. Like, it is what it is.
I've always said to you that I believe that the changes they are making will work better for getting a massive audience on TV because they're putting all of the biggest brands in conferences together so that they will get great, quote-unquote, great matchups like Texas-Alabama will play each other once in a blue moon or Texas-Georgia last year. Like, you are creating great matchups for ESPN, for the TV product. But it's being done to service people who were not always fans of this sport. That's where I have an issue. That's where I look at what Todd Furman's saying. Georgia Tech and Vanderbilt playing in a playoff game, nobody wants to watch that. Don't say that, because that's not true. College football people love that. Mm-hmm. It's the people who parachute in for a couple weeks in late November and then want to watch the playoff games and actually aren't college football fans. They're the ones that are like, oh, Georgia Tech. Basically, Cap is the person who'll be like, oh, Georgia Tech and Vandy? But wouldn't Bama be favored if they played? Like, I hate, this is the only sport that happens in. And that's where I've never liked the playoff expansion because it didn't solve the biggest problem, which was the discourse around it. Like last year, we should have, you're right, they got it right. Teams did get pumped in those games, but they got it right in terms of who was allowed in. It did nothing to alter the discourse that existed when it was a 14 playoff because we still had people saying Alabama would be favored over SMU on a neutral field. Alabama should be in. This is the only sport that happens.
But in fairness, the championship game last year was what? The 7 seed versus the 8 seed? Right?
Yeah.
Like those teams who won the championship, neither of which came out of the SEC, by the way, end up in the title game and end up putting on a great title game. Notre Dame and Ohio State.
I also just generally believe, and like Notre Dame and Ohio State, yes, the 7 and the 8 seed, but come on, Notre Dame and Ohio State.
That's fine, but
I generally believe that where we're at a point where, like, if you are a diehard fan of, I'm going to just use an example of a mid-major type of school. If you're a diehard North Texas fan, there was a point in time where you could come up out of nowhere and have a season where maybe you made a Fiesta Bowl and it was the dream, right? Western Michigan goes undefeated, row the boat with PJ Fleck. They play Wisconsin in the Cotton Bowl, and it was the dream season for a Western Michigan alum. You'll never get that again, ever.
I think there's a group of 5 playoff team every year now.
But it will never be that again because, USF is going to come up. Mm-hmm. They've also been one of the better group of 5 programs the last 15 years.
Yeah, for sure.
Boise State will have moments. Mm-hmm. But, like, if Western Michigan has a group of talented freshmen come in and then it's like a good coach who can build the program, get them all to a senior year where suddenly you've got great receivers, you got a quarterback, it all fits, and you go 11-0 in the regular season. That's never going to happen again. Because as soon as you get talented players at a school like that, they'll be gone.
And that's fair, but like a lot of those programs also sort of fizzle out because it works the same way with the head coach, too. You'll have a head coach like PJ Fleck, who you mentioned, have a great season, and boom.
Go to Western Michigan.
You're off to Minnesota.
And I'm not even condemning the decision on the player side because players should be allowed to do the best thing for them, and players should be getting paid. I think all of this combined to be like a perfect storm that has really altered the way I feel about the sport on the whole, because it has become a sport that is, I don't want to say decided in boardrooms. That's not right, because Tyler is right. The committee got it right last year and left Alabama on the cutting room floor. If ESPN had had their way, Alabama would have been in. Mm-hmm. But it is a sport where the landscape is being decided in boardrooms. The Big Ten merger happened because of a TV deal, because of TV executives. Mm-hmm. The Big 12 teams getting picked off into the SEC happened because of a TV deal. And make no mistake, if Florida State leaves the ACC, it's because of a TV deal.
Mm-hmm. 100%.
That's where I do have a pretty big issue. And then when you see Stuart Mandel, a real college football voice, go on social media and post TV ratings and basically say nobody wants to watch the Big 12. No, don't blame fans, ever. Never blame fans for not wanting to watch the product. You did this. TV people did this. Nobody's watching the Big 12 because TV people poached their two biggest brands and put them in the SEC. That's why. And then Fox puts one Big 12 game on Fox Big Noon. That's it. One. Texas Tech and Utah. That's the one. So don't ever blame fans. You people don't want to watch it. No, you've pretty systematically made it more difficult to view, less accessible for fans, and you robbed Big 12 fans of the two brands that mattered in their conference. It's not the fans' problem that they're not watching the Big 12. It's the boardroom problem for ruining that conference.
312-332-3776. Are you more passionate, less passionate, or maybe you're just unmoved by the state of college football? How you feel about the current landscape of the sport? 312-332-3776. We'll continue this conversation. Take your phone calls when we come back. Chicago's College Tailgate.
Chicago's College Tailgate returns in a flash on ESPN Chicago.
The Cap and J Hood podcast is available on the ESPN Chicago app and wherever you like to pod. Presented by Republic Bank. Or listen live to Cap and J Hood on the app as well. Weekday morning 6 to 9. ESPN Chicago.
Great Clips believes veterans make us great, and that's why this Veterans Day they're offering free haircuts to all veterans and active duty service members. Here's how it works. If you served or are serving in the military, simply visit a Great Clips salon on November 11th to get a haircut at no cost to you with your military ID. Don't need a haircut that day? Stop by for a free haircut card to use later. Not a member of the military? Any customer who gets a haircut on Veterans Day will also receive a free haircut card to give to a veteran or active duty military member in recognition of their service. It's just one small way Great Clips is saying thank you for all the sacrifices you as service members make to protect our country. Offer valid while supplies last. Learn more and read giveaway rules at greatclips.com/promotions. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. ComEd wants to help you manage your energy usage and save using the ComEd app. With the app, you can better understand how much energy you're using and when, so you're able to manage it more efficiently and stay in control right from your phone. Anytime, anywhere, so make your life easier and save with the added control and convenience of the ComEd app. Download the app today at ComEd.com/app.
Save big money on interior stains now at Menards. Provide exceptional color to your staining project with Minwax Color Series. It's perfect for completing your projects faster while offering rich color. Get a quart of Minwax Color Series wood stain on sale now through October 26th. Save big money on Minwax wood stains. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
Chicago's College Tailgate has it all. Now back to the show with Shea and Tyler on ESPN Chicago.
Before we get back to college football, let's address this NFL news that is very Bears pertinent now.
Can we just hit the breaking news sounder for people, please?
I don't know if this is breaking news sounder worthy.
Maybe not, because it's not official. Good call. Well done. Good call.
This is for me and Rappaport. Sources telling him Lamar Jackson ran scout team on Friday, an indication that he is a week away from returning despite having a full practice. Snoop Huntley in line to start after being signed off the practice squad if Lamar cannot go. Boy, and if you look across all the betting lines right now, what were 7s and some even 7.5s yesterday have all of a sudden become 3s and 3.5s.
Yep.
So that's telling you everything you need to know that, hey, it's not looking likely that Lamar Jackson is going to play tomorrow.
Well, I find it interesting because the 6.5s and the 7s were Lamar Jackson numbers. That was the book saying Lamar's going to start this weekend. 3.5 feels like an in-between to me. We talked about it yesterday. That if Lamar is out, this is a straight pick'em. If he's playing, it's a touchdown. So this is an in-between line where now they're trying not to get caught. But that does tell me, because yesterday my opinion was on a Friday, the books are not letting themselves get caught, hung out to dry on a Lamar number where they let 6s fly all week. And then even on Friday, and people were saying, doesn't feel like he's going to play. Well, the books weren't going to leave 6s up if it felt like he wasn't going to play. Now that Rappaport has said something where it sounds like, I don't think he's going to play, now we're seeing the movement.
Yeah. I will say, nobody runs misdirection on the media, especially with Lamar, like John Harbaugh and the Ravens do. That's one thing. They do a pretty good job of keeping this thing tight to the vest.
Yeah.
And you saw the fact that it even got to Saturday and we're at this point. If I had to guess, I'd say he's probably not playing.
Feels that way.
When you see the scout team indication, and yeah, I would guess he's probably not playing, but we'll see. You can listen to that Bears game tomorrow against the Ravens, starting at noon here on ESPN Chicago. And, of course, the pregame festivities start at 8 a.m. with Bleck and Abdallah's pregame tailgate, and then the network pregame with Waddle, Sylvie, and Deion Miller. So check all that out tomorrow. All right, we'll continue the college football conversation when we come back. How are you feeling about the state of the sport right now? Are you more passionate about college football, less passionate, or have all the changes, have they kind of left you unbothered largely? 312-332-3776 is the phone number. We'll be right back on Chicago's College Tailgate.
Shea and Tyler. Chicago's College Tailgate returns in a flash on ESPN Chicago.
We've been cleared for departure.
Tomorrow, the Bears are taking on the most dangerous 1-5 team in the league. Lamar Jackson returns from injury, looking to lead his Ravens back into contention. Hi, everybody. It's Jeff Joniak, along with Tom Thayer and Jason McKee. We bring you the call starting at noon, plus a full day of coverage surrounding the game. From pregame tailgate at 8 to postgame into the evening, this is the place to be on Sunday. Brought to you in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. It's Bears and Ravens, live from Baltimore. Kickoff tomorrow at noon on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
When your team's best players have all been traded and the latest pick is overrated, just raise a glass with a friend or two and tell them more do. May your team be great and your picks be true. And if it falls apart, you'll know what to do. Just raise a glass with a fan or two. And tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do. It's a crazy world, so what do? You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do. Hey! Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by William Grant & Sons, Inc., New York, New York.
It's going to be spooktacular fun when the Chicago Wolves take on the Manitoba Moose tonight at Allstate Arena.
The Wolves all over the Moose.
And you can join the Wolves for Halloween festivities, including trick-or-treating on the Allstate Arena concourse and more.
Halloween night here at the Allstate.
Halloween ticket packages can be purchased at ChicagoWolves.com. Get your tickets for the Chicago Wolves Halloween game tonight at Allstate Arena.
This is the Let's Revitalize Our Neighborhoods commitment. This is the Roll Up Our Sleeves and Pitch In commitment. This is Busey, where our commitment to strengthen our communities is a top priority. Through energetic, engaged volunteers, through monetary support, community leadership, and advocacy. Because Busey is more than a bank that does well, we're a bank that does good. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
This college football moment is brought to you by ServPro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on September 24, 2016, when Tulsa found themselves down 31-0 to Fresno State. With 10 minutes left in the second quarter, Tulsa fought back to tie the game at 41. And then won 48-41 in double overtime.
ServPro, like it never even happened.
Tailgate season is on, and Monster Energy flavors are bringing the heat. Crack open the wickedly creamy citrus blast of Orange Dreamsicle, or ride the shockingly smooth wave of Electric Blue. Both packed with real sugar, bold flavor, and that legendary monster kick. This is the energy your game day deserves. So grab your can and unleash the beast.
Now back to the show. Chicago's College Tailgate has it all with Shea and Tyler on ESPN Chicago.
How you feeling about college football in 2025? You more passionate, less passionate? Maybe you're sitting right in the middle of where you've always been. Nothing's really changed for you, despite the landscape changing as much as it has over the last 3+ years.
And I do want to clarify my stance on it. I am less passionate as a fan, in large part because my school has decided to set itself on fire, metaphorically speaking. There's nothing redeemable in my football program.
Michigan State Arsons.
Love it. I hope they get killed today, by the way, which I've never rooted for that.
My roommate's going to the game today.
I know, and his girlfriend is an alum. He asked me, "Are you going to go to East Lansing next week?" I said, "No, you couldn't pay me."
You were like insulted.
You could not pay me to go. Yeah. No, I'm not going to that game. No, but it is just like, how do I still watch it as much as I watched it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I'm still entertained by it every Saturday.
Let me ask you this, though. Let's say you weren't gambling. How much do you think you'd be watching it right now?
Significantly less. Significantly less. If I weren't gambling on college football, if I didn't do this show and I didn't do the Pick a Side podcast with you where we just bet football and talk about it, I would do other things with my Saturdays for the most part, I think.
That much?
Yeah.
And you'd be a pumpkin patch guy.
There are the big... Dude, I used to be the guy who would sit at home and I'd watch North Texas and Charlotte. Mm-hmm. I'm never going to be that guy again because it's just those games don't matter anymore. The networks have told me those games don't matter. You know what I mean? Like, I'm still going to find time. I will carve out time for the big games. Mm-hmm. Today, A&M LSU. I'm not missing that. I'm going to carve out time to watch that. Even if I didn't do this job, even if I weren't gambling, I would watch A&M LSU.
Right.
But the small stuff, the stuff that used to make the sport great for me, no, they've told me that doesn't matter. So I don't need to watch it. And that's the part that hurts is, like, I still watch this thing. I still watch every Saturday. I still consume as much as I ever have. A lot, again, because I do this. But as a fan of the sport, it'll never be what it was, where you could have, like, real Cinderella programs. It's a mercenary sport now. It's the NFL on Saturdays. Like, Indiana's a Cinderella program, not because they nurtured something and built it, but because they hired the right coach, they got mercenary players from his program at JMU, and then they threw a bag of money at him and said, go find us a quarterback. They got another mercenary quarterback, and I'm not blaming them for doing it. And I like that they're good. I almost
feel like Indiana was a little more ethical than that, though. Like,
maybe
getting the right coach, that's a big step. And they're not doing this if they didn't find the right coach.
And maybe it's my ultimate cynicism, but they're also the perfect team for me to look at in a mirror and then look at my own school at Michigan State, where in the past, like if this were 15 years ago, I could look at Michigan State right now and say, you know, maybe the recruiting's, and I can't even say it with a straight face because the recruiting's so bad. I can't use my team as an example, but the point I'm making is, like, if you were a school like that and you hired a coach and you felt like it was the right guy to build a program, you would give him 3, 4, 5 years. Okay, let's get your recruits in, and then let's let those guys develop and become seniors, and we'll see where we're at and try to build something. That doesn't exist anymore. Now we have the NFL, where it's like you have the opportunity to go out and pay the number one quarterback in the country, just change schools in the offseason. You can bring your players with you when you come from whatever school you're coming from. And
but it's always kind of been like that.
Yeah, but now even more so, where you see Cignetti year 1, bam, we're going to make the playoff. Year 2, we're going to win the Big Ten. You know what I mean? Like, it's different now where there is no waiting game. There is no, I need to get my guys in here. You can get your guys in immediately.
And to be honest, I don't really have a problem with that aspect of it.
I don't either, but it does change how I can be a fan of it. Because I can't look at Jonathan Smith and say, well, he's just got to get his recruits in. Instead, he's coached a season and a half, and I would like him loaded into a cannon and shot out of it back to Oregon. Get out.
The thing is, too, and like, we're looking at a crazy hiring cycle, and 10 o'clock we'll rank the jobs that are open. But when you look at this hiring cycle, the only reason it's going to be as potent as it is because it is the microwave sport now that it's become. Like, Billy Napier would have been given time.
Yeah, of course.
In years past. He would, when you've got the number one quarterback recruit in the country and have had him for as little time as he has had him, he would have been given a much longer leash than what he's been given so far.
But that's the other problem, because you have the number one quarterback recruit in the country and you would have in the past had time. But now, like, is Bryce Underwood going to stay at Michigan? Is DJ Lagway going to stay at Florida? Like, Arch Manning's a rarity here, where he stayed at Texas, and that's the one that hasn't worked. But, like, John Mateer was a transfer, Joey Aguilar's a transfer, and I'm not blaming the kids for doing it. They're doing the best thing for themselves, and I like that the programs are going out and getting them, just from, like, can you win a title, that perspective. But if I were an Appalachian State fan, I lost the best quarterback I've ever had because mercenary money came in, and he went to the SEC. If I'm a Wazoo fan, I lost twice the best quarterbacks we've ever had. Why? Not because, like, the NFL came and you had a great season. No, because your conference shot itself and left you to die. And then these guys caught mercenary bags to go to Miami and to go to Oklahoma. Or like my school, God willing, I get an NFL caliber player one day, I hope, I pray. The second I do, like Nick Marsh. Is Nick Marsh going to stay at Michigan State next year? I almost swore. Hell no. No, he'll be gone. You know what I mean? That's the part where, like, as a fan, I have a more difficult time.
I get it. 312-332-3776. Let's go to the phones. Luke's in Crystal Lake. What's going on, Luke?
Hey, I think you got to take the good with the bad here. You don't really have a choice, because I think what Shea is saying is 100% correct, but you are getting awesome top 25 matchups every weekend. I watched that Virginia Tech Cal game last night. For whatever reason, it went to double overtime. Yeah. That's all I'm looking for, is competitive and good games to watch. So,
Luke, you're right, and I get it. Like,
thanks for the call, Luke.
You're right that I don't have a choice, and that this isn't. You're not putting the toothpaste back in the tube. It's where we are. I Maybe one day I'll hit a pivot point and I'll be passionate about it the way I used to be again, and I'll just accept that it's changed. But I don't think it'll ever be the same because it's like the good now is different. The good then was you could watch somebody try to build a program. The good now is as a fan, I have to look at my school and schools everywhere and just go, well, you're not spending enough in the portal, which is just the NFL. It didn't do enough in free agency.
Isn't this just what it used to be, though? And we just would never, quote unquote, know about it. Like, isn't this what Bama and LSU and Florida and all these SEC schools were doing? And now it's just all above board?
But yes, but I would say the difference there is still the portal has changed the way that operates.
For sure, yes. And I would say my bigger gripe in college sports is not NIL, it is the portal. This was advertised to me as a one-time transfer policy. One time. You get to move once without penalty. It used to be when you flip schools, when you move schools, you had to sit out a year. Now it's you can bounce schools year to year to year. That's my biggest problem. If we were to redraft the transfer rules, it would be the one-time transfer. You get one free pass, no penalty, no questions asked. After that, you've got to sit a year if you're going to bounce school to school. That's my biggest gripe.
Yeah, it's like I think it hurts the NFL product too. Not that this is a great time to levy it, but I think you do see worse players at the top of the draft often. The last year was one of the great anomaly draft classes, but for the most part, like Waddle's talked about, Tom Brady has talked about, and I've disagreed with him to an extent, players aren't developing in college the way that they used to. I think that's 100% true. I don't know how you possibly could develop in college the way you used to when you're getting thrown $10 million as a freshman. Like, let's be honest, Bryce Underwood is probably being misused at Michigan in large part because he got paid $10 million and they don't have the ability to sit him down and say you aren't ready to play. And it's a mercenary game. It's the NFL. I never wanted that for college.
Yeah, like you almost hear like the way it's talked about in baseball, right? Well, you can't sit Ian Happ because he makes $20 million. Like it feels like one of the you pay a guy X number of dollars, you can't sit him down because he's making, and that's how it is with Bryce Underwood. Now you should be a little more ready to take on those responsibilities if someone's willing to pay you $10 million because of the ability that you have. But at the same time, is he probably being rushed into things? Yeah. I mean, the best quarterbacks, very rarely do you see the best players in the sport start as freshmen. It's very rare.
And it's two problems that I'm merging into one. And obviously, like, both have worked in a way that diminishes my ability to be a real college football fan anymore. I think I'm feeling it mostly this week, too, because it's rivalry week for me. And I've never cared less about this game in my life.
But I feel like you care less, and maybe I'm putting thoughts into your head, but I feel like you care less because your team is bad, not because of where the sport is.
No, that is 100% true. But I also think that my team is bad because they've refused to adapt and evolve to what the sport is now, and I think they might not like it. And again, it's the same thing I've said about Izzo. I agree with what Tom Izzo is saying about college basketball. It is ridiculous that you can go pluck a kid from the G League who chose to go pro, but he's got eligibility left, and now Louisville gets to roster him a week before the season starts. Yeah. But I also wonder, Tom, where were you last year when Illinois went to Croatia and bought a pro-European team? Because you didn't talk about that. Mm-hmm. And now it's a problem when Louisville gets a kid out of the G League. Like, I agree with him that there are no rules, that this is all messed up, and that what was his word? He said, I love my job, but I don't respect my profession.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
That's how I feel about college football right now. I love college football. I do not respect college football. I think that's a fair place for me to live. But then when I look at my team, when I look at my school, and I have to have an appraisal for them, you are allowed to feel the way I feel. We can agree that the way that this is going isn't good. We don't like it. You don't have a choice in whether or not you can participate if you're the school. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It's how I felt. I've told you this about Izzo. You don't have to like the portal. You don't have to like NIL. Same thing goes for a Dabo Swinney. You don't have to like it. You do have to participate. And if you don't want to, buddy, I can get you a blazer and put you on a desk on TV.
Yep. Go the Saban route. Go the Jay Wright route. Like, there's plenty of opportunity for you out there. Mike's in LaGrange. What's going on, Mike?
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Screw the Rich Eisen show. We need Shea's platform on the national stage. But what I wanted to talk about was as far as like the passion for the sport. I'm a Purdue guy. The last time I was probably passionate was when they went to the Big Ten championship 3 years ago. But here's the thing. I knew that in the back of my head that Brohm was out the door. Now, because you know why? Because his deal wasn't structured enough. So now you're worried about these buyouts and everything like that. And that's the thing. So you bring in a coach, and the first thing you're worrying about is that did he have a strong enough buyout to keep him? Not even what his offensive, defensive schemes are. You're thinking about the contract before anything.
Yeah. No, it's a great point, Mike. Like, listen, Kurt Cignetti's been there less than 2 years at Indiana. Mm-hmm. He's already gotten 2 extensions.
Yeah.
How nuts is that?
It's what every coach will tell you too. It's hard to coach your team week to week because you're as busy recruiting your own players as you are recruiting high school players as you are doing installs and game prep and walkthroughs.
Yeah. Well, that's why like the GM profession in college sports is going to continue to be bigger and bigger and bigger.
And I want to apologize to Mike. The last time I was passionate was that the same season Michigan played in the Big Ten title against Purdue? Was that the same season?
2022. I'm thinking back. 2022, that sounds like it would have been an Ohio State year. That's the first. That would have been a Stroud.
Because
so Michigan that would have been the first year of Michigan.
Michigan beat them every year.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I was going to say, because it was either that year or the year Michigan State had Kenneth Walker and beat them. But I was just going to say to Mark, might have won that game if they didn't have your plays.
Yeah. 312-332-3776.
That was the Cade McNamara game.
Yes, it was. Yep. If you want to join us, phone number 312-332-3776. We'll take more of your calls when we come back. And at 10 o'clock, we will rank the best head coach openings currently in the sport because Shea's just been taking guys down left and right. I mean, it is amazing how many vacancies we've got in the sport right now. But that's coming up at 10 o'clock. We'll be right back.
Chicago's College Tailgate returns in a flash on ESPN Chicago.
The game is what Sundays are all about. We know what you need. Tailgate. Bleck and Abdallah's pregame tailgate tomorrow morning at 8. Get ready for kickoff with Bleck and Abdallah and all your favorite football-loving ESPN Chicago fans. Bleck and Abdallah's pregame tailgate tomorrow morning at 8. Brought to you by Bradley University on ESPN Chicago.
It's fall again, and that means football, falling leaves, cozy fires, and, of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. Whether you want a whole new look for the season or just a trim on a cut you already love, the skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to bring it to life for less. With convenient online check-in, you can add your name to the list and stop in whenever it works for you. They'll even send you a ready next text when you're up next for a haircut, so you can get all of your fall errands done rather than waiting in the salon. Once your cut is finished, the friendly stylists at Great Clips will save the details in clip notes so you can get the look you love every time you come in. And the best part? Great Clips' everyday affordable prices means you'll have money left over for fall fun as well. Look your greatest for the new season. Download the app and get into your local Great Clips salon for a fresh fall haircut today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
This is an ad by BetterHelp.
BetterHelp therapists have helped over 5 million people worldwide on their mental health journeys. Moments in therapy can change lives. Hey guys, it's Sylvie. This World Mental Health Day, we're celebrating the therapists who have helped millions of people take a step forward. If you're ready to find the therapist for you, BetterHelp is there to help you start that journey. Our fans get 10% off their first month. Just call pound 250 and say the keyword timeout. That's keyword timeout after calling pound 250.
Nature is calling. No, not that way. Fishing, hunting, hiking, nature. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday mornings from 6 to 7 and available on demand on the ESPN Chicago app.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 delivers expert roofing and waterproofing across Chicago. Their trained professionals lead in solar, green, and garden systems. For trusted contractors and top quality service, visit ChicagoRoofingContractors.org. That's ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood.
Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto, all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal. Options, futures, and crypto trading carry significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Futures trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered through Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, an SEC registered advisor.
This college football moment is brought to you by Serve Pro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on October 2nd, 1993, when the University of California faced a 30-0 halftime deficit to Oregon. Cal went on a remarkable 42-11 run in the second half to capture a 42-41 victory, one of the largest comebacks in college football history.
Serve Pro, like it never even happened.
Chicago's football game day starts with Chicago's College Tailgate. From red shirts to mascots to your school's alma mater, Chicago's College Tailgate has it all. Now back to the show with Shea and Tyler on ESPN Chicago.
Taking your phone calls here, Chicago's College Tailgate, presented by Yingling, Nix, and Skokie. What's going on, Nick?
Gentlemen, first and foremost, thank you for taking my call. Most of the time when I listen to ESPN, Shea's usually spot on, and this is just another time where he is. I coach youth sports for a living, and a lot of times I like to look at sports through the lens of my students. College football is the only sport that these kids watch and cheer for religiously, where the name on the front of the jersey is more important than the name on the back of the jersey. So throughout the course of my week, I'll see LeBron jerseys, I'll see Luka, I'll see Justin Jefferson, I'll see, all of the popular players that belong to that sport. When I see college football jerseys being worn by kids, it's not the name on the back, it's the name on the front. And it's because that team had an incredible season, for example. So I'll see Michigan jerseys, a bunch of them, because they just won the Natty and the kids want to be a part of that. A team like Central Michigan would legit have to go undefeated for 2 or 3 years, win a national championship if they're given the opportunity to, before this next wave of fans, when I say next wave, I mean the young ones, would even care to even tell their parent, hey, I want a this jersey because I want to be affiliated or involved with this sense of winning. Us now as adults, we watch it because, like you said, we bet on it or we're a little bit invested for other reasons. But the next, generation of fan is where I think college football has kind of screwed up because, look, I'll give you two very quick examples. I heard two of my eighth grade, middle school, arguing the other day because one kid was like, Western Kentucky doesn't have a football team. And it's like, yes, he do. And no, Kentucky has a team. They're the blue and white jerseys. And then they come in and they're like, hey, Coach Nick, does Western Kentucky have a football team? I'm like, yeah, they do. But why in the world would an 8th or 7th grader know that Western Kentucky has a team? And that's that Kentucky is not known as a quote-unquote football school, which is what also happens at this age. Indiana's a basketball school to these kids. So when you tell them, hey, can you name me one person on this incredible Indiana football team? They're like, I have no idea. I know they're incredible right now, but I couldn't tell you. But even college basketball goes against because, man, I saw Cooper Flag after Cooper Flag jersey last year or 2 years ago, even still in a lot of my classes. So what's really happening, and I'm sorry for being redundant, is college football has no idea about this next generation of fans and what they're doing to you guys. I love you
Nick,
guys.
it's also a bigger problem to me with the next generation. And I think you're nailing it a little bit, but the bigger issue, and it goes back to the TV executives in the boardrooms, is I think we who grew up with it, and we, our people our age, me and Tyler, we are going to continue to watch this stuff because we've always watched this stuff. I grew up watching Sunday Night Football. I grew up watching Saturday all-day college football. So it's just my routine. It's my habit. It's what I do. It's my enjoyment in life. I'm going to watch this stuff. But now, and I've talked about this, they make it so much more difficult to have access to it. If I'm a Big Ten fan and I'm not the premier Big Ten game, where am I on TV? Oh, I'm not. I'm on Peacock. And I got to pay $6 a month.
20 years ago, you just wouldn't be able to watch it unless you were going to a game.
I understand. But I'm making the broader, it's good for us. We will watch it. But I also think they're taking games that would otherwise have been on TV and putting them in a place where you like exclusively behind a streaming wall. It's great because like you have ESPN Plus access and now D2 schools can get a little bit of money. But my fear has always been you make it harder and harder to watch your team. If you're a Michigan State fan, you're making it more and more difficult to watch those games if you're sticking them on Peacock. Same thing with like to pick your streaming exclusive. The more they do this, the more games they go to Netflix, the more games we will find ways to watch. But I worry about the next generation. Are they going to grow up sports fans the same way that we did because we had easy access to it?
I would just say that, but like the next generation has lived on streaming. And I just feel like maybe all of these sports leagues are kind of getting ahead of it.
Maybe, but again, my fear would be, yeah, they've grown up on it and they know what it is. What happens when they have to start paying for it?
That's fair. No, that's definitely fair. The other part to Nick's call about like the Western Kentucky thing, I don't think that's anything that's changed though. Like when I was in 7th and 8th grade, I guarantee not everyone that I was on sports teams with knew that Western Kentucky had a football team.
Yeah, I don't think Hilltopper pride has ever been a thing.
Yeah, and like guys not wanting a Central Michigan jersey. That's probably always been like that, unless you lived in the area.
Big Antonio Brown fan.
Right, exactly. Fire up chips. All right.
Eric Fisher, big Eric Fisher fan.
Exactly. All right, when we come back, we will go through the hot seats and also, do you have an updated hot seat list?
No.
Are you up? You're giving everyone a little bit of a break this week?
Yeah, we're going to take a couple weeks.
Letting people collect a few more paychecks here?
Yeah, I'm going to let Jonathan Smith get obliterated today. And then after he gets eliminated from the contention for the hot seat list, we'll do another one.
All right. Well, there are a number of jobs that are open. We'll rank the best ones when we come back. Chicago's College Tailgate, back in 2 minutes.
Chicago's College Tailgate returns in a flash on ESPN Chicago.
That's you trying to fix the plumbing yourself to save a few bucks. Doing things yourself doesn't always end well. The same goes for insurance. That's why Auto Owners works with local independent agents who tailor coverage to meet your needs and offer discounts for life, home, car, and business insurance. Because sometimes you need a professional to get the job done right. That's simple human sense.
Ask Lakeview Insurance Agency in Chicago if Auto Owners make sense for you.
Hey, it's Cap. My friends at Automatic are celebrating 80 years of making Chicagoland homes and businesses comfortable. To celebrate their 80th anniversary, Automatic's residential team is giving you $800 off any furnace and AC replacement now through the end of October. It's a great opportunity for Chicagoland homeowners to make sure their home is comfortable. Don't wait for your system to fail. Call the pros you can trust, the best in the business. Go to Automatic.com.
Traffic got you down. Let the CTA be your driver. Get into the city and back fast and stress-free. Avoid the hassle of stop-and-go traffic, spending money on gas, or those unexpected costs for car repair. $5 covers your trip and back on the CTA.
Just sit back, we'll do the driving.
Tap to Pay is also available on all CTA trains and buses. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
Dear Friday, Toyota says let's put good times in gear with the Tundra, Tacoma, and 4Runner. Want some cool available features? We've got power tailgates to power game days and a trailer backup guide that's the champ of the ramp. Heck, we might even cancel Monday. Toyota Trucks. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota. Let's go places.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station. Now back to the show. Chicago's College Tailgate has it all with Shea and Tyler on ESPN Chicago.
Chicago's College Tailgate presented by Yingling, Tyler Rocky, and Shea Norling. We're with you every single Saturday, 9 to 11 a.m., breaking down the college football day, all the storylines of the week. And if you want any of our gambling picks and stuff like that, not just for college, but NFL as well, you can find us on the Pick a Side podcast, wherever you get your podcasts. Monday, we recap everything from the football weekend, college, pro, all of it. And then Thursday, you get all of our college picks. Friday, you get all of our NFL picks. So 3 episodes a week. You can download it on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you get your podcasts. And we're on YouTube, so subscribe, all that good stuff there. We're talking about college football and the coaching carousel that we are looking at this year. And before we get into that, I do want to take Harold and Skokie's call. What's going on, Harold?
What's up, boys? See, this is why I look up every Saturday just to hear you guys talk about college sports. So I love college sports. Actually, I got into it more like 2 years ago. And honestly, you guys are going to laugh. I don't even watch the pros anymore because I find it so silly, even football. Like, just last year, I remember I used to see if you touch Patrick Mahomes, it's a flag. So I got I started hating pros and got more into college football this year. And, as a kid, too, when I was in high school, when I used to watch KD play for Texas at the time, I was passionate about it because just to see this kid, I'm like, oh, this kid's going to be the next rising star for the NBA, But fast forward, like I said, I look forward every Saturday just to hear you guys just talk about college sports, I don't know why. It's just a huge passion in me. But my call is for both of you guys. So I am going with Arkansas Auburn. I am taking Arkansas. Shea, you've been on fire. I want to hear your thoughts. Is Hugh Freeze getting fired when Arkansas beats Auburn this week or today?
I don't know. Hugh Freeze could have got fired last week. He could have got fired the week before.
Thanks,
They're still winless in conference, right?
Yes.
Are they 0-4 in SEC play?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how he hasn't been fired yet, but I've levied a conspiracy theory. There is no team, and many people have brought this up. There is no team in America that gets the shaft from officiating more than Auburn. Every game, officials are just slaughtering Auburn with terrible calls. Officials hate them. I've levied the conspiracy theory. The boosters are trying to put pressure on the athletic department. I think they've paid off officials. I think the boosters have paid off officials to say, don't give us calls. In fact, make calls go against us. If you can massage us to lose a game, please do it, because they want Hugh Freeze fired. Again, that's my tin hat. I'm not saying it's actually happening. It's just wouldn't shock me. No, I think Arkansas is live to win, and Arkansas
They're favored.
One of the most fun matchups of the week. Sneaky. You get Bobby Petrino in a neck brace against Hugh Freeze in a hospital bed.
Two of the greatest memes of college football.
It's an awesome matchup. It is a bit of a loser leaves town thing. I do like Charlie. I think said this to me. Bobby Petrino is beloved at Arkansas. Mm-hmm. So you allow Bobby Petrino the opportunity to be the interim head coach, because then if it fails, nobody can ever talk to you about Bobby Petrino being the head coach again. Auburn side, they have been looking for reasons to fire Hugh Freeze. Yeah. So they're happy they go in and lose this game. I just think Arkansas played really tight with A&M last week. They get up for their coach. They love Petrino. They'll play hard. Score,
yeah, they can play
Green,
offense.
They'll score a little bit. I have a feeling this is going to be Hugh Freeze's last time on the sideline for Auburn.
Ooh. All right. We'll see. All right. So we've got, as of now, and we'll just do the power conferences here, unless you've got strong Colorado State thoughts, unless you've got strong UAB thoughts. I personally don't.
No, they firmly rank at the bottom of the openings, the vacancies.
So we've got 7 openings right now in the sport. Penn State, Florida, Oklahoma State, Virginia Tech, Arkansas, Stanford, and UCLA. Is there any other schools who you want to throw into this conversation? Well, we could throw Auburn in.
I think that Auburn's the one. Like Florida State, I think there's a world they don't fire Mike Norvell. I'd be surprised. The statement they made this week, it felt a little bit like, we're going to ride this out and fire him in the offseason, or see if we can get a mutual separation in the offseason. Wisconsin, sort of the same thing. I would be more stunned than not if Fickell is the head coach next year.
Yeah.
But I think there's a world where he is. So I'm not totally comfortable putting Wisconsin and Florida State here yet. Auburn, I am. There is no chance Hugh Freeze is the coach at Auburn.
Can I throw one more team that I think we should put in this exercise? And it's not because they're going to fire their coach, but it's because I think he gets one of these jobs.
Nebraska.
Okay. You cool with that? All right.
I
so we're
still
tack
wonder,
on
man.
Auburn and Nebraska.
I'm fine doing it. I still wonder if Penn State's really going to do that.
Go the Matt Rule route?
Yeah. I do. And what other job is he going to get? I will tell you.
He could take a number of jobs.
Can I throw another even more interesting in my mind name in?
Sure.
Because I think it's a job that's going to be open. And we'll get to it in the picks, but they're going to lose today because of this.
Mm-hmm.
Ole Miss.
Ooh.
Lane Kiffin's going to Florida.
I saw the report this week that came out that he was addressing the Florida job with his team.
Lane Kiffin's going to Florida. Ole Miss is going to be open.
Yeah. And I don't, I get it. Like that, if you want to, and Lane wants to stay in the SEC. He is not crossing the line. He is not crossing picket lines to go over to the Big Ten, to any of these Big Ten jobs. He's just not. The guy's
the Mason-Dixon is a wall for Lane Kiffin.
Yes, exactly. All right. So with I'm cool throwing Ole Miss into the mix there too.
All right.
So who is your number one?
Penn State by a mile.
Yes. I'm with you. Penn State number one.
The Big Ten has an easier path to the college football playoff than the SEC. Even if the SEC gets more teams, you still have to be one of those teams.
Mm-hmm.
And as much as I think the top of the Big Ten is better than the top of the SEC, especially the last couple seasons, the bottom of the Big Ten is inarguably much worse than the bottom of the SEC.
Yes.
So the pathway is just easier. You'll have all the access to all of the resources you need. The recruiting has never been better. I don't think that necessarily changes. Their brand is great. Penn State's the number one job.
Yep. Number two.
Florida.
I'm with you. 100%. Florida's a combination of brand and while we've been talking about how the SEC doesn't have the money that the Big Ten has, there's certain pockets of SEC country that have academics built into how they're funding college sports, and I feel like Florida's one of them. Florida clearly has taken basketball seriously. It is a good academic institution, and you throw in the Jordan brand allure to it all. Like everything about it to me is the brand of it, Tebow, all that. Like Florida has the allure still in college sports.
I agree.
It's one of the better SEC jobs that you'll find.
They will spend. They have the brand. The Swamp is awesome. They have a passionate fan base. It's a great job. The only way that this isn't number two is, to me, if a job like Florida State opens, then Florida State becomes number two. I do think Florida State's a better job.
I think it's splitting hairs. I would still probably lean Florida, but yeah.
You want to say 2A, 2B? That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't say Nebraska at this point is better than Florida.
No.
I certainly wouldn't say Ole Miss is better than Florida because Ole Miss coach seems like is going to take the Florida job.
Yep. And then you get the data point right there. All right, number three.
Is Auburn better than Florida?
No, I don't think so.
I think the in-state stuff is what brutalizes you there. And also, at Auburn, you're going to have a guillotine over you constantly because those boosters run the program.
And I know it's not what it used to be where, because remember when we used to talk about college sports and how, the athletic apparel companies kind of ran the sport? But any Under Armour school is kind of dead to me. Right? Come on.
They're not ponying up to buy out your coach.
Right. We're seeing what Adidas is reportedly going to do with Penn State. Nike and Adidas run this thing, especially on the basketball side of things, maybe more so on the basketball side of things, but I think we see what this is, too, and I can't get there with Auburn. All right, your number three. This is where things get interesting.
If we're including Auburn and Nebraska, I think I would slot them both here.
Okay, I'm going to go a different path.
But I would also be okay, and this is aggressive, but I would be okay saying Arkansas is number three.
That is my number three. Because Arkansas, while it's not like a beacon of academia there, they still have Walmart and Tyson Chicken. And you saw what they did with basketball, bringing in Cal and paying all of those guys. And there's more money where that came from because if you can get Arkansas football back up and running, you're a god there as a coach. I've got Arkansas at number three.
The thing that hurts them more now than ever before, Path hurts them, but also their recruiting access has been cut off pretty badly. Back in the old days of the SEC, and I'm talking 2006, 2007, Arkansas could recruit Texas and had the best access point to Texas of the entire SEC. There's obviously a problem with that now. Texas A&M, Texas, and Oklahoma are all in your conference.
Yeah. No, that's fair.
So that their ability to recruit Texas, which was once their biggest strength, is now severely diminished.
Okay. I get that. I get that side of it.
But that's the only can you overcome that with money? That would be the key, because
and I think
very few schools can outspend Arkansas.
Mm-hmm. But if the thing is, the schools that can
are in Texas,
Texas, and A&M, and even to a degree now, Texas Tech.
Yeah, Texas Tech too. But A&M, like with the oil money, Texas with the oil money, Texas Tech with the oil money, like those. Yeah, when you
can not do Oklahoma, but
yeah, maybe when your biggest strength was the ability to recruit Texas in a conference that largely couldn't. And now the conference has 2 teams in Texas and Oklahoma. It creates problems.
All right, number 4 for you.
Real quick, Tyler. Shea, currently the top 10 recruits in the state of Arkansas, one of them is committed to stay in state. And everyone is poaching from the state itself. So they're not recruiting there, let alone Texas.
But they never had, like, Arkansas is not a huge power high school football state. That was like recruiting their own.
Should be, but it's not.
Yeah, recruiting their own has never been the path for Arkansas. It's always been we had premium access of the Southeast into Texas. And now that's cut off because the Southeastern Conference has Texas teams. Number 4, and I'm going to, for the purposes of doing this, I'm going to put now Auburn and Nebraska to the side because I said I would slot them just ahead of Arkansas. So I would say here, Virginia Tech, which is maybe my own bias on them as a brand. But I think they're going to get Shane Beamer. I mean, doesn't it feel that way? South Carolina this year has been a complete disaster. Shane Beamer once said, I don't want to be there because I will only ever be Frank Beamer's son. But now Frank Beamer is special assistant in the athletic department. South Carolina's gone totally sideways on him. And it just feels like this is it, man. You're going to be at Virginia Tech. They will have the resources. They have the brand. He's a good coach. I think it's a good job.
If we're pushing Nebraska and Auburn to the side, can I give you a wild card of what I think number 4 is?
Stanford?
I think it's UCLA.
Wow, okay.
Think about how much money they spent to go, and I know it hasn't worked, but I can separate a commitment to winning to the execution of winning. Going out and paying Nico what you paid Nico shows me a commitment to trying to win. You're in the Big Ten, so if you can like pop a little bit there, you can have success in this conference. There's no reason UCLA can't be what Indiana is. You certainly have the backing. You certainly have the money to do whatever you want. You just got to get the coaching hire right. Deshaun Foster was a disaster. And to be honest, look at the way UCLA is playing now. They're like one of the pluckiest, funnest teams right now going in the sport. You've picked off some good wins the last 3 weeks. Like going out and beating Penn State as a top 10 team before blank really hit the fan. I get Michigan State is what they are, but you blasted them. Mm-hmm. And then you went out and beat a Maryland team that both you and I think is pretty good. Like UCLA with an interim coach has actually worked wonders the last 3 weeks.
Yeah, they've done a really nice job the last few weeks. I just think as a job, there's a couple really negative things to me that stand out. One, you have a fan base that does not care. They don't show up to games.
I get that.
In large part because you have a stadium that's an hour away from your campus. Mm-hmm. That's always going to be problematic to me. 2, yes, you're in a recruiting hotbed. Southern California is amazing for high school football. Yeah. You got to recruit against USC.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
but if you get it right, like if Signetti had chosen to go to UCLA instead of Indiana, I think you start to you create an allure to your program because like you play. I get it's far from campus, but like the Rose Bowl is the Rose Bowl. So.
Yeah, I know. It's just watching it. And I'm not saying you're wrong. It's just why I feel a little differently and why I'd be lower on them. When you turn on a UCLA game and the Rose Bowl is empty.
No, it sucks.
It always.
Yeah.
I have a hard time feeling like that's a great job.
When you're tarping the top deck, like it feels bad.
And
but it's one of those ones where if you unlock it, like if UCLA went out and hired a guy, and they went 9-3 next year, all of a sudden I think you bring some buzz to Westwood.
I just wonder if that's a school and an alumni and a fan base that'll ever really embrace football. I've never seen it. So I don't know.
But we never thought that about Indiana. And now all of a sudden a little bit of success and the lid is way off the pot.
That's a fair point. But again, like Bloomington, you're the main act. In Indiana, you're the main. In LA, there's a billion other things to do. That's where I just wonder if you can have the same draw. USC obviously is a draw. So maybe they build it, they will come. But I don't know. I'm just a little lower on it than you are. I'm not saying you're wrong. It's just personally I'm a little lower.
No, I get it. All right, the last two here, we don't have to necessarily rank them, but which one's better? Stanford or Oklahoma State?
Stanford. I think Oklahoma State is the worst Power 5 job or Power 4 job that's open. And it's a tough thing to say because they've been so good for so long under Mike Gundy. If they were a model of consistency, you wake up, they won 9 games again, at least. If not, winning the Big 12. They've been a bit of a power. I think stepping into Mike Gundy's shoes is brutal. And I think they are one of the schools, like a Michigan State, that has just completely fallen behind what the sport is. Recovering that is impossible. The fact that they're in the Big 12, I think, is a massive detriment. Because we talked about it at the start of the show. The Big 12 is being pretty systematically eliminated from the landscape by the TV networks. They have a TV deal no one cares about. Both their brands left. It feels like, I've said it, it feels more like we have a Power 3 than a Power 4. And the Big 12 is really like a group of 5 conference on steroids. I don't think Oklahoma State is a good job at all. I don't know that the spend will be there. They haven't recruited well. I don't know that they're going to just throw money at this to try and build it through the portal, and you've got to fill Mike Gundy's shoes. I think that's brutal.
Yeah. I look at Stanford, and to me, there's some sleeping giant there. Like, Stanford's had good teams. Stanford's had teams in the last 20 years that would make the modern era college football playoff. There's a sleeping giant element to me with this Stanford program. So.
Yeah, and it's kind of an arms race. The ACC...
it's up for grabs every year.
It is up for grabs every year, but the point I would make, too, is like it's Stanford and Cal. They're the 2 ACC programs on the West Coast. Which one of you will rise up first? Because you're not in some recruiting dead zone. Northern California is a good spot to be.
For sure.
Palo Alto, you can sell your campus. You can sell the academics. Now you have Andrew Luck in charge of the program. Maybe you get some spend going on. I think Stanford's a better job than a lot of people are giving it credit for. I'm not saying it's easy because you do have to overcome the limitations that are put on you by the academic standards. But you could also just, let's be honest, throw those in the garbage and take football seriously.
Yeah. I think there's something there. And, like, it's not just California you get to recruit to. Like, you can pick off some players in Washington. You can find some in Nevada. You can find some in Arizona. Like, the West Coast, when you've got the money to do so, it can be a very beneficial hotbed for recruiting.
And being in the ACC is not, like, it's not, I don't want to say it's a benefit to them, but the path is easier because there are very few elite programs. And maybe Florida State gets out of your way here soon. Going all those trips west to east, it's not easy for anybody. That is a brutal aspect of this. But it's not what being in the Big 12 is for Oklahoma State.
No.
Which I think is just, you've been killed.
Yeah.
Where
the ACC's been a 2-bid league.
Right. And like the Big 12, for Oklahoma State specifically, I think they drew the shortest straw of anybody in that conference because they have to recruit against Oklahoma, and Oklahoma left for greener pastures. It's going to be impossible to ever out-recruit Oklahoma.
Yeah, especially when Venables, I mean, you think about what he did at Clemson, too. He was the guy who was kind of pulling all of these recruiting strings when he was the DC there. And this is when Clemson was getting the best of the best in all of recruiting. So,
yeah, and then, Stanford's a school somebody might drop in and save. Like, if we do go mega conferences, I think Stanford's got a chance of being a team with a seat at the table, especially if they start spending money and taking this seriously. Oklahoma State, I don't think is going to get a call. Oklahoma State's one of those programs that might just get left behind.
They feel like they'll be in the Oregon State, Washington State, just left out to dry.
Yep.
That's probably what's going to happen. All right, when we come back, we'll continue to take more of your phone calls And also, we'll start previewing some of the day's games as well. Chicago's College Tailgate.
Chicago's College Tailgate returns in a flash on ESPN Chicago.
The ESPN Chicago Fantasy Football Show, brought to you by Tullamore Dew.
Welcome to Fantasy Football!
Set your lineup with Jeff Meller's guidance, Sunday morning at 7, ESPN Chicago.
Great Clips believes veterans make us great, and that's why this Veterans Day they're offering free haircuts to all veterans and active duty service members. Here's how it works. If you served or are serving in the military, simply visit a Great Clips salon on November 11th to get a haircut at no cost to you with your military ID. Don't need a haircut that day? Stop by for a free haircut card to use later. Not a member of the military? Any customer who gets a haircut on Veterans Day will also receive a free haircut card to give to a veteran or active duty military member in recognition of their service. It's just one small way Great Clips is saying thank you for all the sacrifices you as service members make to protect our country. Offer valid while supplies last. Learn more and read giveaway rules at greatclips.com/promotions. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Do you ever scream at your screen when your 5G internet freezes? It's the worst! So why not switch to Astound? Wi-Fi that just works. With Astound Wi-Fi, you'll rage less, buffer less, and live more. Lock in gig speed Wi-Fi for just $35 a month, guaranteed for 3 years. Plus, get up to a $200 Amazon gift card. Astound Wi-Fi, it just works. Visit astound.com today.
Get organized and save big money with Dakota Closets at Menards. Dakota Closets can be installed in any room, from home offices and laundry rooms to walk-in or reach-in closets. Use the You Create Closet Planner available in-store or online to design a Dakota Closet system that maximizes your space and matches your style. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for more great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Tailgate season is on, and Monster Energy flavors are bringing the heat. Crack open the wickedly creamy citrus blast of Orange Dreamsicle, or ride the shockingly smooth wave of Electric Blue. Both packed with real sugar, bold flavor, and that legendary Monster kick. This is the energy your game day deserves, so grab your can and unleash the beast.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal. Options, futures, and crypto trading carry significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Futures trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered through Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, an SEC registered advisor.
Chicago's College Tailgate. Now back to the show with Shea and Tyler on ESPN Chicago.
Chicago's College Tailgate, presented by Yingling, with you every single Saturday, 9 to 11 a.m. Steve's in Glencoe. Morning, Steve.
Yeah, hey, guys, good morning.
What's going on?
Talking SEC football, I love it. My question commentary is this. I don't think Lane Kiffin is ever leaving Oxford, Mississippi. Secondly, you guys got to talk about Vanderbilt entering the college football playoffs as a victory today.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we've been talking Vandy the last couple of weeks here on the show. I will say this on the Lane front. If there's anyone that's going to leave, it is Lane. And maybe he's in a point in his life now where he feels settled. He likes the security of it all. At Ole Miss, it feels like he's got that security. It feels like they're kind of geared up to make a playoff this year. But if there's one job that you could take, I don't think it's worth leaving Ole Miss for a number of jobs in the SEC, but Florida's one of them. And if you're going to be kind of ushered in, if they're approaching you more than you're approaching them, I think it's one that's worth making the leap for. Because I think you can kind of just continue to be Lane Kiffin, but with more money to go acquire players.
I also thought, did you see what Feinbaum said about what Kiffin did with his players?
How he talked to them about it?
Yeah, because Kiffin got asked about, did you address the Florida rumors? And he said, this is what happened. He said, I got a bunch of new players here, and I just told them, this is what happens. We win games, and people like the way we play, and then somebody loses their job, and I'm the name that gets brought up as a rumor for that job. That's what he said, which Feinbaum, I thought, did a great job talking about it, because Eli Drinkwitz has had his name floated. He was asked about it. A couple other guys were asked about it, and they all took the path of attacking the media. Why are you even asking me about that? It's all fake. It's all rumors. You make it up. Mm-hmm. Lane at least said, it's not fake. This is real, and this is what happens when you're good. On the Lane side of things, I've split both ways. On the one hand, I think if you win at Ole Miss, you're God. They haven't won in 60 years. Last year, it felt like a failure because they had the best roster they've had since the 60s, and they didn't even make the playoff. Yeah. This year feels like immense success so far. But they are big-time dogs at Oklahoma today. And I wonder if Lane's viewpoint on it is, I can win at Ole Miss, but can I ever win enough to win the big one at Ole Miss? Yeah. And at Florida, I don't think that ceiling exists.
Yeah, I think Lane, like some of these coaches don't, I shouldn't say don't have national title aspirations, because they all do. But I think there's a number of them that kind of see what the ceiling is at some of these programs. And, you got to remember, Lane was under Saban, right? It feels like there's a part, and Saban was like the big rehab project. He brought in Lane. He helped Lane get on the straight and up. And Lane, I think, is still kind of like chasing that ghost of, I think I can be a national title level head coach. I think there's only a handful of jobs he'd view in the SEC, because we talked about it earlier. He ain't leaving the SEC. He's, at this point, I don't think so. He's dug his path. He has planted his flag that he is going to be SEC born and bred. I don't think there's many jobs he would leave Ole Miss for in the SEC. I see Florida as being one. I see Bama. I think he'd leave for Texas and maybe A&M. But I don't think he's leaving Auburn. I don't think he's taking Auburn over Ole Miss.
No, I think you're right. There's a couple jobs. Like, I don't even know if he'd take Texas. Texas, to me, would feel a little bit out of place for him. It would still be in the SEC, but it would feel more like when he went to USC and it failed. Like, you're chasing such a big ghost at Texas. Mm-hmm. It's the same thing at USC. You are chasing what was great.
Do you think he'd leave for LSU?
No. LSU and Ole Miss are kind of the same thing to me.
But LSU has skins on the wall.
Sure, and you get Death Valley. You play a billion night games. Mm-hmm. No, I think Bama and Florida are the two.
I think he'd go for either the Texas jobs too.
Yeah, maybe.
Just because you're working with a blank check.
I would just say the Florida thing feels real to me because he was willing to address it in a real way, mm-hmm. and I respected him doing it. I think there's a distraction on hand this week, and if they lose, then their playoff path gets really difficult. And I think if Ole Miss doesn't make the playoff, Florida becomes a really attractive landing spot.
Yeah. Definitely. All right, when we come back, the other team that Steve mentioned was Vanderbilt. Talk about them as a potential playoff team. We've got one of the biggest games of the week taking place in Vanderbilt in Nashville this weekend. That's where game day is this week. We'll get you all of our picks for the weekend coming up next. Chicago's College Tailgate.
Shea and Tyler. Chicago's College Tailgate returns in a flash on ESPN Chicago.
Peggy and Dionne. This morning from 9 to 11 on ESPN Chicago. Presented by Advantage Acura in Naperville.
Whatever happens today, take it on with a fresh cup of True Brew coffee. Now only $1 with True Rewards. True North Store's True Brew coffee is a hot, flavorful gourmet blend created from coffee beans from around the world. As a free True Rewards member, pick the size that is perfect for you and pay only $1. Don't have the True Rewards mobile app? Find it in the Apple or Google Play Store to download and save instantly. True North Convenience Stores. Fast, friendly, clean.
Don't wait to start building your future. North Park University in Chicago is enrolling now. North Park is known for its renowned nursing and education programs, a 15-to-1 student-to-faculty ratio, and classes where professors get to know you personally. The warm Christian community welcomes those from all faith backgrounds, and students graduate ready to lead in schools, communities, and beyond. Apply today at northpark.edu. That's northpark.edu. North Park University, where faith, purpose, and career come together.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
October means fall allergies are in full swing. Congestion, itchy eyes, sinus pressure. Don't let it slow you down. Sinus and Snoring MD specializes in sinus, allergy, and snoring care, all done in-office by experienced providers who treat you like family. With locations throughout Chicagoland and into Wisconsin, relief is closer than you think. Call 847-545-0147 or visit sinusandsnoringmd.com to schedule. Trust me, you want to take care of this now. That's sinusandsnoringmd.com. Let's go!
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Now back to the show. Chicago's College Tailgate has it all with Shea and Tyler on ESPN Chicago.
Big win for Vatak last night, by the way. Double OT.
Let's go Blacksburg.
8-point win over Cal. Moved to 3-5.
It's one of my favorite programs in America, man. I love Virginia Tech. Have you noticed about me? I love these plucky schools.
Yeah, I know.
These little programs
tell,
that were once. It's why I'm so slappy about Florida State. Colorado's the one that has never really gotten me.
It's never registered.
Virginia Tech, these 90s smaller school programs that were so good. Yeah. Virginia Tech, Florida State, Nebraska and Colorado never attracted me that way, but those two.
I can always kind of tell like who's a Shea program. Like Georgia Tech.
Shea program.
Mm-hmm. Big one for you today. Not really.
Sure. They survived last week. I mean, they're probably going to win the ACC.
Right now, they've got the inside path. They'll be in Charlotte.
By the way, before we talk about the picks, before we get to the picks, we should bring up, in the last hour or so, Diana Rossini reporting that representatives for Texas coach Steve Sarkisian have let NFL decision makers know he would be interested in potential head coaching openings, including the Tennessee Titans. If Texas does open because Sark takes an NFL job, Texas is immediately the best job available on the carousel.
And it's not close. It is not close. Like Penn State's a good job. It ain't Texas. Texas in almost any hiring cycle would be the number one. Texas is one of the 3 best jobs in America.
Yeah. And I was just talking with you, I do wonder now, like, if Michigan ends up being a 4-loss team, do they just rip the Band-Aid off and try to join in the big pond? Because if Texas is going to be open, Penn State's going to be open. Isn't this the time, if you're Michigan, to throw your hat in the ring and go, it's us in Texas. We're going to get one of the best hires. Instead of waiting a year to inevitably fire him anyway, and then you're the big fish in a small pond of coaches.
I think that would be the smart thing to do, but I have a feeling the way that university is run, A, they're not going to do that, and B, they may look at it the same way that they saw Harbaugh. Oh, look, we decided to stick with Harbaugh a little bit longer, and he brought us a national championship. Now,
so they're going to start cheating again. Got it.
Listen, by any means necessary, but I'm just saying, like, that just might be how they're looking at this thing, as it's worked before when we just kind of stuck with a guy, and it can work again for us.
And I don't think they're really going to fire Sharon Moore, but I do bring it up.
I also don't think 8-4 is... Based off of what expectations were for Michigan this year, I don't think 8-4 is necessarily a failure.
No, it's not. It's not terrible, but I do think the fan base has turned on them a little bit. Based on my access to them, I don't think they're all that into this guy.
Yeah, no, I get that. Totally get that. All right, time to get into the picks. And Aiden O'Connor, what do we have on the slate for today?
Gentlemen, let's start in the ACC. Shea's a Georgia Tech guy. Tyler, I believe you're a Syracuse guy. Georgia Tech, favored by 17 and a half at home. 11 o'clock coming up just around the corner here on ESPN.
Sure. I'll take Georgia Tech laying the six. You said 17 and a half?
17 and a half.
I'm looking at the 16 and a half on the...
It doesn't matter.
All right.
I'll tell you that. Right?
Until you lose by that point.
Based on Tyler's response, I'm okay with it. I'll lay the wood with Georgia Tech. I didn't think Syracuse was any good going into the year.
They ended up being, I think, a good team, and then your season blows up because a quarterback snaps his Achilles.
Steve Angeli died. Yeah. So, yeah, I'll lay the wood with Georgia Tech.
Yeah, the defense, I think, has really lost all will to play football. Yeah, it's Georgia Tech for me today.
All right, both on the same side of that one. Another 11 o'clock game, a ranked matchup in the SEC. Number 13, Oklahoma hosts Lane Kiffin and the number 8 ranked Ole Miss Rebels. Sooners favored by 5.5 in this one.
Off-field distraction or otherwise, it doesn't change the way that I feel about the game. I think Oklahoma's defense is suffocating. Trinidad Chambliss has been really good in spots, but this Oklahoma defense is different than a Georgia defense that they took advantage of last week. I kind of think Oklahoma, I'm not going to say blows them out, but I think they cover the 5.5 pretty comfortably.
I think it's just going to be a lower scoring game. I have not been impressed by Oklahoma's offense ever since Mateer's come back.
Has he come back? He's been terrible.
He's on the field.
It's true.
And maybe it's not for the better. I'm going to stick on the side of Ole Miss here. 5.5 is sizable enough for me. I don't think they win the game. I think Oklahoma wins the game, but I think we're talking a field goal here.
Tyler, I'm right there with you. I think there's also a big difference in both coaching philosophies and coaching overall in this game. I think Lane Kiffin is a much better coach than Brent Venables. But we'll see when that one comes up in just about 20 minutes here. Let's go to the afternoon slate. An interesting one at 2:30. BYU at Iowa State. Iowa State favored by just 2.5 over the 11th ranked. What's BYU's mascot? Why'd I just forget it?
The Cougs, man.
There it is.
I love this spot. I think Iowa State at home, laying 2.5. You see an unranked team at home favored over a top 15 team, 11th ranked BYU. I do think BYU is a little fake. I keep fading them, and it keeps not working, but I will never, ever bet on a quarterback that wears 47. So I'm just, let's go Rocco Becht.
Yep. Listen, Iowa State's a gritty group. You get them at home. They're one of the most experienced teams in the country right now. They don't care that there's a cute little 11 next to BYU's name. They think that Iowa State still has a chance to go out and F around and win the Big 12. I'm going to go with Iowa State as well here.
Back to the morning slate, because I skipped over this one. Two teams that are still very well alive. South Florida at Memphis today. South Florida is a road favorite by 3.5 points. Memphis with their first loss last week. Both teams are 6-1.
I have no idea what you do with this. South Florida's the better team, but I don't like laying 3 and a hook on the road. I think I'll just take the points with Memphis.
Yeah, I think Memphis can outright win this game. I really do. I think it's going to be high scoring too. It's just the way that the American kind of functions, even without SMU in the conference anymore.
All right, you mentioned it before. We had a call earlier about Vanderbilt possibly going to the college football playoff this year. 2 6-1 SEC teams. Number 15th ranked Missouri goes in to Vanderbilt at 2:30, and 2 teams that I don't think anyone expected near the top of the SEC.
Yeah, I like Vandy here at home. I see a lot of people on Missouri, a lot of people I like their trust, respect, taking the Mizzou side. I will not doubt Diego Pavia. I will not doubt Clark Lee. I've said it before, they've turned into just assassins in the SEC.
Yeah.
They win these kinds of games. At home in Nashville, they've turned this place into a party. That stadium rocks now.
Mm-hmm. And you know that place is nuts today. You got game day there. That place is going to be bonkers.
And it feels a little trappy. They're just holding it out there for you just inside a field goal, right? But I'm going to lay it 2.5 with Vandy.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Sorry, Aiden. Like, I look at this Vandy team, and everyone likes to talk about the running game for Mizzou, and rightfully so. But if you look at the advanced numbers and the EPA stuff, Vanderbilt is the number 1 rushing team in the nation. Number 1. So I like, and Vandy's defense is tremendous as well. Give me Vanderbilt. Stand up for your school here, Aiden.
I'm going to. I said it before the show. I'm going to take the Tigers. We're leaving the points right at the door. We're going to take them straight up. I think Diego Pavia is the most hateable underdog in college football, which, by the way, is where he's been for 5 years. You're practicing taking a knee before the Alabama game and celebrating. You lose that game. Your brothers are beating people up. Your mom's dating comedians. You think you're Johnny Manziel without being Johnny Manziel. Give me the Tigers.
You wouldn't feel this way if you weren't playing your team. I would, because Diego Pavia.
I felt this way. I accidentally said for years earlier. For 8 years.
He came in and he's like, I hated New Mexico.
Jerry Kill.
I will say this. If I was an opposing fan, I would hate the practicing the kneel down thing,
too. I mean, that would stupid.
Drive me nuts.
Even I can acknowledge that is stupid. Don't do that. But, like, I like this Vandy program. I like what Clark Lee's done with it. I like Pavia. I'm laying it with the doors.
All right. What's next?
Is this Big Ten Saturday night in my ears?
Mixing it up a little.
This is very rude of you.
Because you know who's on Big Ten Saturday?
I do know who's on Big Ten Saturday night. I do know. Thank you.
My guy Noah Eagle getting a second Michigan State game of the year.
Poor guy.
Must have drawn the short straw.
He should be getting hazard pay for calling all these games.
All right. Speaking of that game, Michigan, a 13.5-point favorite over Michigan State in East Lansing. Shea, come on. Stand up for your school.
Hell no. Are you out of your mind? I am spite-picking Michigan. Go Blue. Beat us by 100 so that I can watch this sorry-ass head coach bounce his stupid-ass back to Oregon. Go back to Corvegas. I don't want to look at him on the sideline anymore. And then this week I had to look at him. And look, I respect. He's trying. He's doing his best. But he's just like moping around the Spartan statue with a Spartans football hoodie on, shaking hands with the marching band. And he just looked like this isn't me taking a personal shot. I'm sure he's a wonderful man. He looked like a doofus. It was just, the whole thing was stupid. I want him gone. And if it means Michigan beats us by 100, then do it. I'm laying the wood with Michigan out of spite for my own team because I want my coach fired. As Cap said, you would never want to be as much of an enemy to me as Jonathan Smith has become.
Take that, lady. That's an incredible way to put it by Cap.
Yeah. He said, I hope I am never as much of an enemy to you as your coach is.
That's incredible. I'm going to roll with the backdoor Kings here. I'm going to go with the Michigan State Spartans. They have done nothing but backdoor cover these games through the last, 3-4 weeks now?
It was a sad field goal last week.
And a very you don't have to tell him twice. All right, what else we got, Aiden?
All right, another good night game going back to the SEC for this one. LSU, another night game at Death Valley, because why not? 5-2 Tigers host the still undefeated Texas A&M squad. A&M a road favorite by 2.5 in that one.
I really don't like either side here, but if you force me to pick it, it's a night game. It's in Death Valley. It's all they play. But A&M, Tyler and I have both felt this way. They're the most fragile of the top 5 teams. It does feel like there's a rug pull coming for them. And if there were any night to pick it, I think it's tonight. I'll take LSU.
House of Cards comes crashing down tonight. LSU, keep your points, outright winner.
I like it. I think I'm right there with you. Another one in the SEC, just because we talked about it before, and I think both of you have a lean on this game, and I think you're both leaning the same way. Mississippi State hosts Texas. Texas, 7.5-point favorite on the road.
I actually think I would lean the other way from Tyler here, which I'm not trying to be mean and just fly in the face, but you are Mr. Bulldog all of a sudden. You're like the biggest Mississippi State fan this side of Brandon Walker.
Brandon Walker can ride sidecar.
Look at that. No, I think I would lay the wood with Texas. The 7.5 is telling me something. I would never bet this with actual American dollars, but for our purposes, I would take Texas with the
Pesos,
7.5.
some yen.
What's the exchange rate currently?
No idea.
I don't either.
You know me. I love
Monopoly money, I bet it.
I love this Mississippi State team. I think they're genuinely good. They have just played in one of the toughest conferences. They may be 0-3 in the SEC, but they're competitive. I think they outright win today and upset Texas. At home, Stark Vegas gets loud.
Stark a little distracted. You know what? Matter of fact, Stark, I'm going to flip my pick because I just had the memory that Steve Sarkisian, his representatives, had Diana Rossini put out a report that he's looking at NFL gigs. That's a little distraction going into this. They're already probably not making the playoff. The pathway's incredibly difficult. F it. Bulldogs.
Love it. Welcome to our side.
I got
cowbell for you.
I got a fever, and the only cure is more cowbell. Go Bulldogs.
A little cowbell fever, a little hockey fever. I like it. All right, we will craft together our parlay when we come back at Chicago's College Tailgate.
Here comes the Chicago Bears, the Baltimore Ravens. Joniak, Thayer, and McKee bring you the call tomorrow, starting at noon. Network pregame at 10. Interviews, analysis, and more in postgame. Turn the TV down and crank up the hometown call on the ESPN Chicago app. It's Bears and Ravens, live from Baltimore. This is the home of the Bears. ESPN Chicago.
Save big money on all your electrical needs at Menards. From wire, tools, testers, and more, Southwire is the perfect choice for your next electrical project. They offer innovative products to help you get your project done right. Hurry in today and save big on all Southwire products at Menards. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for more great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
1/3 of Illinois State University students graduate with zero debt, and Redbirds go on to earn $15,000 more a year than the national average just a few years out of school. Get real return on your investment. Apply today to start creating your legacy at illinoisstate.edu/apply.
You've got stuff you've collected, and you want to know what it's worth. ESPN Chicago suggests you tune in Saturday mornings at 7. It's Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan, brought to you by Huggins & Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
Tailgate season is on, and Monster Energy flavors are bringing the heat. Crack open the wickedly creamy citrus blast of Orange Dreamsicle, or ride the shockingly smooth wave of Electric Blue. Both packed with real sugar, bold flavor, and that legendary monster kick. This is the energy your game day deserves. So grab your can and unleash the beast.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal. Options, futures, and crypto trading carry significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Futures trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered through Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, an SEC registered advisor.
Chicago's College Tailgate has it all. Now back to the show with Shea and Tyler on ESPN Chicago.
Thank you to Aiden O'Connor and Hannah LaMotta for producing today's show. Chicago's College Tailgate with you every single Saturday morning, 9 to 11 a.m., right here on ESPN Chicago. And if you miss anything, check out the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you get your podcasts. Also, check out the Pick a Side podcast as well. If you want all of Shea and my football picks for the week, both college and NFL, you get college picks on Thursday, you get NFL picks on Friday, and then Monday, we recap the entire football weekend, pro and college. So check that out on the Pick a Side feed on the ESPN Chicago app, wherever you get your podcasts, or on YouTube as well. Subscribe, all that fun stuff.
YouTube.com/@PickASideESPN, by the way. The easiest way to find it.
So go check all that out and get all of our picks and all of our thoughts from the football weekend. All right, every single week on the show, we craft together a little CCT parlay. I just realized I totally forgot to brief Aiden on this. Aiden, we're going to need a pick from you, all right? So cook up a pick right now. Picks on demand. But I know you've got a pick ready to go.
Yeah, I do.
Where are you going?
I'm going to the night game in the SEC, Tennessee and Kentucky, and I'm laying the wood with Tennessee. I'm a big favorites player this week. Joe Public-Norling has weighed in this week. I think Tennessee's in a bounce-back spot. Kentucky's terrible. They're probably going to fire Mark Stoops, so a little bit of distraction on their side. Just a bad football team. And I think it's a sleepy environment. Fan base doesn't care. It's basketball season in Lexington. Tennessee comes in wanting to let off a little steam after the loss to Alabama, and they will.
All right. I am going to go. I'm getting crazy here. You're not going to be happy with me. We're going to go to Oklahoma State and Texas Tech, where Oklahoma State is a 37.5-point conference dog. You've got Texas Tech at home. You've got a look-ahead spot here. BYU's on deck. That's going to be one of the biggest games on your conference schedule the rest of the way. And you just banned the tortilla tosses. I'm going to go with Oklahoma State.
Banning the tortilla toss is the stupidest thing, too.
Especially after a loss. And they said they were going to do it anyway. I don't buy that.
It's a totally harmless, fun thing that your fans are doing. Just let them do it.
By the way, even though like the vibes of the program itself suck, the vibes at Oklahoma State games right now, and I get this game's a road game, but the vibes at Oklahoma State games right now are comically good. Comically good. You've got tarps off in 231. Have you seen that?
No.
It's just the shirtless section. Like, you know how, like, there used to be restaurants, there was the no smoking section? That's the no shirt section.
Okay.
Everyone just does not wear a shirt in section 231 there. And then they had, did you see the banana conga line last week?
No, what is going on?
on the concourse? Not on the concourse. You know, like, at football stadiums, they have, like, the level, especially some of these older stadiums, you can see the walkways to get to the seats, and you can walk all the way around the perimeter of the lower bowl. It was just a conga line of like 50 people in banana costumes just walking around the concourse, and you'd see it on TV, and it would like take the wide shot, and it's just like 50 people in banana costumes just walking around the concourse.
What is going on?
It is comically good vibes.
I guess when your football team is
right now.
terrible, that's you got to do something.
All right, so I'm rolling with the vibes team right now, Oklahoma State. Who do you like, Aiden?
I'm going with a game that we picked earlier, and I'm going to take the home underdogs in the Memphis Tigers, getting 3.5.
Okay.
Last week, lost to UAB. Their starting quarterback, Brendan Lewis, came out in that game, didn't play the majority. He's back this week in an offense that put up 45 and 32 2 weeks prior to that. So I'm taking the Tigers at home.
What time does that kick?
I think that's like 11 or 2:30. 11 a.m. kick.
All right, so we got to get this in quickly.
Mm-hmm. So we got Memphis with the points. We've got Kentucky. Wait, you had Kentucky or no? You had Tennessee with the points.
Tennessee
with the points, and Oklahoma State with the points. We got 3 dogs.
No, Tennessee's laying 8 now.
Yeah, sorry, 2 dogs and a favorite we've got this week. So good little blend of everything here.
I get to root for my App State Mountaineer quarterback Joey Aguilar today.
Yeah. They've fallen off a little bit, but I wouldn't be surprised if Tennessee found a way to work themselves back into this.
This is always, I told you this earlier this week, this is the game where Heupel seduces you into believing they're real again. It's like what we used to talk about with Penn State.
Yeah. This is where frauds make you believe.
Franklin would always have a game where he'd drop a 50-burger on somebody and you go, oh, they're back.
Listen, you cannot be a fraud unless you have success, too. You can't. You just can't. You have to build up a reputation somehow. By the way, we get playoff rankings next week too, or not next week. A week from Tuesday, we get our first playoff rankings as well.
So next week on the show, we will debut the college tailgate
playoff rankings.
Yes.
We're going to beat them to the punch. Just how Carmen Yerk play Christmas music first every year, we're going to give you playoff rankings.
We're going to beat the committee to the punch.
Yes. So you'll get playoff rankings next week, and I don't know why they start in week 10 in a sport that goes 13 weeks.
I know, we get 5 weeks of playoff rankings. That's it.
Yeah. For the only poll that matters also. Like, don't you think some of these teams don't you think Vandy would like to know where they actually stand?
Of course
right
they
now?
would. And you know that there's somebody who's ranked in the top 12 in the AP right now that's going to be well outside the top 12 when the actual playoff standings come out. And they have to do this stupid nonsense now with the auto bids where they put like placeholder spots in.
Mm-hmm.
So like you're going to see Ohio State ranked number 1 on the college football playoff initial rankings, and then Indiana will be like 5 or 6, despite the fact Indiana's 2 in the AP.
Yep. It's whatever. We'll discuss next week when we are on the doorstep of getting those rankings.
Rip the Band-Aid off and go to 16, please.
Make it easy for everyone. All right, that's going to do it for us. Peggy and Dionne are coming up next.
Chicago's College Tailgate returns in a flash on ESPN Chicago.
Hey, this is Courtney Cronin. If you're injured, you want a legal representative that gets you and where you come from.
Exactly. When you call us, you're not getting some out-of-town mega firm. You're talking to Chicagoans.
That's Julio Costa of Costa Iavoni, and his partner Anthony is also here.
Thanks, Courtney. We're proud of the trust we've built here in town.
There's an immediate connection with Chicagoans. They know we'll take the time to understand what they're going through.
And then we will fight to win. At Costa Iavoni, we get you.
Costa Iavoni, your trusted local personal injury attorneys at 708-4MILLION.
This is the Let's Revitalize Our Neighborhoods commitment. This is the Roll Up Our Sleeves and Pitch In commitment. This is Busey, where our commitment to strengthen our communities is a top priority. Through energetic, engaged volunteers, through monetary support, community leadership, and advocacy. Because Busey is more than a bank that does well, we're a bank that does good. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth, since 1868. Member FDIC.
Hey guys, it's Carm. If you're like me, you know a great haircut is more than just looking good. It's about the whole experience. That's why I head to White Buffalo Barbershop, Azazu Salon's partner. At White Buffalo, they redefine grooming excellence with top-tier barbers and a vibe that's second to none. Need to unwind? Grab a beer with your cut and catch all the big games right from your chair.
White Buffalo Barbershop, born original. Now in LaGrange and Hinsdale. Book your appointment today. Visit whitebuffalobarbershop.com for more info.
Hey football fans, it's Adam Colopy with the Village of Bedford Park. Just like a winning team needs great players, your business needs the right support to succeed. And that's exactly what you'll find in Bedford Park. Our team works hard to block obstacles, open lanes, and help drive your business into the end zone. Plus, we offer a safe and reliable Lake Michigan water supply. Ready to move the chains for your business? Contact me, Adam Colopy, at ACOLLOPY at villageofbedfordpark.com.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
8 years ago, I blew my football career.
He dropped it at the 1 yard line.
Chad Powers has arrived on Hulu.
If I can't play as Russ, I'll play as someone else.
My name's Chad.
And last name?
From executive producers Eli and Peyton Manning.
Remember, you wearing a prosthetic mask? This is acting.
And starring Glenn Powell.
He thinks you're a rubber Chutole.
Not rubber. I'm a man made of flesh.
The Hulu original series, Chad Powers, is now streaming on Hulu and Hulu on Disney Plus for bundle subscribers. Terms apply. New episodes Tuesdays.
Hey, it's Desmond Howard. You want to win the weekend? It all starts with the tailgate. And for me, that means Kingsford Charcoal.
They've been bringing the flavor, the smoke, and the heat since 1920. No wonder they're still the gold standard of grilling. So fire it up, feed your crew, and let the smoke do the talking. Kingsford, the king of the tailgate. Get it today at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Talk about stepping up. Bang! Bang! It's time to level up your game. Introducing the all-new ESPN app. All of ESPN, all in one place. Your home for the most live sports and the best championship moments.
The electricity is palpable.
Step up your game with no annual contract required. It's the ultimate fan experience. Level up for more on the ESPN app or at stream.espn.com. Sign up now.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Hey, ladies! Get funky.
I am not winking at you, Dionne. Even though it looks like I'm looking at Hannah and Aiden across the glass, and I know you guys, I'm looks like I'm winking. I have something in my eye. My whole drive downtown, I was like putting my fingernail and trying to like scoop whatever, like is there an eyelash in my eye or something? It is driving me crazy. It's driving me crazy.
It's like that episode
I'm
of
blinking
Seinfeld
a million times.
when
Like
George had pulp in his eye. That's what they use.
No, really? There's an episode of that?
Oh my gosh, it's one of the greatest episodes of Seinfeld of all time.
We're like Seinfeld on radio.
Oh, we absolutely are. Absolutely. You know who would be an amazing guest? Julia Louis-Dreyfus.
Do you think, because it's really crazy you just said that.
Okay.
Somebody recently told me that they interviewed her.
Oh, really?
And that, I don't even want to say this because she has Chicago connections here with her son going to Northwestern.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's graduated by now.
Yes.
And he's probably, working in the movie industry. And
Wildly successful in something else.
Right,
Yes.
yeah. Instead of working his way up. Anyways.
We don't know anyone who does
Yeah, they said that they were disappointed.
Really? So I listened to her podcast, Wiser Than Me, and it is very good.
Really?
It's very good. She interviews women who are older than her and asks them for their insight and wisdom, and it is brilliant.
Do you know I think I've told you this. I have a thing with older people. I absolutely, I feel that, looking towards older people for that sense of peace and calm. And when you're older in life, I'm going to get real deep here. I look at them for how do they handle knowing they're on, the bottom. They're on the downhill of their life,
I don't
they're
even
not
like describing it as that. But
well,
no,
I know what I mean. Like
I do know what you mean.
The back half of your life, whatever.
The back nine, if you will.
Exactly. and I when you find older people who are always happy and always smiling and always in a good mood and they just have a great outlook on life, I truly am inspired by that.
Same.
You know what I mean? Does that sound really dark?
And no, it's also, especially in older women who are happy all the time. I find have
happy
come
when
to,
they're gray and
have
fat.
Not everyone goes that direction.
I want that peace of mind.
I feel like they've come to a place where they enjoyed their life. You know what I mean? Like they reflect that they enjoyed their time and what they've done. And I also love that. It is hard for me to, last week was my birthday, right? So it's hard when I look in the mirror and I think, wait, how old am I? You know what I mean? And I just am like, oh, I don't know how to feel about this age.
Right. Well, when you're my age, I keep looking back when Oprah, I still remember the show that she did when she turned 50. And she was like, I feel so much wiser. I have wisdom now. When she would get that fake little accent. Mm-hmm. And, I still remember thinking, wow, when you turn 50, you get so much wisdom. And you feel like this calm in your life. Hell no. When I turned 50, I was like running. I felt like all of a sudden I am like on this like fast track of like, I better live life and I better live it. I have to live everything now.
Wow. You
like
felt urgency.
I do. I do. And now I'm way past that. And I still feel it because, it's like I'm trying to run the opposite direction.
It is hard for me. And I was talking to Caitlin Sharkey at the Bears, and we were just discussing, who is obviously younger than me, but she was just talking about how
you don't have to say obviously.
Well, it is, I think.
Yeah,
at any rate, she was just discussing that a family member had passed and she was like listening to her voicemail messages, and she said every message was like, I know you're working, I know you're busy today, I know you're at a football game today. And she was like, wow, is that really all they see? It's like, that's not living. And I thought, you're right, it isn't.
Oh, that is a great
and
observation.
It just, oh my word, like the way I said that brought tears to my eyes. And I know we've talked about this for however long, right? Like our jobs are the weekend. That is what we do. This is what title. My job title is weekend sports anchor. That happens on the weekends. This is not a surprise. Yes,
it's been the weekends.
Right, but like even when I say to my kids, "Sorry, mom's working today," and Noah's like, "It's all right, mom. I'm used to it." I'm like, what does that mean?
Yeah,
like,
but you know what? Like I always think of it this way: this is your norm, okay? What you're doing when you're comparing it to your friends who might work 9 to 5 is that they always have weekends off. Well, our norm, like this is what my kids know. And our norm was that mom worked weekends and nights.
Yeah.
It's not unlike a doctor, a policeman, a fireman, a politician, celebrities. You think that they're like Monday through Friday, 9 to 5?
No,
that's no,
and
right?
I have to give you props because very early when I got here, you actually said to me that they will, as long as you accept it as normal, they will accept it as normal, right? Like mom always comes back home. Mom always comes. You know what I mean? Like that's what they know.
Yeah.
That's our world. Yeah. You're right. You're right.
But because I have my mother-in-law used to always say something to me, and she's like, "When are you going to quit that job? When are you going to quit that job and be home on nights and weekends?" And well, I did do that 8 years ago, whatever, and I got bored.
Yeah,
like I was like, okay. Like
has it been 8 years?
Yeah, it was 2017. It was right after.
Holy moly!
Yes, it was right after the Cubs won. I had said if the Cubs won the World Series, I would retire. And I went into Frank Whitaker's office at Channel 5 in November and was like, that's it. And so then I freelanced through 2017.
Wow.
Yeah.
That did not feel like that long ago.
And then each year of freelancing got smaller and smaller, and then the pandemic hit, and it was like, we don't have freelancers anymore.
But then here we are.
And now
Dionne brought you back.
That's right. Well, because like Yurko and I always say, Saturdays and Sundays. Why do you work Saturdays and Sundays? It's keeping me out of the places I shouldn't be. I don't need to be hanging out in the bars, and I don't need to,
true.
So,
but I always say, really good sports happen on Saturday and Sunday. And that's why I like working those days.
Well, look, I mean, honestly, it's, when my son was going into it, that's what I told him. I said, listen, just be prepared. It's good. You're going to be faced with, now my son who works in the restaurant industry. It's really easy to look at your friends who work 9 to 5.
It is.
Or
it
8
is.
to 4. Or even worse, everyone who works from home.
Right.
A couple
also
days
that.
a week.
Also that.
Like, that's really hard when you're in an industry that you can't work from home. But you have to stop looking and comparing to them and just say, well, this is my life. This is the path I have chosen. And you will meet tons of people who have the same thing.
Yes, it's true.
All right, so I have to tell you, last week, do you remember when we did What Made You Laugh?
Yes.
I had an incident yesterday. You guys are not going to believe this. I have to tell you, these high school kids from York High School made me laugh so hard yesterday.
Tell me what happened.
We were waiting for the train. We were coming downtown to go to, we had 2 anniversary dinners this week. And yesterday we ate at Kasama, the 1 Michelin-starred fine dining restaurant that... It was phenomenal. But we were waiting at the train, and we were walking to the train, and these high school kids were walking on the other side of the street, and they had their golf clubs, these boys. And they were just loud and funny, and they go, hey, we need a ride. And my husband yells, you can walk, you're young. It's good for you. It's a beautiful day out. And they said, yeah, but we live in Elmhurst. And we burst out laughing. We were like, what?
Oh, my God.
You really? This train doesn't go to Elmhurst.
Oh, my gosh.
And they were like, we know. I'm like, well, wait a second. They were playing golf at a public course by our house.
Oh, my gosh.
And I said, well, wait a minute. How did you get there? And they go, we walked. We go, what? No, honestly, we did. We walked. Well, we said, we're taking the train, so we can't give you a ride. But wait a second. And so one kid pulls it up on his phone.
How far?
These boys walked from Elmhurst to Itasca Country Club.
How far was that?
They walked on 290.
Oh, my gosh.
The video showed them. Did anybody happen to see these boys
How many were there?
walking yesterday down 290 West, going from Elmhurst to Itasca?
Did they have clubs with them?
Yes, with their golf clubs.
What?
And I said, wait a second, I'm so confused. Why did you walk? Because we lost a bet.
Oh, my gosh, that's amazing.
I was like, wait. With your golf coach? And they said, no, we don't have school today. It's one of those teacher institute days.
Yeah.
I don't know who they lost the bet with.
That is so funny.
They
walked down 290.
And they were freshmen.
Oh, my
in
gosh.
high school. I was like,
oh, my gosh.
Oh, gosh. Oh, please tell me your parents knew that you walked down the Eisenhower.
That is insane.
So not only did they walk to Itasca from Elmhurst, they played golf at Itasca.
Yeah.
And then they started walking home. And they were like, at the train station, I go, you guys know the train doesn't go to Elmhurst.
Yeah.
They're like, yeah, our one of our moms can pick us up, but not for 45 more minutes. I'm like, you need to go back to Itasca Country Club.
Yes.
They have a public restaurant.
And hang out.
Just go hang out there and eat and put it on. One of them, I think, belonged to Itasca Country Club. We're like, just put your meal on your dad's account. But I know it's not a funny thing, but the joy
they were
and the adventure.
I love it.
And we were like, are you guys seniors? No, we're freshmen. I'm like,
Even
oh
better.
My God.
Even
they're
better.
14 and they're walking down the Eisenhower.
Oh, my God. I have issues when my son crosses Dempster.
Right?
Yes.
But I know this was dangerous, but the joy
That's hilarious. That's
in
actually
the
very
adventure in these boys' voices was so contagious. Other people waiting for the train, we were all laughing.
That's hilarious.
Like we all wanted to know more about this adventure.
And why?
Right? It made me think, what was I doing when I was 14? What's the biggest risk I took?
At 14,
these
I have
boys
no recollection.
Walked down the Eisenhower with
crazy.
their golf clubs.
That's insane. With their club. Somebody had to have seen them.
You guys,
Somebody had to have
someone
seen
saw
them.
it.
Yes.
Right? 312-332-3776.
That is so
if you
funny.
saw these boys walking down the Eisenhower with their golf clubs, or if you knew them and you know the story, what in the world
would
bet
they have oh my gosh.
did
that's
they
so funny.
lose that they had to walk from Elmhurst? Or did they lose a bet with their parents and the parents told them,
gosh.
we're not driving you, you can walk?
Right. Right. Oh my! With their clubs, I think that's the visual I can't get out of my head. It's carrying their clubs down the Eisenhower. That is so funny.
Thank
God they were safe. Let's just
right. And I'm going to tell you, they were safe because we saw them afterwards. So, and I think the mom was actually picking them up. So, but yeah, so that made me laugh this week.
That is outrageous.
And it was just yesterday, and it the joy of taking an adventure.
I think it's great.
When you're 14, and when they told us they were freshmen, we were like, what? Well, and one of the kids goes, we were like, are you on the golf team there? And one of the kids goes, no. And my husband says to them, well, okay. And he goes, I'm on the cross country team. And the kid was, let's just say, kind of big. And my husband goes, hell no, you're not on the cross-country team.
Oh, my gosh.
But
That's hilarious.
Yeah, pure joy.
That is so awesome.
And now I put the fear of God in your
my gosh,
in your brain right
don't
now
make
because
any
that is the
poor
age
choices.
of your son.
Yes, that is exactly the age of my son. Don't make any poor choices.
And I thought of a lot of things that we used to do to go to Notre Dame high school football games.
Yeah.
Like how we got there.
Well,
and
last
we
night
were that age.
He had a hockey game. And that lasted. He didn't get home until like 7:30, but it was the last home game for the Dons for football. So he's like, I have to go. I have to be there.
Yeah.
I think they got beat pretty bad.
Who'd they play?
Who did they play last night?
Here we go.
So this is my brain.
I know.
Yesterday, my daughter said that her friend invited her over for a sleepover on Sunday night.
Oh, welcome to that age.
I go on
middle
a school
sleepovers.
I said, on a school night?
Oh, yeah.
She goes, Mom, we don't have school on Monday. I was like, what? She goes, parent-teacher conferences.
Whoops.
It was at that moment
that you realized you did not even sign up.
I didn't even know. Peggy, I can't keep track. Everybody has the different off days. We're at different schools. We're on different calendars. I can't. Cash was off yesterday. I don't know why.
Oh, gosh.
She's off on Monday.
Oh no. Oh,
anyway,
no. You know that I did last week after our one of our listeners, Jim, put on social media, Peggy, you need to go into your recurring calendar and put down Dionne's birthday
on your anniversary.
On your anniversary. And so I did. And then I put on there recurs every year. So I think you need to go put in your calendar.
Oh my gosh. Well, what I do is I'm like a physically write it down kind of person. Like I love to buy a new day planner at the beginning of every year. Like it's just my thing. But I never look at it, right? So like I write things down and then I will commit to stuff. And then I'll look at the calendar and be like, no, I clearly cannot do that. It's right there in front of me.
Yeah.
But then we have 2 different hockey schedules. We have the cheer schedule. We have like when the dog has to go places and who's coming here and what's happening here. And it's just, I'm tired. It's just too much. It's just too much. I don't know.
There is some breaking news. Adam Schefter is now reporting that quarterback Lamar Jackson will miss his 3rd straight game Sunday, which is against the Bears due to that hamstring injury. He practiced all 3 days this week and was listed as questionable, but they have a quick turnaround. They have a Thursday night game against the Dolphins. So this is really... Can we have some celebration music, Hannah? Come on. This is like great news for the Bears. Lamar Jackson is out tomorrow against the Bears. We need we need the trumpets. We need the horns. We need the sirens. Dun, 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 dun,
We're looking.
dun, 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 dun.
How about just bear down?
I mean, hello. This is amazing.
Incredible.
Bear down. Chicago Bears.
Do it, Peggy.
Lamar Jackson is out with injury.
Oh,
bear down. Chicago Bears. The Ravens quarterback will not be in the game. This is amazing news.
Yeah,
this is great news.
Now I'm trying to think of lines for the song. No, this is outrageous.
This is great news, and it's a great.
I'm wondering how quickly Vegas will change the spread.
Right,
6.5.
What was the 6.5?
They were 6.5 point underdogs.
Yep. So great news, breaking news from Adam Schefter that Lamar Jackson will miss the Bears game tomorrow, and wow, this is Bears 4 straight, looking for their 5th straight win. Third straight on the road could be. Wow. Let's do this. We have to take a break. This is a great transition into our Bears talk.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
I appreciate the breaking news. So Tyler Huntley will be the quarterback that the Bears defense will be going after tomorrow. We will talk about the Bears, the Ravens, all of that, and great breaking news from Adam Schefter when we come back.
You're listening to Peggy and Dionne on Chicago's home for sports. This
is ESPN Chicago.
The game is what Sundays are all about. We know what you need. Tailgate. Black and Abdallah's pregame tailgate. Sunday mornings at 8. Get ready for kickoff with Black and Abdallah and all your favorite football-loving ESPN Chicago fans. Black and Abdallah's pregame tailgate, Sunday morning at 8. Brought to you by Bradley University on ESPN Chicago.
It's going to be spooktacular fun when the Chicago Wolves take on the Manitoba Moose tonight at Allstate Arena.
The Wolves all over the Moose.
And you can join the Wolves for Halloween festivities, including trick-or-treating on the Allstate Arena concourse and more.
Halloween night here at the Allstate.
Halloween ticket packages can be purchased at ChicagoWolves.com. Get your tickets for the Chicago Wolves Halloween game tonight at Allstate Arena.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie. You ready to take your sports action to the next level? You need Circa Sports Illinois, the world's largest sports book now right at your fingertips. Circa does it the right way. High app limits, low holds, incredible customer service, and no bet fees. Ever. Other books might charge you to get you in the game, but not Circa. With Circa, every play is your play. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com. It's the only place I play. Got to be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Start updating your home today with Menards. We have what you need to give your bathroom a fresh, updated look. Shop Menards' great selection of bathroom products from American Standard. No matter the size of your bathroom, American Standard offers a superior line of toilets, faucets, sinks, and bathtubs. Complete your bathroom update today with American Standard. Plus, view our weekly flyer on Menards.com for more great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
hawkauto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696 and manage your diabetes as easy as...
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago.
Okay, we're all listening.
Now back to Peggy and Dionne.
This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne, where apparently we're having a small party. Now, I will say, I am not ready to jump that gun just yet. Let's let it all play out. It's good news for the Bears that Lamar Jackson will not play tomorrow in Baltimore. Let's just not get ahead of ourselves. That's all.
So the line just went down.
Oh my gosh. It was 6.5 this morning.
Literally, as we were talking about that breaking news, it went to 2.5 and then went back up to 3. I got it at 3, and then now it's back down to 2.5.
It's down to 1.5.
It's down to 1.5. Wow!
Keeps moving.
Wow!
And don't they say even a home game is worth 2.5, 3?
Yeah,
right.
It is.
Wow.
It is. Yeah,
that is something.
But also, their defense has not been great, which is so uncharacteristic. I think DeAndre Swift has another big game.
Well, he's banged up. Who is going to have the big game? Go back to Roma Dunze. Go back to their defense is awful.
I mean,
this is a Caleb game.
This is a Caleb game.
Caleb statement game.
It has to be. He has to complete. When the head coach is saying we need more completions, like good heavens to Betsy. Yes. Listen to me. Heavens to Betsy. I am an old woman. Holy Lord, no one talks like that. All right. Anyway, no, I'm with you guys. This is a Caleb game.
Adam Schefter says that despite practicing on Friday, Lamar Jackson just was not ready to play with a hamstring injury that sidelined him 2 previous games, especially with another game on a short week Thursday night in Miami.
It's huge.
Get ready for Snoop Huntley. Tyler Huntley will be the Ravens' starting quarterback. Snoop Huntley. That's an awful nickname.
It's really bad.
For a football player,
but the Bears,
you don't want to be Snoop.
Here's what
You don't want to be Snoop.
No.
Like, seriously.
No, you don't. Not ever.
Oh, that's a bad.
But the Bears are very shorthanded. They're down their corners. Kyler Gordon is out. Tyreek Stevenson is out. That's not good news. I don't think. I don't think.
I think it might mean a high-scoring game.
Right? Same.
For both sides. Like,
what's the over-under right now?
What is it? Did you see that, Aiden? Can you see what the...
It is 44.5.
Oh, wow. Wow.
And this is Snoop Huntley's first start this season because although Lamar's been out, they've been going with Cooper Rush.
You knew something was up when they signed Huntley to the 53-man roster yesterday.
Right.
So you knew that there must have been something that was going on that they knew.
And shout out Courtney Cronin. She's been on this. She's been consistently saying, like, I don't think Lamar's going to play. I don't think Lamar's going to play. And everybody's like, oh, yeah. But it turns out she was right. So,
No
wow.
kidding.
And that's funny because I'm looking at my notes and how it right off of the Ravens website, it said Lamar Jackson expected to return. When I
Did
was
it really?
Yes, when I was doing my stories from yesterday. Yeah. Wow.
Take the over on that, I think.
You think so?
Ravens defense is giving up a league worst 32.3 points a game.
Listen to their rankings on defense.
Okay.
Their total defense is 30th in the league. They give up 380 yards a game. Their rushing defense is 26th in the league, giving up 134 yards on the ground. Their pass defense is 28th in the league, giving up 246 yards in the air. Your point, like you said, the worst NFL defense giving up 32 points a game. Their third down defense is 27th in the league. And their red zone defense is 28th in the league.
Okay,
this is a get-right game for Caleb Williams and the passing game.
It has to be. It has to be. He needs to take that step. This is an opportunity. He needs to rise to the occasion. I can only chalk last week up to just short week, quick turnaround. That's all I can figure. I mean, he's missing guys. It was just off.
Yep.
So that needs to be better. That is what this week can really be about for him. Going on the road and doing this, sort of back in his hometown, sort of.
If he gets 3 passing touchdowns tomorrow,
Yeah.
Caleb Williams, that would be the most by a Bears quarterback in their first 2 seasons as a pro since the merger in 1970.
Do you think that'll be enough for Ben Johnson to take his shirt off and everyone to get free hot dogs at the Wiener Circle again?
Okay, here, can we talk about that for a second
Yes,
here?
can we, please?
Because do you really do that on the road? Do you do that in the visitors' locker room? I don't think so.
Do you do that? Period.
Yes.
That's the like. No, you don't.
It would have to be if I was Ben Johnson. Well, you and I don't do it.
No.
Like, can we just let's make that clear? We would never, ever do it. Okay.
In the words of Ben Johnson, no one would want that. Who wants that?
Who would want to see that?
Right.
Nobody.
Nobody.
But I think let me go on this schedule here for the Bears.
Okay.
I am
Clinching
thinking
a playoff. That would maybe be it.
You save that for something really, really big.
Correct.
At home.
Not week 8 against a shorthanded team.
Right.
When you're also shorthanded and you barely squeaking out other wins. Don't do that.
Do not bend and fold to the Wiener Circle. Because that would be way
words
too...
we never thought we would say ever.
You know what? The Wiener Circle is brilliant.
Brilliant.
Because Levy family, you are getting more attention and free marketing
Yeah.
that you do not have to pay for because of this.
Listen, I typically think the most brilliant strategist when it comes to these sorts of things is Taylor Swift. I feel like the Wiener Circle is slowly creeping up on her tail. This is very
the
brilliant
concept
marketing.
of Taylor Swift and the Wiener Circle being head to head in your brain is
That's
definitely
really what I thought.
Listen,
That's really what I thought.
Listen, if you're not from Chicago, the whole term Wiener Circle you might think it's just like a locker room thing.
That's what I'm saying. Imagine listening to this right now and you're not from Chicago. It's your first time tuning in.
You're in Baltimore and you're like, let's listen into what Chicago radio is talking about. What is this Wiener Circle they talk about?
Ben Johnson takes off his shirt for a Wiener Circle.
Oh my gosh. I love that we think that.
There are phrases we use when you go into a bar and it's filled with men. You might think Wiener Circle was one of them.
Yes, correct.
Yes,
right?
Yes.
But no, we are talking about a Chicago hot dog stand.
An institution, if you will. I mean.
Okay.
Oh, they're an institution.
Yeah.
Here is the Bears' schedule. At what point should Ben Johnson take off his shirt?
Give us a call, 312-332-3776.
Please do, because would it be after a win against the Ravens that puts them at 5-2? Would it be a potential win against the Bengals on the road, both of these two games, that would make them 6-2? Would it be, at home against the Cam Scatterbo Giants, and he took off his jersey on the field? Wasn't that like on Monday Night Football or
Thursday night?
Thursday Night Football?
Yeah.
Okay, there's a potential there. Or against the Vikings on the road, against the Steelers at home, at the Eagles on Prime, at Green Bay in December.
We said no, not on the road though, right?
But he loves
that.
He does love NFC North rivalry type of stuff.
He does.
Or do you wait to see the end of the season, Browns, Packers, 49ers, and maybe against the Lions here at Soldier Field when they end the regular season?
Or against the Packers at home.
Yeah. Packers at home, I think, would be.
I'm thinking, Ben, I think you hold it for the Lions.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
I think you hold it for the Lions, and start, add some. We're giving Ben Johnson, it's 2 months. We're giving him 2.5 months to get those abs in order. To start lifting a few more weights.
If perchance he is listening.
Or if Ben's wife is listening, I'm sure she's saying, hey, he looks pretty good with his shirt off already. But,
sure.
But you want to do it in the middle of a Midwest winter.
Yeah, that's a real flex, actually.
That's when you do it.
Yeah, correct.
So
in a snowstorm.
If they win in the snow, yeah.
I love that idea. Let's go to St. Charles. Len is on the phone lines. Hi, Len.
Hi, Len.
Hey, ladies. Love your show. Thanks a bunch. Here's a better suggestion. No one wants to see, other than his wife, Ben with his shirt off. So how about he leaves it on and just says, I'll pay for the hot dogs at Wiener Circle on Tuesday up to, $25,000.
Oh, my gosh. Well, why should he do that if they're already planning on doing it?
Well, but we don't want to see him take his shirt off.
True.
Leave it on.
Hey,
Just
Len,
pay for it.
I
You're
have a
rich
question
man.
for you.
You can do it. Now you're a people's coach.
This is we're getting into like Mike Ditka roller skates at the Minnesota Vikings. This is the kind of territory we're in right now.
Absolutely.
Len, do you ever walk? Do you have kids, first of all, Len?
No, they're all older.
Okay, but you do have kids?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever used to walk around the house with your shirt off?
Yes.
And what would they say to you?
Nothing.
Wow.
Now they probably think it was gross. Absolutely.
Because you're how old, Len?
Well, I'm 59 now, but even then they probably thought it was gross, but they didn't say anything.
Exactly, right? We have had this conversation, Dionne and I, about walking around the house without certain articles of clothing on.
What's amazing is anytime I do, I think of...
I know, this is getting...
I look out the windows and I'm like, oh, shoot.
I did this. I was running. I knew nobody was home. And I knew my daughter had something in her room of mine.
Yeah.
And so I ran out without some clothes on.
Yeah.
And as I was doing it, I was thinking about you laughing. I'm like, how we will forever think of each other when we are walking around naked. But I had another friend of mine tell me this week that she walks around her house naked when she knows that no one's home.
Right.
I realized when I was walking into my daughter's bedroom that our neighbors have windows
like
right at
that line
our
up
stairway. But I don't know what room in their house that their
to.
windows go to. You know, and
of course.
And so I was like, kind of like, you're gonna laugh when I say
The
this.
look on your face. I don't know what she's going to say next, everyone. I'm on the edge of my own seat.
The palms of my hands. As if they're big enough to cover.
Oh, A for effort, Peggy. I'm really proud of you.
And all I could think about is, what am I doing? Honestly, what am I doing?
Oh my gosh, I've already taken one of my teeny tiny workout towels and tried to hold it strategically. Oh my gosh.
If the walls could talk.
Right?
If the walls could talk, right?
Sakes.
Oh my gosh. When we come back, let's hear we'll hear what Ben Johnson did have to say about taking his shirt off. It's Peggy and Dionne, ESPN 1000.
Peggy and Dionne on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
We've been cleared for departure.
Sunday, the Bears are headed east, taking on the most dangerous 1-5 team in the league. Lamar Jackson returns from injury, looking to lead his Ravens back into contention. Hi, everybody, it's Jeff Joniak, along with Tom Thayer and Jason McKee. We bring you the call starting at noon, plus a full day of coverage surrounding the game. From pregame tailgate at 8 to postgame into the evening, this is the place to be on Sunday. Brought to you in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. It's Bears and Ravens, live from Baltimore. Kickoff Sunday at noon on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
It's fall again, and that means football, falling leaves, cozy fires, and, of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. Whether you want a whole new look for the season or just a trim on a cut you already love, the skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to bring it to life for less. With convenient online check-in, you can add your name to the list and stop in whenever it works for you. They'll even send you a ready next text when you're up next for a haircut, so you can get all of your fall errands done rather than waiting in the salon. Once your cut is finished, the friendly stylists at Great Clips will save the details in clip notes so you can get the look you love every time you come in. And the best part? Great Clips' everyday affordable prices means you'll have money left over for fall fun as well. Look your greatest for the new season. Download the app and get into your local Great Clips salon for a fresh fall haircut today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Do you ever scream at your screen when your 5G internet freezes? It's the worst! So why not switch to Astound? Wi-Fi that just works. With Astound Wi-Fi, you'll rage less, buffer less, and live more. Lock in gig speed Wi-Fi for just $35 a month, guaranteed for 3 years. Plus, get up to a $200 Amazon gift card. Astound Wi-Fi, it just works. Visit astound.com today.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry. Promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training, Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on twitch.tv or the Twitch app. Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne.
On ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Another very appropriate song. Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne. Somebody's always watching. Always watching. We are continuing to...
I just got it.
We are continuing to...
you are good.
She's really on it today.
Was not even thinking.
We're continuing to discuss the fact that Lamar Jackson has been ruled out for Sunday's game against the Bears, which gives them a great chance to extend this winning streak to 5 games, which would be their longest since 2017. I made that up off the top of my head. Is it 18? It's not 18.
I haven't.
I had it. I know. And it's probably somewhere in this day planner where I write things down and never look at them.
And by the way, everyone, she did look in her day planner for Monday, and sure enough, it says...
No, it has no school. Yeah, it's sure. There it is. Yeah. Right there.
You're right. 2018. Fifth straight.
Yeah.
Win would be their 5th straight, longest for the Bears since 2018.
And you know what other research I did last week? That not since 1944 have they started 0-2 and gone unbeaten in at least 5 games. That year they did 5, but one of them was a tie, and they bounced back from that. So this would be somewhat historic for them to continue this trend. It's going to be difficult. They've got a lot of next man up defensively in the secondary, and that is going to be interesting, even against Tyler Huntley, who will start for the Ravens tomorrow. And the Ravens this is desperation mode for them. I mean, their season. I heard John Harbaugh say he still believes they can make their way back to the playoffs. I mean, their chances of beating the Bears without Lamar Jackson are slim. They are 4-12 in his absence. And we just told you what their defense is doing. Now, Roquan Smith is back. That will give them some juice. He obviously has feelings about the Bears, so that will be a little bit extra.
But he's also coming back from injury.
He is, and even before he went out, they weren't doing anything impressive defensively.
I don't feel like I know that Roquan, I mean, he's all pro. Mm-hmm. I don't know that he is going to affect the game as much. He's going to have 13 tackles. Mm-hmm. He's going to be all over the place.
Yeah.
He is going to try to stop the Bears' running game. I think that's what, there's no doubt about it. Little revenge factor in his mind.
Absolutely.
He's going to go after the quarterback. But he has 5 sacks this year. He missed the last 2 games. I don't know that he is going to change the game that much.
No,
because
probably
I
not.
think if the Bears' passing game gets fixed in this game, Roquan is a
non-factor. Right.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah.
And I do think also it depends on where they're at in the game, right? Like if they jump out to an early lead, which would be lovely for them moving forward, then they can that would be lovely. Then they can kind of control how they attack from there on out, right? So, and they might. You got to believe that the Ravens are defeated by this news too.
Yeah.
Although they probably knew. I mean, Lamar was limited on Wednesday and Thursday, full participant yesterday. He was the only one on the injury report with any sort of designation. Went from questionable to out now.
That's
so
amazing.
They do expect him to start against the Dolphins on Thursday night. But I feel like they could have beaten the Dolphins. I feel like you and I could maybe beat the Dolphins. I mean, they're just a disaster.
Well, maybe they're just looking at AFC games. Like that's what's more important to them.
That's a good point.
Not an NFC matchup. But
there was no chance they were going to let him play 2 games in 5 days or 6 days or whatever it is, coming back from injury. There was no way that was going to happen anyway. So I'm just surprised they went this route, but maybe that's where they feel he's at. I feel like hearing from John Harbaugh yesterday, it sounded like they were ready for him to come back, but it was up to him to say whether he was ready to come back.
Let's hear that sound from John Harbaugh on yesterday when he was asked, and the reporters kept asking him. They were peppering him a little bit about Lamar Jackson, and this is what he had to say.
I know this. He practiced today, full practice today, so that was good. And we'll see where we're at going forward.
Or a group decision?
We'll see where it's at going forward.
I'm more interested in.
I mean, everybody's involved in the decision. Always. It's never the doctors are involved. Every part's involved.
Are you kind of more interested in what he could be on Sunday as opposed to what he showed you guys this week?
I just think we're going to talk about it as we go and figure out what we got to do to try to win the game. I mean, that's really what we're going to try to do. You know, what's our best opportunity to win the football game on Sunday? Where does everybody stand, including number 8, Lamar, and anybody else? And that's just how it goes. And you do your best. And really, you could, I'm sure, when we do talk about it at length, you know, but it's not really a public conversation. And we're going to try to put our best team out there and play our best.
Wow.
Watch him in practice. Is he moving and looking like Lamar?
Yeah, like I said, he practiced today fully, and that's what he did.
You guys signed Carl Lawson.
Appreciate the effort.
Oh, there you go. He's like, I appreciate the effort, though. Appreciate the effort with the questions. So, yeah, now Lamar Jackson is out for the Bears game tomorrow, and that's why we were celebrating. And the Wiener Circle actually had said if Ben Johnson takes off his shirt, it'll be free hot dogs once again. And this is what Ben Johnson had to say when asked about it at Hallis Hall.
You heard about the hot dog thing with you taking your shirt off?
That's been mentioned. It's a little disturbing. Why would we want to see that? Huh? Any comment?
No, why do you assume I'd have Are you interested in feeding people?
Well, yeah, I am.
Yeah, do you not want people to eat then?
I'm a man of the people, so time will tell.
Ben, think it out. Plan this accordingly.
Don't do anything out of sheer emotional reaction.
Right. It's like really saying I love you
before anyone's ready to accept it. Like, don't do that,
Don't
please.
do it. Don't do it before you're really ready to take on. Like, how are you going to, what's next? If you do that now, like, what would be next? So, yeah, let's think this through.
Okay, and also they cannot lose this game tomorrow now. Like, that can't happen.
Yeah, they can't
that'd be really bad.
That'd be awful.
Yeah, you lose to
That'd be
Taylor
awful.
Huntley. Like, that'd
almost
be bad.
as awful as hearing us say Wiener Circle
a million times in this show.
Like, this is awful.
Yeah,
like,
that would be really bad.
Saying Wiener Circle as often as we have had to say it. It's yeah. Anyways,
right.
Okay, we need to take another break. You guys, we have so much coming up. It is actually, you're not going to believe this, but next week is Halloween.
I do believe it, and it's
Halloween
freaking
next Friday.
me out.
Next Friday already. After the top of the hour, we are going to play a game called Scary Moments in Sports. You are going to want to play this game with us. We're going to give you a chance. We actually have Lou Malnati's gift cards to give out. So we are going to be giving them out. This is after the top of the hour, so you don't have to call in now, but we'll tell you when to call in. And it is called Scary Moments in Sports. Where did it happen? So we will play that. We have a lot more to come as well. Were the Bears actually trolling the Ravens on social media? Their timing is awfully questionable. We'll talk about that as well. Peggy and Dionne. ESPN.
You're listening to Peggy and Dionne on Chicago's home for sports. This is ESPN 1000.
Save big money on your bathroom upgrade at Menards. Tuscany creates thoughtfully designed bath fans that will align perfectly with your style while providing strong performance and near silent operation. They come equipped with a long-lasting dimmable LED light and come in a variety of styles to help your bathroom hit your fashion benchmark. Save big money on Tuscany bath fans. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yingling hotline.
Yingling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yingling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
Hey, it's Joe Aurelio, and it's time for Aurelio's Pizza, Chicagoland's oldest pizza chain since 1959. Indulge in our crispy thin crust, signature sauce, and 100% real mozzarella. Visit Aurelio'sPizza.com for the location nearest you. Aurelio's Pizza, it's a sauce.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as one day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
All right, guys, if you are looking to elevate your future and the future of your business, now is a great time to be Bolingbrook. Bolingbrook remains the most desirable Southwest suburban location to start or expand your business. Rated as the second most diverse suburb and the only community in Illinois to make Fortune's top 50 places to live. Bolingbrook offers something for every company. The Promenade, the Commons Shopping Plaza, freestanding locations, and 36 million square feet in the distribution corridor. Bolingbrook has the perfect space for you. Conveniently located off I-55 and I-355, it's the home of over 50 corporate headquarters already. So come and experience the warmth, the friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself. Visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more and join us and be Bolingbrook.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne on 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
Wow, I'm having a day. I just literally was like, where are my headphones? They were around my neck. Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne. We are getting you through this last Saturday of October, which can only mean that we are moments from Halloween.
Your favorite holiday.
Okay, now let me just explain. I was not allowed to participate in Halloween.
I do remember that.
Because
for religious reasons.
If Satan got a foothold in my heart when I picked up that candy, no telling where I'd be. Apparently, that was the reason. I have no idea. My parents may have overthought that a little bit.
A little bit.
Oh, but it was okay for me to dress up like Esther from the Bible and go to church and get candy. Like, that was okay. But how is that different than going to my neighbor's house?
Wait a second. You could have picked anyone from the Bible to dress up like Michael the Archangel.
Well,
right?
Esther was a queen, okay?
So maybe Mother Mary.
True that too.
Maybe one of the three wise men when Jesus was born. Well, you picked Esther.
She's a queen. Queen Esther. It's fine.
You don't like that? I don't know who Esther is.
Esther's Old Testament. She has a whole book. A whole book just for her.
Is this Amish?
No, it's not Amish. It's the Bible. It's fine. Anyway, I don't hate Halloween. I just never participated.
So if you dressed up like a queen, people don't think you're like the Queen Mother Mary? They think you're Esther?
I don't know. I used it as an example. You're really pinning me in a corner right now. I used it as an example for the quote-unquote church fall festival I was allowed to go to, but not trick-or-treating.
Yeah.
And it doesn't mean I hate Halloween. I mean, the night in my neighborhood is second to none. I cannot wait. Friday night's going to be so much fun. And it's a Friday night.
Celebrated in Chicago, unlike anywhere else in the country.
It is so much fun. I have a dear friend who I'm sure she sends out legit Evites to this party, but it is her whole block, and the entire neighborhood stops by at some point. It is pure joy. The whole night is pure joy. I'm very excited about it.
I stopped by my sister-in-law's house, she lives in Wheaton, and she had two skeletons sitting at their outdoor furniture table. And I just thought it was so funny and it was so awesome. I texted my daughter and I said, all right, let's get the Halloween decorations out, because we used to always decorate for Halloween.
Yeah.
And like the last 2 years when the boys weren't home, and I was like, oh, my poor daughter, she got like the worst of it. Like I don't cook anymore. I don't decorate for
child. Yeah.
So she's like, yes, let's do it. So we go in the garage and we pull out all the decorations, and half of them are crap.
Yeah.
And so we're like throwing stuff out. We got halfway through decorating, and she goes inside. I'm like, what are you doing? Where are you going?
Yeah.
Wait. Where are you going?
We're not done.
Yeah. And we were hanging there. We had these, it's like a clothesline that goes from a tree to the front door, and there's a ghost on it.
Oh, I love it.
And so it goes back and forth. And so it's super fun. And I was like, wait, what are you doing? We're not done. And she's like, yeah, I'm done. No. No, this stuff is not going to just lay here sitting out without us finished. So I finished
Of course
decorating.
you did. Of course you did.
And then we made her go online on Amazon and get 2 skeletons. And I said, oh my gosh, this was so fun because your aunt has it sitting at the table. And so my husband gets it. He goes, I couldn't figure out how to put them together. I had to take them to work and ask some employees, like, does anyone know how to do this? And so some guys at work put it together. And then we bring them home and we put them in jerseys. And they're sitting at the front, our front porch. One is, who was the former TCU quarterback? He was actually with the Bears for a year. And red hair. And former Bengals quarterback as well. Anyways, we have his jersey. And so one skeleton has his TCU jersey, and the other one has a Bears jersey of a late quarterback, which I did not think it was very nice or funny that my husband put him in it. But so we have 2 skeletons in football jerseys. And I was like, oh my gosh, we are so creative. Look at this. These are so great. Those skeletons are everywhere.
Are they everywhere?
Oh, you see them everywhere.
Oh, that's
Everyone's
hilarious.
got them. And everyone has the same idea. Put them in a chair.
Right.
In your furniture.
Yeah, totally. I have, I bought mums this week, and I'm doing everything I can to keep them alive. I'm really, I'm on a schedule with watering. I'm really bad at this, so I'm trying to keep, because it looks so pretty. But we have one Halloween inflatable. This will not surprise you.
I gave it to you.
Yeah, you did.
Last
you did.
year.
Yeah.
It's Mickey Mouse.
Mickey Mouse. We have a Mickey Mouse ghost.
And it's actually lasting?
Yeah, no, we still have it.
Good.
And then you also gave me the
Christmas one. Oh, I gave you a Christmas one.
I think I sent you because I chased down the ghost at Lowe's. I made the worker climb a ladder and get the display one because there was none in the box.
Okay. I would pay them for any display of anything that's already put together.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Because everything you have to put together now.
Everything, yes.
I would gladly pay extra for any display of anything. Table, chair, lawn thing. But the lawn things, they get blown away now.
They do.
Right?
They totally get blown away.
They don't really last very long.
I remember I had Christmas inflatables one year, and I took them down, and we had a snowstorm, and I forgot they were even under all the snow. When it all melted, I was like, "What is this?"
Look at that.
Oh, look at that. Whoops. To the surprise of no one listening, my goodness, I can't keep anything straight.
All right, we have to take a break. When we come back, we will hear from Ben Johnson. No, we already did. We heard from Ben Johnson on taking his shirt off. We will hear that social media post that the Bears put up that some in Baltimore are taking it as trolling the Ravens because the Ravens took away all the fun out of the Ravens locker room. Listen, it's social media now. This is what the teams do.
Yeah.
They troll each other. It just happened to be very good timing on the Bears' part. We'll talk about that when we come back. We also have scary moments in sports. Where did it happen? All of that and more on Peggy and Dionne, ESPN 1000.
More Peggy and Dionne coming up
On Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Do not, and I mean you, do not miss the Cap and J Hood Show, now morning 6 to 9 on ESPN Chicago. But you're busy. Things happen. We get it. If you have to miss it, you can always listen to the podcast on your time. Find it on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you go to pod. It's brought to you by Republic Bank.
Dear Friday, Toyota says let's put good times in gear with the Tundra, Tacoma, and 4Runner. Want some cool available features? We've got power tailgates to power game days and a trailer backup guide that's the champ of the ramp. Heck, we might even cancel Monday. Toyota Trucks. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota. Let's go places.
You've heard their name around town, Costa Iavoni. And I'm talking with personal injury attorneys Julio Costa and Anthony Iavoni. You guys have built a serious rep in Chicago. What's the playbook?
We grew up here. Southside baseball games in the summer.
Football battles on Sundays in the fall.
We know the city, and we fight hard for the people in it.
Exactly. We recognize that our clients are the same people we see in the stands with us at those games.
That's what being local is all about. We get you.
Costa Iavoni, your local personal injury lawyers at 708-4million.
Hey, it's Cap. My friends at Automatic are celebrating 80 years of making Chicagoland homes and businesses comfortable. To celebrate their 80th anniversary, Automatic's residential team is giving you $800 off any furnace and AC replacement now through the end of October. It's a great opportunity for Chicagoland homeowners to make sure their home is comfortable. Don't wait for your system to fail. Call the pros you can trust, the best in the business. Go to Automatic.com.
Our local hospitals are the heartbeat of our communities, delivering critical care every hour of every day for everyone, training the next generation of caregivers. Beyond the walls, their benefit to the community is everywhere, driving the local economy and supporting local organizations, initiatives, and neighbors. Illinois Hospitals, healing communities. Learn more at team-iha.org. Sponsored by the Illinois Health and Hospital Association. Aired in cooperation with the Illinois Broadcasters Association and this station.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Peggy, how old were your kids when they stopped dressing up for Halloween? Stella's still into it, right?
Yes. What did she say that they're going as this year? Because she ordered it. I could just go on Amazon and look.
Yeah.
She's a senior in high school and
Right.
they still. And the boys went through that phase of too cool.
Of course.
Like freshman and sophomore year. So they just threw on a jersey.
So I asked Cash, I said, what are you going to do for Halloween? He's like, Mom, I have a whole week. We'll figure it out.
Yeah. He's going to take
What does
something
that
out of his
mean?
closet.
Yeah, I guess.
He'll put a jersey on and put some eye black underneath his eyes or something like that.
Probably.
I used to do that with the kids when they would, the teenagers would come to the door. I'm like, what are you dressed as? If they didn't have a costume?
Yeah, if they didn't have a costume, yeah.
I'm like, what are you dressed as? Maybe that's why they stopped coming to my house. We got none last year.
None?
I already have wait until I should show you this picture of our friend, the candy that he bought. I'm not going to say his name.
Okay. Or give out his address.
Oh, I need my husband to send it. Did
he go way overboard?
Oh, I'm going to count. See if I have the picture.
Okay. So in our neighborhood, because I like to be out and about, I just set like a big trough on my front porch and say, please only take one or two. I'm sure that's not happening.
I know.
But I always come home to an empty bin.
Until you get to the end of the night, and you're like, oh my gosh, I don't want all this extra candy.
No, I know.
Please. And then you start emptying
loading
it
up.
into everybody's.
But they usually
I don't
are
have
pretty
his
good about
picture
it.
He sent a picture to my husband yesterday. I have to text my husband and ask him. Wonder if he sent it in our group chat. No, he didn't either. I would say if you have a table in your entryway, like a middle table, not a side table against the wall, but like a circular middle table in your entryway of your house. Picture that. Mm-hmm. I'm going to guess he had about 30 stacked boxes of full-size candy.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm guessing. It may be more.
Wow,
But this is a man that when you go to, he had a party at his house. They live in Glen Ellen. And he had a party at his house. And you know when you buy the toilet paper from Costco and it's just in those ginormous.
Yeah, so you can only get 35 of them
Exactly.
at once. Yeah.
He would have those stacked in his basement. And we'd be like, my God, how much toilet paper do you go through that you need all this toilet paper?
Right.
So he overbuys as it is, but apparently amidst all these beautiful homes in Glen Ellen, he's on a mission to be the house that people line up to go to.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Now I have to see if maybe I sent it to my daughter. Oh, I do. Here I have it.
Here. Oh, I'm going to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Oh, I'm way off. There's got to be 100.
What?
Look, I'm sending it to you right now.
Oh my gosh.
Uh-huh.
Does he really get that many people?
I'm telling you guys.
He must.
I'm going to have to count. Okay. Yeah, that was Twizzlers. One. I can't.
You guys, that's insane.
It's insane.
I've never
looks
seen
like
that much.
someone just made a delivery to their house. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 20.
Grocery store.
25 boxes of Butterfinger, 25 boxes of Skittles, 25 boxes of Twizzlers. Yeah. He's got to have, there's over 100 here.
I'm ashamed of my own self that I don't do.
There's got to be 200 here.
That's outrageous.
I know. And I already put my candy out in these 3 nice little, like, spider type of holders.
Oh, okay.
And I will guarantee you that they'll still be there on Saturday.
Really?
Yes, we last year, because we don't have kids that age.
Okay.
It's like they stopped coming to your house.
Is the weather supposed to be nice that night?
I don't know, but yeah. So now
Wow,
I just
that's
buy.
really
I just
sad.
buy what I like, and then I
Yeah.
just go through the cabinets now and go. Okay, we have 100. We have 100 granola bars here. I'm taking half of them. You know, we have 100 little bags of gummies. You know,
I like
not
to,
those gummies.
I
The other
know.
ones.
What you're
that would be
talking
bad. You mentioned that.
I like to bring the extra candy to work and share that way, or to take it to Hallis
Yeah,
Hall.
take it
A
to
lot of
Hallis
people do
Hall.
that, Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just going to say there's not enough dark chocolate candy anymore.
Oh, I love dark chocolate.
Me too.
It's my favorite.
Can we please have dark chocolate Reese's?
Yeah. Oh, that would
Like
be really good.
that?
I just like a special dark Hershey's. That's just so delicious.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Just simple
like
Hershey's?
Very simple.
That's what my daughter asked for too.
Yeah, I like that.
Wow.
But I also like Tootsie Rolls, which I've been told that Tootsie Rolls should be ashamed of themselves. They're not chocolate. They're not caramel. Like, what are they?
We don't know.
We don't know, but I like them.
Speaking of candy,
Yeah.
Snickers and the Bears did a little promotion, and they did a photo shoot months ago during, I think they said it was during training camp or during the preseason.
Yeah.
And I know, Hannah, we have this. It's a little hard. It doesn't play great on radio, but the Bears, it's Tremaine Edmonds and TJ Edwards. And basically what they are doing is they're playing various games around Hallis Hall, like Pop-A-Shot, ping pong. You know, think about game room type of games. And they go around and they are playing these games. And this was a promotion for Snickers, but maybe the Bears didn't like post it because TJ Edwards has been out, but they just posted it this week. Take a listen.
What's up, man? You know what time it is. Yeah. You know what I do. Watch this thing. Man, where you at? Come on. Hey! You better start trying me, my boy. Easy, bro. Hold up. Get down. It's like I got you. Round 2. Let's go.
They're playing each other in all these games,
Yes.
right?
A Pop-A-Shot,
and then at the end,
ping pong,
you
all those
see
things.
Snickers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, coincidentally, after the Ravens fell to 1-5, they removed several of their recreational items from the locker room, including the ping pong table, video game consoles, a basketball hoop, and cornhole. The decision, according to the Baltimore Sun, was made to emphasize focus and accountability during a difficult stretch of the season. So what do the Bears do this week when they're playing the Ravens? They posted their video
of them playing those games.
TJ Edwards and Tremaine Edmonds playing all the locker room games that pretty much got taken away from the Ravens locker room.
Did Harbaugh say that it was the player's idea to remove them, though? I feel like I heard that.
Doesn't matter.
It's still
They're basically trolling them, saying,
probably.
look what we still have in our locker room.
It was strategic.
Totally was.
Yeah. I think
Totally.
everything they do is intentional.
Yes. So Baltimore is taking offense to it. They're offended.
They're offended
that the Bears. Listen,
their feelings are very hurt right now. They're 1-5.
They're 1-5. That is the least of your problems.
Right.
That the Bears are playing with their video games.
If that is getting them up, and like the Bears should be able to win a game like this, right?
You know what is getting them up playing the Bears? Roquan Smith thinking about his days as a Bear when he was a former draft pick and well on his way to a great career until negotiations fell apart with new GM Ryan Poles.
I'm excited about the matchup for sure. Haven't gotten a chance to play Chicago since I've been here. Grateful for all of my time in Chicago. A lot of amazing people over there. Got a tremendous amount of respect. But obviously, it's the team that's on the schedule, and every team on the schedule has to get dealt with accordingly. And you have to be the best version of yourself week in and week out. And it happened to be the Bears. So obviously, I have probably a lot of friends and family and stuff that'll be in. But it's about me doing my job to the best of my ability and showing the world exactly who I am.
Roquan Smith ended up getting a $100 million contract from the Ravens, including $45 million guaranteed. The highest off-ball linebacker at the time, and that was the whole argument that Ryan Poles had, was that we don't pay off-ball linebackers. They pay the linebackers who are in a 3-4 system that are getting sacks and getting after the quarterback. He, since leaving the Bears, All-Pro last 3 years.
Yeah, for sure.
All-Pro, not Pro Bowl, All-Pro. All-Pro. 432 tackles since being traded to the Ravens, 5 sacks, 20 tackles for loss, 3 interceptions, and 15 passes defended.
Wow.
So, yeah. Yeah, maybe he might make a little bit of a difference tomorrow, but I don't know if it's going to be game-changing.
Do you remember when he requested a trade? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Weren't we at Family Fest at Soldier? I was at Soldier Field, and I remember watching. Ryan Poles was doing his pacing around the field, and that news broke. And I remember that so vividly, like what is going to happen here? And then he ended up being traded around this time, right?
It was around this time, and if you remember, he didn't have your regular NFL agent.
You're right. That's right.
So he was represented by that guy who was like a representative. And then we all were like, what is this?
What is that? Yeah, who would this be? Right.
And how do you deal with this? And well, little did we know that it's a little bit of a trend that is still happening with players that have, like Caleb Williams.
Yeah.
Does not have your
traditional
typical
agent. Yeah.
But yeah, isn't that, that's crazy. Mm-hmm. That's crazy.
He's going to be highly motivated. I still feel like this. I mean, I know the Bears have such a better chance without Lamar Jackson in there. I just let's just stay focused on it, right? Like, don't get ahead of yourselves. Like, really, because even I think Ben Johnson knows the defense has been outstanding. I don't know if they can continue to take the ball away at the clip that they are at right now, but the passing game has been disconnected. Like, that was disconnected on Sunday, and that needs to take a giant step forward. And I think even like Ben Johnson is tempering his enthusiasm. You could tell. I love how animated he is in the locker room, but man, when he was at the podium last week, it sounded like they lost, Peg. It sounded like, I think he felt like the offense took a step back.
Yeah. Yeah. It's really, the other thing I was thinking listening to Roquan Smith, he sounds so much more mature than when he was with the Bears.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's
Do you
just gonna
remember
happen.
when he had, he was out, he missed some games for personal reasons, and it was health related. There were some reports that it may have been mental health related, and that the Bears had not been in this type of situation, so they were learning how to deal with something. Reportedly, that's what was coming out at the time, and they really invested a lot of resources into helping Roquan Smith through something that was deemed a very personal and difficult time for him. And he grew up with the Bears. He grew up
totally
with this team, and then went and got paid by Baltimore. So it'll be interesting. He definitely, this has been circled. He returns after 2 games off due to injury as well. So that'll be interesting. Let's do this. When we come back, Hannah, let's play our game. Okay? Let's play Scary Moments in Sports. And we are going to give you an opportunity to win. That's right. You are going to win some Lou Malnati's gift cards. You'll get a Lou Malnati gift cards if you can correctly guess where did it happen. Scary Moments in Sports will give you the situation, the game, what happened. You have to tell us where did it happen. And if you correctly guess, you will get a Lou's gift card. 312-332-3776. It's Scary Moments in Sports coming up next.
This is Peggy and Dionne. ESPN Chicago on FM 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 delivers expert roofing and waterproofing across Chicago. Their trained professionals lead in solar, green, and garden systems. For trusted contractors and top quality service, visit ChicagoRoofingContractors.org. That's ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
At People's Bank, earning $400 cash has never been easier. Open a new checking account online, complete a few simple steps, and they'll deposit $400 right into your account. Move towards your goals faster with the checking account that fits your life.
$400 cash incentive is available to new checking account customers who open an eligible account online, enroll in e-statements, and receive qualifying direct deposits totaling $1,000 or more within 90 days. Limited to one account per customer. Other terms and conditions apply. Visit ibankpeoples.com/new/checking/account/offer for details. Member FDIC.
Hi, I'm Michael from the Warren Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
Remember when they used to ask, what do you want to be when you grow up? At Bank of America, we ask every day, what would you like the power to do? When you work here, you help build businesses, inspire communities, and forge legacies. And now we've raised our U.S. minimum wage to $25 an hour. So the opportunity to do more also comes with competitive pay. Learn more at bankofamerica.com/25. Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
At AT&T, we guarantee our network so you can talk college football with your BFF while taking Buster to the vet.
Hey, yeah, I can't believe he ate the whole thing of chicken wings.
And I can't believe we're staging a comeback. Touchdown!
Yes!
Yes!
Staying connected matters. That's why in the rare event of a network outage, you'll automatically get a bill credit for a full day's service. For wireless downtime lasting 60 minutes or more caused by a single incident impacting 10 or more towers, must be connected to impacted tower at onset of outage. Restrictions and exclusions apply. See att.com/guarantee for full details.
Hey, it's Kirk Herbstreit. On game day, great prep makes all the difference. Same goes for your pizza. That's why I go with Frigidaire Stone-Baked Pizza Oven. Fresh pizzas go from dough to done in just 2 minutes.
Whether you're throwing a party or squeezing in dinner between plays, this oven delivers hot, crispy, restaurant-quality pizza right from your kitchen. Only from Frigidaire. Game-ready pizza. Get it today at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Are you tired of yelling at frozen screens and endless buffering? Switch to Astound. Reliable gig speed Wi-Fi for only $35 a month, price locked for 3 years. Plus, get up to $200 Amazon gift card when you sign up today. Astound Wi-Fi, it just works.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne on 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne. We are about to play our game, Scary Moments game. What are we calling it, Peg?
Scary Moments in Sports.
Scary Moments in Sports. If you would like to participate in our game, she just said what you win, and I don't remember.
Lou Malnati's
gift card. Duh.
A gift card.
Duh.
Lou Malnati's, yes.
312.
You get to do your own trick-or-treating here on Peggy and Dionne.
There you go. 312-332-3776 if you would like to participate in our Scary Moments in Sports game that we are about to begin.
Okay, let's start out in Burr Ridge. Carlos, you are first up. Hi, Carlos.
Hey, how's it going, ladies?
Fantastic.
Great. I'm glad to be on the show. I love you guys so much.
Thank you.
We appreciate you very much. Let's start with our first scary moment, okay? And It was actually, Carlos, it was 32 years ago in 1993. Monica Seles was the top-ranked women's tennis player in the world, playing a quarterfinal match against Magdalena Maleva when a fan stabbed her in the back during a changeover of a match. It was a deranged fan of tennis player Steffi Graf who used a butcher's hunting knife. Monica Seles was stabbed 1993. Where, Carlos, did it happen?
This sounds like something that wouldn't happen in the States, so I'm going to say Europe, maybe in the French, like that. I'm not real familiar with tennis, so I'm going to take a wild guess to say France.
Okay, let's listen to the audio.
Spielzählig. Zählig führt mit 4-3, 4-3.
Oh my God.
That was so scary.
Isn't that crazy?
That's so scary.
That was when Monica Seles was stabbed on the changeover after she won the game, and then they change over, and she's sitting down, and a fan came rushing down and stabbed her in the back. Carlos, your answer is?
Geez, France?
Oh, I'm so sorry, Carlos. It's not France. Let's go to Ken in Aurora, Colorado, and say, Ken, you heard the story of Monica Seles, 1993. Scary moment in sports. Where did it happen?
It happened, oh dear Lord, I know this too. It was a German guy that did it. Was it at Wimbledon?
No, you don't have to say the event. You can just tell me where, the place that it happened. Like you're so close.
You're so close.
You're so close.
Oh,
like what country did it happen in?
Oh, it happened in England.
Oh no, Ken! It's
But you said I was close.
You were close. You were close, Ken. I'm sorry.
You were so
Let's go to
close.
Lockport and see if Mike knows. Hi, Mike. Do you know where this scary moment happened when Monica Seles was stabbed on the changeover of a tennis match?
I suck at geography. This is not good.
It's okay. It's okay.
How's your Google skills?
I'm kind of driving, so not so good right now.
Did you hear the audio? Did that give you any indication?
No, not really. I'm going to say France.
I'm so sorry, Mike. It's not. Oh, Mike, Carlos, and Ken, they're off the board. All right, we're going to try one more person. Let's go to Jim in Tinley Park. Jim, do you need to hear the grunting and the shrieking from Monica Seles?
It's very scary.
To help you understand this scary moment in sports and where it happened.
I think the scary moment happened in Germany.
Yes.
You are correct, Jim. Hold on the phone lines.
Jim. Stay on the
You
line.
are going to win a Lou Malnati's gift card.
Congratulations.
Let's go. Kelly's up next in Chicago. Do you want to read the next one for Kelly?
Sure. Hi, Kelly. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. Okay. Here we go. In January 1994, American Olympic figure skater Nancy Kerrigan was assaulted on the knee by Shane Stant wielding a baton. He attacked her as she exited the ice after a performance at the U.S. Figure Skating Championships before the Lillehammer Olympics by an accomplice of Tanya Harding's husband. Where did it happen?
Let's listen in.
Detroit.
I don't know, something really, really hard.
Wait, Frank, went down that way. He's a white guy, tall, leather jacket. All they know is a tall white guy with a leather jacket on.
Oh, I never thought we'd ever find that. Why from Nancy Kerrigan. That's from Intersport Video, by the way.
It makes me so sad. Kelly did have the correct answer. Go ahead and say it again so we can hear you.
Sounds like Detroit.
Yes, correct. It did happen in Detroit before the Olympics in Norway. Congratulations,
job, Kelly.
Kelly. Stay on the line. We'll get your information to make sure you get your gift card. Thank you so much for playing.
All right, let's keep going on the phone lines. Ron is in Orland Park. Ron, are you ready for scary moments in sports?
Yes, ladies. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Fantastic.
Excellent.
Let me set the stage for you, Ron.
All
In
right.
2004, a brawl broke out between NBA players and fans after a hard foul with Ben Wallace and Ron Artest. Players were pushing and shoving. Artest was lying on the scorer's table, trying to stay out of the fray. He even put on the headsets with the Indiana broadcast team when all of a sudden, there goes Artest after a fan who had thrown a drink on him. More punches were thrown. Now in the stands, a melee breaks out. Where did it happen? Let's listen in.
Lays it up, no, but we do have a whistle. A foul. Ben just went after our test. Oh, that's not we got trouble right here in the Motor City. We got big trouble here in the Motor City. That's not good for Ben. And Derek Coleman has left the bench. That's going to be a suspension. There goes Ben Wallace again. There goes our test up into the crowd. He's absolutely out of his mind. And Steven Jackson slugging people in the crowd here. The whole Indiana team is in the crowd. And now the Pistons are coming over. This is not good for the NBA or for Detroit. This is the ugliest scene you'll ever see. Shea has to get out of the stands. What in the world is going on here? There's a fight down the other end right now. Ben Wallace is on the floor.
It keeps going. This is crazy.
Well, the officials
I can still picture it.
Okay, let's bring it down. Ron, we gave you as many tips and answers as possible. Where did this happen?
That's the Malice at the Palace in Auburn Hills.
Yep, it sure
You're
is.
right.
It sure is. Congratulations. Stay on the line. We'll get your information. Peggy, I remember exactly where I was when that happened.
You do?
Yeah. I was at a bar in Burlington, Vermont. I was working. That's where I worked. And it was after work. And I remember we were at the Church Street Tavern and we watched it on TV.
Oh, my gosh.
It was outrageous.
Wow. Let's take a break. And when we come back, we have more. So you guys do not hang up. Luke, Scott, Danny, you guys may get a chance. We have 2 more gift cards to give out. So we are going to do that when we come back with more scary moments in sports.
Peggy and Dionne on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
The game is what Sundays are all about. We know what you need. Tailgate. Black and Abdallah's pregame tailgate tomorrow morning at 8. Get ready for kickoff with Black and Abdallah and all your favorite football-loving ESPN Chicago fans. Black and Abdallah's pregame tailgate tomorrow morning at 8. Brought to you by Bradley University on ESPN Chicago.
After seeing some hoops or pucks at the UC, let the CTA be your drive home. The number 19 United Center Express bus takes you from the arena to Union Station, Ogilvie, and Michigan Avenue for just $3. If you've ever waited for a ride share at the UC, you know it's awful. Take the CTA. Buses run express for an hour after each game and will take you to Metro stops and hotels along Michigan Avenue. At under $3, you've got more money for merch or food at the game. Find the CTA Express buses right outside the stadium.
Whatever happens today, take it on with a fresh cup of True Brew coffee. Now only $1 with True Rewards. True North Store's True Brew coffee is a hot, flavorful gourmet blend created from coffee beans from around the world. As a free True Rewards member, pick the size that is perfect for you and pay only $1. Don't have the True Rewards mobile app? Find it in the Apple or Google Play Store to download and save instantly. True North Convenience Stores. Fast, friendly, clean.
Ready to finish what you started? At North Park University in Chicago, transferring is seamless. Bring your credits and complete your intended major, or choose from 6 accelerated, fully online programs designed with working professionals in mind. The warm Christian community welcomes those from all faith backgrounds, and students graduate ready to lead in schools, communities, and beyond. You'll be supported every step of the way to thrive in your chosen career. Apply today at northpark.edu. North Park University, where faith, purpose, and career come together.
When it comes to looking sharp, I don't mess around. That's why I head to White Buffalo Barbershop. These guys aren't just barbers, they're artists. Whether it's a classic cut, a fresh fade, or a hot shave, They do it all with precision, and the vibe is top-notch, blending tradition with a modern twist. At White Buffalo, every cut is as unique as you are, born original, just like you.
White Buffalo Barbershop, born original. Now in LaGrange and Hinsdale. Visit whitebuffalobarbershop.com to book your appointment today.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago.
Okay, we're all listening.
Now back to Peggy and Dionne.
This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne, where we continue to play our game, Scary Moments in Sports History. Thank you for your patience on the line. Let's start with Luke in Frankfurt. Luke, are you ready to play our game this afternoon?
Yeah, how are we doing today?
We're good. We're good. Thank you so much for being patient and waiting on the line. Okay. Think clearly. Let me speak it clearly as well. 36 years ago, the 1989 World Series between the Giants and the A's, Game 3 delayed when an earthquake struck. The opening of the television broadcast was knocked out by the tremors. Pieces of the stadium came undone and the ballpark was evacuated. A deadly earthquake that killed 42 people, though no one at the ballpark game passed away. The series resumed on October 27th. Let's listen to the audio.
I think we may need his answer first because it might be in the audio.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where did this happen, Luke?
I would say San Fran.
Yes, correct. Okay, let's listen to the
in.
audio.
All right.
Second base, so the Oakland A's take. I'll tell you what, we're having an earth. Well, I don't know if we're on the air. We are in commercial, I guess. Yes, we hear you. I guess I don't hear a thing. I guess Dave Park. Well, I don't know if we're on the air or not, and I'm not sure I care at this particular moment, but we are. Well, folks, that's the greatest open in the history of television, bar none. Yes, it certainly did. We're still here. We are still, as we can tell, on the air, and I guess you are hearing us, even though we have no picture and no return audio, and we will be back, we hope, from San Francisco in just a moment.
Unbelievable. Congratulations, Luke. You are correct. That did happen at Candlestick Park in San Francisco. Stay on the line. We'll get your information and get you your Lou Malnati's gift card.
Think of all the great games that Al Michaels has called. Amazing. These games in history. Okay, let's go. Our last Lou Malnati's gift card is up for, let's see, Danny in Wheeling. Danny, would you like to play our game, Scary Moments in Sports?
Yeah, sure. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Okay, listen in, Danny. In 2013, the Super Bowl turned into a blackout. Ravens and 49ers, players and fans went into darkness after a Jacoby Jones touchdown when a power outage caused the lights to go out in half the stadium. The escalators stopped. Credit machines went out. Play was stopped for 34 minutes due to equipment failure near the stadium. Some say it was Beyonce's halftime show that had extravagant lighting and video effects putting too much pressure on the grid. Where did this scary moment in the Super Bowl happen?
That was the New Orleans Superdome, wasn't it?
Let's listen in.
Jacoby Jones, 8 yards deep, brings it out of the end zone. Left hash mark 10, 15, 20, shed the tackle, 30. Jacoby Jones midfield. He might, he could, he will go all the way. Jacoby Jones, 108 yards.
Why is the clock stop?
All of the lights on the 49ers side of the Superdome are out. You can only imagine the scramble officials are going through. This has lapsed into the surreal.
They're working on it now. They should have it up in 15 minutes. So if you want to let the benches know, NFL control 15 minutes.
I'm looking at the clock. I'm like, why does the clock stop? Why is the clock stopped? It stopped for it stopped on 13:22 for 5 seconds, and then all of a sudden everything went out.
It was 13:22. 20-minute delay.
20 minutes? Hey, I'm reminded of that Motown song. There ain't no mountain high enough, and there ain't no valley low enough, and there is nothing that's going to keep us from winning this championship. Not this and not nothing. We're going to win this game no matter how long it takes.
How the hell does this happen? This is just insane.
Only Jim Harbaugh could come up with a corny song in that moment to try to rally the troops, right?
That is so funny.
Danny, great job. You are correct. It was in New Orleans. Hang on the phone lines. You're going to win our Lou Malnati's gift card. Another funny moment when I was looking at that clip.
Yeah.
So that was the Harbaugh brothers going up against each other, the Ravens and the 49ers. And at one point during the delay, John Harbaugh goes running onto the field and is yelling, "Why is their coach in the huddle? He can't be in the huddle. Why is he their coach in the huddle?" He's talking about his brother.
Oh, that's hilarious. That is so funny.
I mean, everyone's just standing around, right? And so, here they had a 20-minute delay and everyone's standing around.
hilarious.
What? You can't go in the huddle. You can't go near your players because technically the game is going to restart at any moment.
They didn't know.
That was
funny.
crazy. But I thought that was a fitting one to end on with John Harbaugh and the Ravens in the Super Bowl against his brother and the 49ers. Good job, everybody, on our scary moments in sports.
We have...
This is breaking news.
Again?
Chicago's home for sports, ESPN 1000.
More breaking news, this time about the Bears. They have placed Kyler Gordon and Braxton Jones on injured reserve.
Oh, no.
Why can't Kyler Gordon stay healthy? Help me. Someone help me understand.
No, because he's slight.
And he plays so aggressive?
Yes.
He's
cannot
slight. Stay healthy. That is very disappointing. We knew he was out already. We knew he was out for this game.
Back for one game.
Back for one game. Now he's on IR.
Giving shadows of Brisker last year too, like how he couldn't stay healthy,
on the field.
And it sucks.
So Brisker is kind of on an island tomorrow because we're out of Tyreek Stevenson is out too.
Tyreek Stevenson is out. Kyler Gordon placed on IR. So this also explains with Braxton Jones.
Yeah.
Braxton Jones did he play last week?
I don't think so.
I don't think
he played only on special teams.
Oh, on special teams.
Okay.
On special teams with a knee injury.
Yeah. Wow. That's a
is
lot.
Shocking.
That is shocking.
But you know what? This is the NFL. You look across the league, there are so many players that are injured and big name players. Like, look at the number of quarterbacks. How many backup quarterbacks have played this year? And if you are just joining us, then the news earlier when we first came on the air was that Lamar Jackson will not play against the Bears tomorrow. Lamar Jackson is out. Wow. And now Kyler Gordon on. Oh, my goodness. That is not good.
That's not good. So refresh my memory. This is a minimum 4 games, right, when you're on IR?
I believe so. Or is it weeks?
Oh, right. Well, I mean, they're in this rhythm right now where it is 1 game a week. It's not anything different. So that would be 4 weeks. So he could be eligible to come off of IR. Where's Courtney when I need her? Right?
Player must miss a minimum of 4 games. You're right. It does not count. He does not count against the 53-man roster. After the 4 games, a player can be designated to return, opening the 21-day window, which is what happened with Austin Booker and Travis Homer.
So he would be eligible to come off for the game against the Steelers.
1, 2, 3.
The home game against the Steelers on November 23rd.
He's eligible to come back.
Week.
Right. Around
they would open
Thanksgiving.
That window. Yeah,
that's when it opens up. That's just too bad.
Such a bummer.
That is really too bad because that is when you really
You're playing a backup quarterback.
They
could have totally been getting after him.
Yeah, totally. I mean, the next 2 weeks you're playing a backup quarterback.
Right, like if you're going to miss games, at least it's the next 4 as opposed to the harder divisional stretch. But you never know. It's not like he just spent the last 4 weeks and then he was out. So you know.
So last week they basically had Nahshon Wright and Tyreek Stevenson. And when Tyreek got hurt, they put Kyler Gordon outside as a cornerback. And I believe Nick McLeod was moved into nickel. So now, are we talking about Nahshon Wright and Nick McLeod?
I think we might see Josh Blackwell in the secondary this week,
too. That is true. We might see Josh Blackwell out there.
Wow. Josh Blackwell and Jalen Jones. That is really something. Oh, boy. This is... Well, let's see. Let's see who is coached up better. You're given your opportunity. You get your one chance in the NFL, and sometimes you can make that into a career.
I will admit that I definitely like Josh Blackwell. I did an interview with him after he blocked that kick in Vegas and then before the game in DC, and I just find he does have this inner drive as an undrafted guy getting an opportunity. I think he would really step up to the plate in this moment. But obviously, you want Kyler Gordon out there in his 2 games that he was back for. He made a difference. He was flying around, had a sack last week.
Wow. Yeah. I wish these are the games that I wish when you're watching on TV, we had a better opportunity to see what the defensive formations that Dennis Allen comes up with. Does he go extra linebackers at that point instead of a dime defense? I would love to see what they end up doing using Josh Blackwell, Noah Sewell more. Wow. This is going to be interesting. But, boy, breaking news there were Kyler Gordon and Braxton Jones going on injured reserve for the Bears, and Lamar Jackson is already ruled out for the Ravens. Interesting stuff, Dionne.
It's very interesting.
Oh, my goodness.
Very, very interesting. And DeAndre Swift's listed as questionable. I think he'll play. He was last week, too, was he not?
Yeah, I believe he was last week.
I think the intention is that he will play. So, golly. Okay, so this is why, Peggy, like, let's let it unfold before we get all excited that no Lamar Jackson, but he hasn't been there, right? So they've had to start adjusting. They're coming back from a bye week. Their defense got a little bit healthier. The Bears have such a small margin for error.
Yeah.
This has to be the Caleb Get Right game. It has to be.
Wow. That is a huge blow. All 3 starting cornerbacks for the Bears are out. All 3. Kyler Gordon on injured reserve. Tyreek Stevenson is out. This is just, wow.
Game is about to be 70-60 Bears at this rate. I mean,
boy,
highest scoring game ever.
If Snoop Huntley could get a pass off, put your money on those receivers. I mean, oh my Lord.
Yeah, they're going to need to get a lot of pressure up front. Grady Jarrett is expected to return. He missed last game, so he was back on the practice field this week, fully participating, so that's good. Would expect Colston Loveland to have a good game with no Cole Kmet. He played well last week. I'd expect him to be involved.
I expect Zay Flowers to have a good game. He's on my fantasy team. I think I'm going to have to put him in.
Yeah, you are.
Come on.
I
mean, listen, it's at the expense of the Bears, but I'm not an idiot.
You got to do what you got to do.
A win is a win.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That is really rough. That's hard to see. But you know what? This is what Dennis Allen has dealt with all season with the defense. He has not had all starters for a single game, starting at the very, very beginning of the season. Wow. All right, let's take a break. We will wrap things up when we come back. But thank you, everyone, for playing our game, too.
That was good.
That was a lot of fun. I knew that Dionne would love it with her favorite holiday of Halloween and scary moments in sports. More to come here. Peggy and Dionne, ESPN 1000.
You're listening to Peggy and Dionne on Chicago's home for sports. This is ESPN 1000.
Tomorrow, the Bears are taking on the most dangerous 1-5 team in the league. Lamar Jackson returns from injury, looking to lead his Ravens back into contention. Hi, everybody. It's Jeff Joniak, along with Tom Thayer and Jason McKee. We bring you the call starting at noon, plus a full day of coverage surrounding the game. From pregame tailgate at 8 to postgame into the evening, this is the place to be on Sunday. Brought to you in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. It's Bears and Ravens, live from Baltimore. Kickoff tomorrow at noon on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Did you know that Fry the Coop is now using Vienna beef pickles on their epic chicken sandwiches?
Vienna beef sells pickles?
What, do you live under a rock? Yeah, Vienna beef is celebrating 100 years of selling pickles. Where have you been?
Right here.
Well, they are the bomb.com. Fry the Coop uses their zesty pickles, which are a sweet and spicy crinkle-cut pickle. When I tell you they are epic, they are epic. If you haven't tried Vienna beef pickles, do yourself a favor and head to Fry the Coop today.
At People's Bank, earning $400 cash has never been easier. Open a new checking account online, complete a few simple steps, and they'll deposit $400 right into your account. Move towards your goals faster with the checking account that fits your life.
$400 cash incentive is available to new checking account customers who open an eligible account online, enroll in e-statements, and receive qualifying direct deposits totaling $1,000 or more within 90 days. Limited to one account per customer. Other terms and conditions apply. Visit ibankpeoples.com/new/checking/account/offer for details. Member FDIC.
When your cat's mean, then your dog is too.
And it's hard to know what's fake or true.
Just raise a glass with a friend or two.
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
When the online trends keep getting worse,
And you lost your keys in the metaverse.
Now your right swipe just went left on you.
you tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
It's a crazy world, so what do?
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, hey.
Coach Saban here, and let me tell you, every second matters. Preparation is everything, and that's why I trust Kidde Smoke Alarms.
And as North America's #1 home fire safety brand, they're built to respond over 25% faster to smoke detection. Kidde helps protect what matters the most. Find it at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. #1 claim based on total household installations as of December 2023. 29% faster average smoke detection based on internal testing of smoldering wood fires for Kidde 9th edition versus leading competitor 8th edition products.
At AT&T, we guarantee our network so you can talk college football with your BFF while taking Buster to the vet.
Hey, yeah, I can't believe he ate the whole thing of chicken wings.
And I can't believe we're staging a comeback. Touchdown! Yes!
Staying connected matters. That's why in the rare event of a network outage, you'll automatically get a bill credit for a full day's service. For wireless downtime lasting 60 minutes or more caused by a single incident impacting 10 or more towers, must be connected to impacted tower at onset of outage. Restrictions and exclusions apply. See att.com/guarantee for full details.
Yep, that's me. I was on the hunt for a brand new car. You guys know this. I wanted something super special and luxurious, yet it had to be practical because I drive my children everywhere like an underpaid Uber driver. Unsure where to start, I decided to turn to my friends at Advantage Acura of Naperville, and they worked their magic to help me drive away in my perfect ride, the Acura MDX. From start to finish, the process was seamless and totally stress-free. I drove away in that brand new Acura, and it's sleek and high-tech, and it's super fun to drive. I actually love driving it, and the kids love riding in it. The team at Advantage Acura went above and beyond for me. They will do the same thing for you. So if you're in the market for a new car, head over to Advantage Acura of Naperville. Tell them Peggy and Dionne sent you, and they'll help you find your perfect match.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000.
This is Peggy and Dionne.
On Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Peggy, I don't know if you noticed driving. Well, you don't take the Edens coming in, do you?
I do not. I take the Eisenhower where York freshman golfers are walking.
Yes, you do. Things are free-flowing. Express lanes are open.
Finally?
Zip, zip, zip. I had a very respectable commute in today. It was about 17 minutes. That makes sense. It's 12 miles. I raise a glass to that construction crew that cleared all that out.
I'm glad you brought up raise a glass. You want to do a quick?
Let's do it.
Let's do a quick raise a glass because I have a little raise a glass too because I don't take the Edens, but girl, when there is any construction,
Let
it
me
is
tell
so
you.
frustrating. This has been a couple of years.
I
so.
have had to go south to go north many, many, many times. And I'm...
It is time to raise a glass.
Cheers. Love you guys.
Cheers. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'd raise your glasses.
So, however you say it.
Bottoms up.
Sláinte.
Skål.
Salute.
Chin chin.
L'chaim.
Cheers.
Make it profound.
To my big brother George, the richest man in town.
Let's raise a glass with Peggy and Dionne.
To a night we'll never remember, but the four of us will never forget.
Let's end the show with our favorite segment.
I know, right? So yes, I am raising my glass to the construction crew that cleared that out for my quick commute. I mean, hallelujah, that was great. They're still doing a little bit on that ramp to get north on Ontario, but you can use it now. We're making progress, people. We're making progress. This is all very, very good news. Who else am I raising my glass to today? I have several in my brain. I want to raise a glass to the Blue Jays, who took Game 1 of the World Series last night in dramatic fashion. I'm not kidding. During the end of the ALCS, I thought, which one of these teams is going to lose to the Dodgers? Oh, not so fast. Not so fast. Very impressed with the Blue Jays last night. That was a big win. Want to raise my glass to Matas Buzelis, who had a great start to the season on Wednesday night. And also, I'm raising a glass to the day of delivery people in our world. Thank God for same-day delivery. That's all I'm going to say. I literally saving my life these days. From my Target delivery to the DoorDash guy who's bringing me new sneakers today to Instacart. God bless you all. Cheers to you all. Thank you for saving my life this week. There we go.
I am raising my glass to Michael Jordan for paying it forward with his NBC appearance or appearances. Listen, it's one Mike Tirico interview that I think they're going to cut up and use the entire season long. But
probably.
I did not really realize why Michael decided to finally do an interview because he's never available anymore. And listen to what he had to say.
I was at the Ryder Cup.
Yeah.
And I rented a house from the owner.
Sure.
He came over to do pictures. He had grandkids. And I was meet and greet and thank him for allowing me to stay in the house. And he had a basketball court. He says, I want you to shoot one free throw. I said, really? And I already paid for the house. It's not like he got to see me. So when I stepped up to shoot the free throw, it's the most nervous I've been in years.
Stop it.
In years.
Stop it. Come on.
And reason being is those kids heard the stories from the parents about what I did 30 years ago.
Right.
So their expectation is 30 years prior, and I haven't touched the basketball.
I hope you swished it.
Absolutely.
I love that. That was cool. That was cool. And he
cool.
said, he told Tirico that the reason he agreed to sit down for the interview for NBC was to pay it forward to the NBA for everything that it has done for him in his life.
Oh, I do like that.
Yeah. Hannah, do you have a raise a glass? Would you like to raise a glass to anyone?
Oh, shoot, putting on the spot right now. Give me a second. Go to Aiden.
Aiden, do you have anyone you would like to raise a glass to? It could be anyone in your life, your family, your friends, your neighbors, or a team, anyone.
I'll go with my family. We have some extended family from Colorado coming in later today to watch some football, and I'm sure there'll be some glasses raised.
I love it. I love it.
I got one now.
All right.
I just want to raise a glass to my Aunt Dee, my great aunt. She had her 90th recently, and we threw a party for her.
I love
She's an
it.
amazing woman. She is. We used to be a director in Hollywood. She is amazing.
That is
and
so cool.
I just want to raise my glass because I didn't grow up with grandparents, but I did grow up with her. So just shout out to Aunt Dee celebrating. She does not look 90, by the way. She looks 65. Everybody says
Careful
it. If
there.
you saw her.
Careful.
No, I'm saying she looks young. I'm saying she looks young.
By the way, is Aunt Dee related to Jake LaMotta?
No, that's the other side.
It's the other side.
Yeah.
Wow.
But her name's Dolores, and she was she was part of a really big group called the Original Six Directors in Hollywood in the 60s.
That is so cool.
And there's a huge backstory on it. She is an icon, honestly. That is an icon.
There, has anything been done on YouTube or anything like that?
There's a documentary with Meryl Streep and a few other people, and she was featured in it. I think it's called This Changes Everything. It's about
Why are we
women.
learning this just
I'm telling
now?
you, wait a second. Last week I learned for the first time that one of our producers, Jake Santos, played football at Hawaii.
Yeah.
He played quarterback at Hawaii. And I'm like, well, you must think we're a bunch of idiots here talking about,
thinking we know.
And I always was going to make a joke about Hannah with her last name, LaMotta.
Well, I am related to him on the other side.
I know.
Yeah,
and I found that out.
Yeah.
And I'm like, and now we find out that both sides of your family, you have.
That is so cool. I want to see that documentary. That's
I'll
really
show you
cool.
guys when we get out, like what she looks like, what the group looks like that she was part of. But it is iconic. She gives me her DGA. She's part of the Directors Guild Association still, so I get all the movies before they're released. Because she just gave them to me, a bunch of them.
Does she get invited to the Oscars?
I don't. She might have in the past. She used to be able to vote on. She used to be able to vote on all that.
That is so
and she's
cool.
90.
She's
That's
90. She
very
just
cool.
celebrated. So she's like back in the 50s, and I'm like, whoa.
That is very, very cool.
And she is thriving, and she is
Do you
amazing.
know any of the movies that she directed?
She directed shows. I forgot. One was called Newhart.
Bob Newhart.
The Bob
Newhart show.
KRP Cincinnati.
Oh my gosh! Bob Newhart
really?
graduated from St. Ignatius College Prep here in Chicago.
see?
Did you hear what she just said?
WKRP in Cincinnati. She's
One
done
of the
some
greatest,
episodes of that.
Like
one of the
radio
greatest shows of all
Yeah,
time.
there's
a
a
radio
few-
station.
Yeah, it was like in the 70s, 80s, 60s, somewhere, and then she,
Well, what do you know?
Yeah.
See, if we did not do this, our favorite segment, we never would have known about Auntie.
Yeah.
Let's raise a glass to Auntie. That is pretty
that is
impressive.
pretty
Dolores.
spectacular.
I hope she's listening. If not, I will show her this.
Yes.
I
And
love that.
I will also say all of my nieces and nephews call me Auntie.
Auntie.
Which,
Your
yeah.
auntie, too?
Yeah, I think that's
Everyone's
really
got
cool.
an Aunt D.
I
or
know,
Aunt-
right?
And something.
I love
Did
that.
you have a funny nickname growing up?
No. It was D is that was like my only nickname. I grew up in the Full House era, and I wanted them to call me DJ because those are actually my initials. It never stuck. I'm still mad.
I had an
Just kidding,
awful
I'm not.
nickname.
What was yours?
Peggy Picklepuss.
That is so bad.
It's awful.
And with that, we're out of time. Thank you.
Oh, look at that. Look at the time has gone. Aiden, thank you so much for your
terrible,
help
Peg.
today. Aiden O'Connor, right? Is it? Yeah. Aiden. Hannah LaMotta.
The famous
Great
Hannah
job.
LaMotta.
You guys, I know, look at that. Who are we, right?
I know, right.
We're just Peggy and Dionne.
We're nobody in comparison. You guys rock. Thank you. That was a lot of fun today. Thanks for listening, as always. Bears and Ravens tomorrow. No Lamar Jackson, but not a lot of Bears there either. So make sure you tune in. We will have all the fun tomorrow. Fantasy football show starts at 7. Pregame show at 8. Pregame show at 10. The game with Jeff, Tom, and J-Mac. And then, of course, Peggy and Yurko with the postgame, the post-game. No reason to listen to anything else. Join us tomorrow for Bears Game Day. Have a great Saturday, everybody. Thanks for listening.
So long.
You're listening to Peggy and Dionne
on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
There's Crash Bang.
And then there's...
Of course, the first one is our great defense.
The other means someone is hurt. I'm Lisa Longo.
And I'm Jim Morisi of the Chicago personal injury firm of Morisi, Longo, and Associates.
We're here for you when an injury happens. Having us in your corner is a smart move.
Visit us at MorisiLongo.com.
MorisiLongo.com.
We're here when you need us.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. Fall's here. Time to upgrade your home before the cold sets in. Chicago Trust Window Works for custom windows and doors that fit your style and budget and help lower energy bills, too. Right now, buy one window, get one free. But this limited time offer won't last. So what you have to do is dial pound 250 on your phone and say Waddle to book your free consultation and lock in your savings today. Again, dial pound 250 and say Waddle.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Twin Peaks Scratch Kitchen scores every time. Dig into hand-smashed burgers, chef-inspired flatbreads, and more at your local lodge.
To help those who want to be helped, but may not be able to afford it.
That's what PGA Tour winner Grayson Murray had envisioned for a foundation before he sadly took his own life at just 30 years old. his parents channeled their grief into creating the Grayson Murray Foundation, carrying out his vision to help those struggling with mental health and addiction. To donate and learn more, visit GraysonMurrayFoundation.com.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
This is White Sox Weekly, your all-access pass to everything White Sox.
Swing and a drive! Deep to left! Gone!
That was as hard as a baseball can be hit by anybody.
White Sox Weekly on the home of the White Sox, ESPN Chicago. Now here's your host, Jeff Meller.
Happy Saturday to you. Welcome on in to White Sox Weekly. We do it each and every week. Here for you, hanging out, talking White Sox baseball, and of course, all things Major League Baseball. It is the Fall Classic. It has arrived last night, Game 1 between the Toronto Blue Jays and the Los Angeles Dodgers. And if we go back a week ago, last Saturday, I was talking about what might have been the greatest postseason game in the history of baseball by an individual. I'm talking, of course, about Shohei Ohtani's 3-home run game in which he also pitched and struck out 10. And last night, one of the few things Shohei Ohtani had not done happened when he homered.
Left it there, hit in the air to right field. Back it goes. It is gone. Yeah. Skies scraping home run from Shohei Ohtani. Left it over the plate, and Ohtani didn't miss.
Ohtani's first career home run in the World Series, but it was irrelevant for all intents and purposes because the Blue Jays hammered the Dodgers last night 11-4. I think that's something that a lot of people may not have seen coming, especially when you consider Trey Yasavich, the Blue Jays rookie who began the season in A-ball, got the ball for Game 1 for Toronto. My, how things have changed. Think about this. We didn't learn who was going to be the Blue Jays Game 1 starter until Thursday. That's insane, and I think just speaks to how baseball teams approached their pitching in 2025. Nevertheless, though, Yasavich did wiggle out of a couple of jams. He gave the Blue Jays a solid outing, 4 innings, 5 strikeouts, only gave up 2 earned runs, and ultimately he was picked up when Addison Barger delivered the biggest blow of the game in the 6th.
Barger sends a towering drive, right center field. Kiss it goodbye. Addison Barger has connected on a grand slam to break open Game 1 and start this place shaking.
Joe Davis on the call there on Fox, and it did indeed break the game open. That came in a 6th inning, the bottom of the 6th for the Blue Jays, in which they tallied 9 runs. And when you score 9 runs in an inning, you're not going to lose a game too often. The Blue Jays got to Blake Snell, and that gave them the opportunity. Blake Snell did give up 5 earned runs in this one. He has been outstanding for the last month to 6 weeks, basically unhittable. First time he really did get touched up in the postseason. And the Blue Jays got to him, but more importantly, I think they showed all of those watching and themselves, if they didn't already know it, the blueprint to beat the Dodgers, and that is to get into their pen. And the Blue Jays were able to do that last night. Emmett Sheehan, also, for the most part, a starter generally for the Dodgers. He came on, could not really get the Dodgers out of a jam. He gave up 3 earned runs, including that shot there. And there's just, if you're going to beat the Dodgers, you're going to have to do your best to get into their bullpen and make them pay. That's been their Achilles heel all season long, and that was exactly the difference in the game last night. The Blue Jays, I think some people, for the most part, because they're playing in Toronto, they're in the AL East, you may not be locked in on them like a lot of the better teams around baseball. And the way they've gotten to this point is they make more contact than any team in baseball. And it's funny because you'll oftentimes hear older fans say, hey, just shorten up and go the other way. And there's a whole bunch of reasons why that's not necessarily the best approach to modern day baseball. You don't want to necessarily make weak contact. That's not necessarily the best game plan, but making contact and avoiding strikeouts, there's always going to be a place in the game for that. And the Blue Jays were the best in baseball at that all season long. They continue to do so in the playoffs. And what you saw last night was that there's plenty of power in that lineup as well. I didn't even mention Dalton Varsho connecting on a game-tying 2-run home run that really did give the Blue Jays a little extra juice. That certainly helped pave the way. That came in the bottom of the fourth, Varsho with his home run. And there's just a lot of players in the Blue Jays lineup that can do damage, and that is certainly going to be their recipe for success if they're going to go on and win the World Series against the defending champion Dodgers. The Blue Jays also, I'll mention, they were able to do so without Vladimir Guerrero going deep, although he did have a couple of hits in this one, and maybe somewhat understated when you look at the final box score, but don't underrate the addition of Bo Bichette back in the Blue Jays lineup. Bichette had been dealing with a knee injury. He had missed the entire postseason. He was added to the Blue Jays World Series roster. And for the first time in his major league career, in Game 1 of the World Series, Bo Bichette got the start at second base. That's right. Normally a shortstop. Now, we can talk about how Bo Bichette defensively is one of the worst defensive players at shortstop in all of baseball and has been over the last couple of years. But there's no doubt his ability at the plate is something that certainly lengthens the Blue Jays lineup, and to have him back hitting cleanup and then playing second base, and not just playing second base, but he made a fantastic defensive play moving to his right backhand and then fired to first. And so that's where the arm of a shortstop playing second base actually came into a little bit of it was actually a strength for Bichette yesterday and the Blue Jays. So he was lifted for a pinch runner that did ultimately come around to score. But Bo Bichette back in the Blue Jays lineup certainly gives them a little bit of extra oomph as they will go through this World Series run. It will be interesting to see if the Blue Jays can use this and actually make it something that they can build on and go on and beat the Dodgers in the World Series. Of course, we are your home of the World Series right here on ESPN Chicago. Game 2 tonight coming your way right around 7 o'clock. It will be Kevin Gausman on the mound for the Blue Jays, and he will be opposed by Yoshinobu Yamamoto for the Dodgers. That game, again, coming your way tonight right around 7 o'clock. Speaking of the Blue Jays, worth mentioning now on White Sox Weekly, celebrate your special occasion in 2026 with a White Sox party area. Reserve your group outing today to get access to the best spaces and top matchups like opening day on April 2nd when the White Sox will be hosting, yes, that's right, the Toronto Blue Jays, who could be the reigning World Series champs. We shall see, but the White Sox will open next year against the Blue Jays at home. Other big matchups include the Cubs, Dodgers, and Yankees. For more information, visit whitesox.com/groups or call 312-674-1000. Jeff Meller here on White Sox Weekly. Quickly, I'll let you know that Carmen DeFalco is going to hop aboard and join me for a couple of segments today. We're going to talk a little bit about the White Sox 2025 season coming up next. And also, today is the 20th anniversary of the White Sox Game 3 win against the Astros in Houston when Jeff Blum hits that iconic home run in extra innings in Houston that ultimately led the White Sox to go on and get a win and put them up 3-0 in the series against the Astros. And interestingly enough, too, last night's loss by the Dodgers, that was their second of the postseason, which means they cannot best the White Sox 11-1 record in the 2005 World Series. So, Sox fans, you can also take a little extra joy in the fact that the Dodgers cannot best the White Sox 2005 World Series run. I'm Jeff Meller here on White Sox Weekly. As I mentioned, Carmen DeFalco going to join me next, right here on ESPN 1000.
This is White Sox Weekly.
White Sox Weekly.
On Chicago's home for sports.
On the ESPN Chicago app, 100.3 HD2 and ESPN 1000. The ESPN Chicago Fantasy Football Show, brought to you by Tullamore Dew.
Welcome to Fantasy Football!
Set your lineup with Jeff Meller's guidance, Sunday morning at 7, ESPN Chicago.
At Wintrust, our approach is to let Southside fans show off their Southside pride anytime, anywhere. With the White Sox debit card from Wintrust Community Banks, you're not just swiping, you're making a statement.
It's like a megaphone for your wallet.
Broadcasting your Sox pride with every transaction. Open an eligible checking account. Visit wintrust.com/Sox today. Wintrust. Different approach, better results. Member FDIC.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
Hey, usual haircut? Yeah, but make it quick. I gotta go pay my ComEd bill. Yeah, I just mailed my check this morning.
There's an easier way, fellas. Get the ComEd app. I just paid my bill while getting this trim.
For real?
You can pay your bill, check your energy usage, even report and track an outage 24/7.
How did I not know about this?
Because y'all are too busy filming dance trends on your phones.
Make life easier. Download the ComEd app today at ComEd.com/app.
All right, let's be honest. Game day isn't just about football. It's about the food. And for me, that means Nancy's Pizza. Your game day might include putting your favorite jersey on, the remote in hand, but also make sure Nancy's Pizza is front and center. Whether it's with the crew or you're flying solo, nothing beats that crispy crust, molten blend of mozzarella cheese and those legendary toppings. Nancy's has been doing it right since 1971. Make Nancy's Pizza part of your game day routine. Order now at nancyspizza.com or go to their flagship restaurant in the West Loop.
JTV, Jewelry Television. With 80,000 jewelry looks, we're kind of a big deal. Even bigger with new lines of designer handbags, fragrances, and more. And biggest of all, because you could win a 7-night stay in Bali, spending money and thousands worth of JTV jewelry, making you kind of a big deal. Enter by December 7th at jtv.com/sweepstakes. No purchase necessary. Then watch JTV on TV or shop jtv.com for big holiday deals.
Do you know what employees say is their number one perk at work? Extra PTO? Nope. Gym memberships? Guess again. It's free lunch. And what's the best way to order food for work? EasyCater, a food tool built for the modern workplace. With online ordering from a huge variety of restaurants for any group size, tools to meet dietary needs and stay on budget, employee meal programs, and more. All on one platform. So perk up your workplace with EasyCater. Order now at easycater.com.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
Coach Saban here. On the field or on your walls, coverage matters. That's why I go with Behr Marquee Interior Paint and Primer from the Home Depot.
Exceptional hide, advanced stain blocking, and over 1,000 colors to choose from. Behr Marquee delivers one-coat coverage that stands up to real life. One-coat coverage, no overtime. Behr Marquee, only at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Valid only when tinted to colors from the Behr Marquee Interior One-Coat Hide Collection.
This is Chicago's home for sports.
On app.
The ESPN Chicago app.
In HD.
FM 100.3 HD2.
And of course on AM.
ESPN 1000.
This is White Sox Weekly.
Jeff Meller back here on White Sox Weekly. Stay up to date on all things White Sox by following the team's official social media accounts. Don't miss a minute of the action on and off the field. Follow at White Sox on social today. Back here, and I am pleased now to be joined in person by my good friend of over 20 years, Carmen DeFalco,
You, of course, know him from Carmen and Yurko fame if you're listening here on the flagship station, ESPN 1000. And Carm, I always think whenever someone says they're a lifelong White Sox fan, I think you actually trump them because you made the decision in your life as a young boy to switch allegiances when you had a house divided.
Yeah.
For those who are unfamiliar with your backstory, please fill in White Sox fans and how you became a White Sox fan.
Yeah, it's I made this choice, and I will live with it. I'll ride with it. I'll die with it. I did make this choice. My dad is a Cub fan. My grandpa, his dad, who grew up here in Chicago, was a huge Cub fan. And while my dad never really had too much animosity towards the White Sox, my grandfather did. He, for whatever reason, was, he very much had it in his mind and his heart that he disliked the White Sox. My dad was sort of like whatever. He liked taking me and my brothers to games.
Yeah.
I think, and the career in which he worked, he had a lot of access to tickets when we were young, and I think he really enjoyed bringing us to games. Hawks games, Cubs games, White Sox games. So he wasn't shy about taking us to Old Comiskey Park when I was very young. And that was probably a little bit of the start of it. I was in '84. I was, how old would I have been? I guess I was 7 that summer. I would have been turning 8 at the end of the year. And it was really the first summer I can remember sort of being wrapped up in a team that meant something to me. And, of course, that was the '84 Cubs. I was just sort of old enough to start understanding, to follow teams, to watch these games. And I've told the story before. Yeah, I cried in the backyard of our Berwyn bungalow when the Cubs blew that lead. They blew the series lead, and then they lost that Game 5 in San Diego. I cried. And so I think that's maybe sometimes surprising for people to hear because I do love the White Sox so much, and I don't cheer for the Cubs, and I don't really like them. I made the choice about late 80s when, Robin and Frank and Ozzie. I really liked Ozzie a lot. He was one of my favorite players. They were getting ready to move into the new park, and I was a kid in grade school and junior high, and that was kind of an exciting time. They changed the logo, the color scheme. There was just like an exciting time, I think, to be wrapped up in the White Sox. And so I did flip allegiances despite my grandfather's advice against it. And like I said, my dad he never said, oh, you can't do that. Or he was sort of, whatever. He just liked being at games with me and my brothers. I think it was something he didn't really get to experience as a kid. It wasn't part of his childhood growing up. And so he really liked sharing that with us. And so it's not like even though he was a Cub fan, I never was at, as my father calls it, Sox Park. Cubs Park and Sox Park. I think a lot of the old-time Chicagoans my grandfather used to do the same thing. It was either at Cubs Park or Sox Park. But he would take us, and so I got exposed to the Sox young, even though he was a Cub fan, and somehow I gravitated towards them, and that's the decision I've made.
Hey,
so I have to live with it, Jeff.
Listen,
and I will. I live proudly with it.
But part of, it's funny because I identify somewhat with that because my mom is a Cubs fan. My dad is a Cubs fan. They're divorced, so I would go back and forth, and they like your dad. They didn't really hate the White Sox, but my best friend and his dad were diehard White Sox fans, and they took me to a lot of games on the South Side, primarily at New Comiskey Park.
New. Yeah.
But I did go to plenty of games at Old Comiskey Park with my dad when I was younger, so I do remember that. But definitely in the early '90s, a lot of fondness for, you mentioned those teams: Jack McDowell, Alex Fernandez, and you mentioned the rebranding, something that we've talked about quite a bit on White Sox Weekly. The black and white pinstripes and the hats that was, embraced by the hip hop era really did make being a White Sox fan cool. Yep. And then Frank Thomas was just literally and figuratively larger than life on the baseball field. So it was a fun time to be a White Sox fan. And of course, we were very well rewarded in 2005 when you live and die with the White Sox and they come back and win the World Series. And we're going to touch on that a little bit more here in the next segment. But last season was tough, Carm. When I say last season, 2024 was a tough year. The White Sox, of course, lost 121 games. This season in 2025, they make a 19-win improvement, which that's quite substantial. Yeah. That's what I keep framing it when people say, listen, they still lost 100 games for the third time in a row. Well, a 19-win improvement is huge in baseball, and it's not something to be underestimated. How did you take in this last season, and what are your thoughts on a grander scale about what you saw?
Well, it was much more enjoyable and I don't know that a fan base will ever get as much out of a 100-loss season as White Sox fans got out of this year, like ever, seriously. And I think a lot of that, Jeff, is baked into just how much more fun the second half of the season was. Because all of a sudden, over the final couple months, they really did look like a much more respectable team. I think they fought hard. I think the messaging inside that clubhouse was different and better. I think you can make a little bit of a comparison to what the Bears are experiencing with new management, new voices, a different coaching staff. I think a lot of Will Venable. I thought it was a really good and smart choice when they made it. I don't think quite, if I'm permission to speak freely, I don't think it's an organization that's always made good choices. I think that's an understatement probably. I mean, most people would agree with that, and it's why it's gotten them where they've gotten. But I thought that was a really smart hire. I just like the approach to it, the kind of guy they were looking for, considering who he's been around. And then you start talking to other people in baseball that almost unprompted tell you, oh, no, that's really a good hire. That's smart. This guy gets it. I went to high school with Jerry Harrison Jr., and I still talk to Jerry quite a bit. We text quite a bit, and I knew they had brief overlap as teammates. Obviously, they sort of shared the league as players at the same time, but they also had a brief overlap as teammates. Jerry spoke the world of him. I mean, immediately. He said, and he loves the White Sox. I mean, he really does. He loves Jerry Reinsdorf. He loves what Jerry had always done for his dad, for Jerry Sr., who coached in the organization for a long time. I mean, he very much has some love in his heart for the organization, and he couldn't stop raving about what he thought Will would bring to this team and what he'll bring. So I think those things are trending in a very good direction to make me more encouraged about the future more than anything. And I just love the way they played in the second half. There can be noise in second half numbers. I get it. Teams get to mid-August, they're out of it. It's sometimes hard to look too deep into what goes on in late August and September in baseball. But I just appreciate the way they played, what a better effort it was, and how good some of the young players looked in the second half of the season.
And I'll add to that, Carmen DeFalco joining me here on White Sox Weekly, getting a chance to cover Will Venable this year at home games where, I'm in attendance for. There's no doubt that he was the right man for this job. And the problem was, it's a Herculean task to go back to, a 19-win improvement, only getting you to 60 games. There was a lot that needed to be cleaned up for the White Sox, and I have no doubt that Will Venable is going to put this organization in position in the future to get the most out of the talent on the field. That, to me, is unquestionable, what I saw from him this year. And I like the fact that Will Venable understood that it was going to be a learning year for him. I think that's why it synced up well, and why I continue to be encouraged is because the White Sox identified him as a good leader and somebody they wanted to be the front man for the organization. And I think anybody who comes into a new job, you're going to have some growing pains. It's just the reality of the situation. A first-time manager, and what I saw from Will Venable this year was somebody who wasn't too big for he didn't think, he didn't have a massive ego and say, I'm the manager now, this is how it's going to be, I'm going to immediately make changes. He understood that he needs to learn a lot, and he embraced the idea of bringing his coaching staff in and, helping him in the process. And I think he's only going to grow. And I think he has a clear command of the clubhouse. And I think it's in 2025, it's a whole different ball game. I think for the most part, you need somebody who's going to keep it positive. Now, I'm not saying that there isn't times when the stick isn't needed. Mm-hmm. And I'm sure, from what I could pick up, there were moments where Will Venable was absolutely willing to tell his players internally, hey, this isn't good enough. We need to do things better. But at the same time, publicly, I think it's just a whole new generation, Carm. And I think that positive spin that Will Venable keeps inside the clubhouse publicly is going to serve him and the organization really well.
I think that's a great point. There is a different way that you have to connect to players in this day and age, whether you like it or not. I think we probably even see it at a very youth level, like with the involvement that our kids have in sports, or that anybody that's got kids that are playing any degree of travel or high school athletics. I think you're seeing more and more the different ways that coaches are trying to connect. That not that you can't be hard or push hard or coach hard, but it was a lot different even at low levels when we were kids. and the perception of what a coach had to be and how you kind of had to coach, and certainly what it was like at the big league level or at any professional level. I think anybody would tell you that whether we like it or not, it's not going to go backwards in all likelihood. It's just a different sort of era, and it's a different kind of message, and you have to relate to guys in a different way. And I think the good managers and the good coaches across various sports understand that, and they're good at it. And you know it better than I. I'm glad to hear you say it. It seems like Will understands that, and everybody I've talked to sort of agrees with that. And you've got the personal experience of seeing it up close. That's a good thing. That's a positive sign going forward.
And now the talent just needs to catch up to the manager. And to your point, the second half was very encouraging for White Sox fans. Colson Montgomery in particular was, in a lot of ways, the story of the season for the White Sox. When we go back to what happened for him in April, he had to shut down his AAA season, go to the Arizona Complex League, and work individually with Ryan Fuller. And that's something that I'll give the White Sox credit for doing, being open to the idea that, listen, this is somebody who has a lot of talent. He needs time to rework his swing. Colson Montgomery was open to doing it to get better. And then all of a sudden, the light went on, finally got to the majors, and basically from the 4th of July on, Colson Montgomery never really looked back. It seemed like his trajectory was almost straight up. Your thoughts on what you saw from the White Sox young shortstop this past year?
I loved it. I honestly, I mean, he was probably one of the 20 or 25 best hitters in baseball, to your point, after July 4th. I mean, seriously, I think you can dig into some of the metrics.
Want to get granular, as soon as he took the torpedo bat in Tampa. So, you know, it took him a little bit of time, obviously, a couple weeks prior to the All-Star break, where every player, once they're in the majors, they're probably wide-eyed like, okay, this is big league pitching. But as soon as after the All-Star break, he picked up the torpedo bat, 22 home runs in the second half.
It's incredible. And I'm hoping that, like,
21.
Yeah. I don't know. We'll see next year with a full year and adjustments and all that. Like, it's way too early. We don't know yet. It's way too early in his young career to really know fully what he is. You know, what I've talked about a lot with White Sox friends of mine, I think we've even talked about it, like, what's Colson Montgomery ultimately going to be? Is he going to be a 225 hitter with a 305 on base? Like, I could live with that if he's got 65 extra base hits every year. Like, if the power was real, and we've always heard about it. So if the power's real and it's going to play, and he's going to hit 30 home runs and, 30 doubles or 35, 32 doubles every year, like, you're talking about a very impactful offensive player. Do I ever see a 360 on base guy? Probably not. I'd love to be wrong. Probably not. But he played, for the most part, above average defense, and he hit the crap out of the ball. And when he gets into it, you see the natural raw power. He hits it hard. He hits far. And I think there's a lot of promise there. And they've historically, unfortunately, screwed up players like that with that profile and some of their best prospects. And maybe this time they, sorry for the pun, really hit it out of the park with what you said, taking a chance and saying, well, this has never really been done before, but let's try it. We're sending a guy back out to Arizona. Yes. In the midst of a season, and when it happened, we were like, "Oh my God, this is devastating!" And I'm so glad.
I remember texting you.
I know,
that
I
day,
couldn't believe it.
And I was like, "This is not exactly what I want to hear," but just letting you know because you were on the air with Yerk.
Yeah.
And I was like, just to give you guys a heads up, Colson Montgomery's going back to Arizona to work individually with Ryan Fuller.
I couldn't believe it, and that it's worked out at least at this point. And if he turns out to be everything we expect and hope, like, wow, the Sox really did something different, and they did it well, and they helped bring along one of their young players with an enormous amount of talent and potential.
It's funny, too, because you mentioned something. Carmen DeFalco joining me here on White Sox Weekly. We're going to take a quick break here in a moment, and we'll reminisce about the 2005 World Series winning team, the 20th anniversary this past week or actually it'll be the 20th anniversary tomorrow on Sunday of them winning the actual World Series. But we're going to talk a little bit about that because Carmen was in attendance for all of those World Series games. He went down in Houston to watch it. But you said something that I always kind of have to have this internal battle with. You talked about Colson Montgomery's batting average. And it's like we grew up in this era where everybody looked at their batting average, and you almost have to – I have to, like, chastise myself. Like, it almost doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's like just look at the on-base percentage. Right. The batting – because the extra base hits matter.
Right.
It is so hard to get base hits in baseball in 2025. Batting average doesn't matter. If he can get the on-base percentage to somewhere around 330, it was 311 in his rookie season. Mm-hmm. If he can consistently be a 330 to 340 guy, it doesn't need to be 360. If he's giving you 30 to 40 homers, that, my friends, is a winning baseball player, especially if he can handle shortstop the way he did in his rookie season in the second half here. You've got a superstar player.
100%. Totally agree. You've got a 5-win player. I mean, you've got the kind of thing that teams need to change a lineup. It's slug. We know it. What do teams spend on when they spend big in free agency when it comes to position players? They spend on slug.
Yep.
That's what. And so if you have it internally and you can ride that and you can get the most out of it in his prime, it's huge. So yeah, he can hit 225. I don't care as long as we're seeing an ability to get on base, and he continues to have the kind of power that played this year, because that is huge, and that's what changes the lineup. And in this day and age, that's really what matters, and it's usually leads to a good offense in winning baseball.
One last thing on this year's team and going forward. So what else are you excited about with the White Sox for 2026 based on what you saw this past year?
Well, I would say like the next wave of guys I think is going to be interesting, and mostly the pitchers who we didn't get to see this year, like when they're up next year.
Hagen Smith, Noah Schultz.
Yeah, exactly. I continue to be intrigued by what I hear about Braden Montgomery, too. I mean, it looks like they already did about as well. I never liked the Crochet thing. I've kind of ranted about that. It looks like they've done well, though. And if Braden hits, you'd say, okay, maybe they did really well. And from what I've heard, it's a lot is positive and good. I know I have a couple of Red Sox fans. I have a friend of mine who's a very big diehard Red Sox fan and continues to lament the fact, as much as he loves Crochet, has continued to, through the pipeline stuff he still follows. He loves the Red Sox so much that, man, they feel like they maybe let a really, really good one get away. And I'm like, listen, you got Garrett Crochet. You got nothing to complain about because Crochet's fantastic.
The proverbial win-win trade
that
for
could
both
be.
teams.
That could be.
And Kyle Teal.
And Kyle Teal, too. I mean, I know. He's mentioned a few times. He's like, man, and he's got a real thick Boston accent, too. The Brady Montgomery thing. He keeps seeing at every turn. He's like, man, the White Sox might really have a special player. I hope that's the case. We'll see.
He's Carmen DeFalco. I'm Jeff Meller. This is White Sox Weekly. We'll take a quick timeout and come back and reminisce a little bit about the 2005 World Series champion White Sox right here on ESPN 1000.
For over 45 years, Food and Paper Supply Company has been the local leader in food service distribution. We're proud to partner with and service the Chicago White Sox and restaurants throughout Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana. At Food and Paper Supply, we're committed to getting you the products you want, including fresh poultry, beef, pork, shrimp, and produce, plus frozen fries, appetizers, dairy products, oils, and a full line of carry-out packaging. Our cash and carry retail store is open to the public with wholesale pricing. Go to foodandpaper.com. That's foodandpaper.com for service and products beyond compare.
Don't wait to start building your future. North Park University in Chicago is enrolling now. North Park is known for its renowned nursing and education programs, a 15-to-1 student-to-faculty ratio, and classes where professors get to know you personally. The warm Christian community welcomes those from all faith backgrounds, and students graduate ready to lead in schools, communities, and beyond. Apply today at northpark.edu. That's northpark.edu. North Park University, where faith, purpose, and career come together.
Great Clips believes veterans make us great, and that's why this Veterans Day they're offering free haircuts to all veterans and active duty service members. Here's how it works. If you served or are serving in the military, simply visit a Great Clips salon on November 11th to get a haircut at no cost to you with your military ID. Don't need a haircut that day? Stop by for a free haircut card to use later. Not a member of the military? Any customer who gets a haircut on Veterans Day will also receive a free haircut card to give to a veteran or active duty military member in recognition of their service. It's just one small way Great Clips is saying thank you for all the sacrifices you as service members make to protect our country. Offer valid while supplies last. Learn more and read giveaway rules at greatclips.com/promotions. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
This is an ad by BetterHelp.
BetterHelp therapists have helped over 5 million people worldwide on their mental health journeys. Moments in therapy can change lives. Hey guys, it's Sylvie. This World Mental Health Day, we're celebrating the therapists who have helped millions of people take a step forward. If you're ready to find the therapist for you, BetterHelp is there to help you start that journey. Our fans get 10% off their first month. Just call pound 250 and say the keyword timeout. That's keyword timeout after calling pound 250.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry. Promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training, Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
At AT&T, we guarantee our network so you can talk college football with your BFF while taking Buster to the vet.
Hey, yeah, I can't believe he ate the whole thing of chicken wings.
And I can't believe we're staging a comeback. Touchdown!
Yes!
Staying connected matters. That's why in the rare event of a network outage, you'll automatically get a bill credit for a full day's service. For wireless downtime lasting 60 minutes or more caused by a single incident impacting 10 or more towers, must be connected to impacted tower at onset of outage. Restrictions and exclusions apply. See att.com/guarantee for full details.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000.
Welcome to White Sox Weekly on ESPN 1000.
Longest game in the World Series history. Blum hits it into right, down the line. It is gone. Jeff Blum, the former Astro, goes deep. And here in the 14th inning, the White Sox take a 6-5 lead. Jeff Blum gets his first at bat of this series and only his second of the postseason.
Ah, yes. 20 years ago today, the White Sox went up 3-0 on the Houston Astros. That game, of course, in Houston, as they would eventually go on to sweep Houston for their World Series win back in 2005. Carmen DeFalco hanging out with me for another segment here on White Sox Weekly. As we just hit on the 2025 White Sox, we're gonna reminisce about the good old days. It is the 20-year anniversary, of course. Hey, White Sox fans, get access to the best seats at the best value and lock in a 2026 ticket plan today. Be here for the biggest matchups, exciting new promotions, and opening day on Thursday, April 2nd. Plus, enjoy flexible payment plans, savings on single games, and more. To secure your ticket plan, visit whitesox.com/2026. All right, Carm, what do you remember about that day in particular? Jeff Blum with the home run in Houston in the 14th inning to give the White Sox a 7-5 lead, a game that Mark Burley would come on to actually save.
Everything about it. I mean, Sylvia and I were together watching that game in Houston. We were down. We were on the down behind, a little bit behind the left field foul pole. So, on the opposite side where he hit that home run. But that's where we were. Our seats for games 3 and 4. And we just kept saying to each other as that game was going on, like, we're seeing something crazy and something memorable that we're never going to forget as it went deeper and deeper into the night. And occasionally we were also in commiserating with some fans around us. Sylvia and I were working 9 to noon back then, like Yurko and I are now. We're like, man, the wake-up's going to come pretty early here. It's getting a little late, but it was
at 2 in the morning.
It was so much fun. We knew we were watching something really special, like each pitching staff just getting big outs and big outs when it mattered most, when the game was tied for all those innings. It was remarkable, and I remember when he did hit that home run thinking, if they close this out now, I remember thinking, it's going to be 3-0. And now this was just a year after the Red Sox had completed that very historic comeback. But still, it was like, they got a 3-0 lead. I'm like, if they and then when Burley did close it out, I'm like, I think I even said to Sylvie probably, like, they're going to win the effing World Series.
Yes.
I'm like, they're going to win the World Series. And we knew we would be back in that building again later that night. And it was it was almost like a blur after that next 24 hours or 36 hours, just incredible. But I remember thinking in that moment, like, that they survived that game.
Yes.
And that it was no longer, okay, they took a 2-0 lead, but, you're going down. It was like, they're up 3-0. They're going to win. Their pitching is too good. It's been too dominant. They're going to win the World Series. And it was an incredible feeling.
And it's crazy now because I'm thinking back to, not just the World Series run, but the entire playoff run. We've talked a lot the last, basically all of October, about the run that the White Sox pitching had in the ALCS against the Angels, where you had 4 straight complete games, and how different baseball is nowadays. It's Saturday now, but we just had Game 1 of the World Series last night, and on Thursday of this week, we didn't even know who the starting pitcher for the Blue Jays was going to be in Game 1. And think about how different baseball is nowadays, where the White Sox, on the strength of their pitching, cruised through the ALCS, and then, they really did dominate the Astros. That was really the only game.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you had Konerko and you had Pitsednik, but it just felt like inevitable the way the White Sox stormed through the postseason that year.
It totally did. And 20 years ago, that's a long time ago, but it's not 50 years ago. That the game has changed so much in this period of time where young fans today that only know this type of baseball, I mean, I can't imagine what goes through their mind as they try to conceptualize that, right? That you'd have 1, 2, 3, 4, that the roles were so defined and that those guys would be as dominant as they were against some of the best competition at the highest pressure, highest stake times of the year. I mean, it is. I mean, think about how much we celebrated the fact that what the Dodgers did in the NLCS this year, getting 8 and then 9 out of Snell and Yamamoto.
Yes.
I mean, that was incredible, and it doesn't even really hold a candle to what the White Sox did 20 years ago.
And we should comment on this, because part of the reason I think the Dodgers are willing to lean on their starting pitching is because this is where
stinks.
Well, that, but also this is where their financial flex really comes into play, right?
Yeah.
The Dodgers all season long babied their starting pitching throughout the regular season. If you look at the innings totals for Snell and Yamamoto and Glasnow and Shohei
coming
right?
back from injury, but think about how careful they were.
They slow played it, knowing that their lineup could basically get them through the regular season into the playoffs, and then in the playoffs, if they could just get their rotation healthy enough that they could lean on their starters late in the season. This is where the difference between your salary, actually, your payroll actually matters. As you look at what the Dodgers are doing versus everybody else around baseball, there's no other team that can treat the regular season like that.
I think you're absolutely right. Like the Brewers basically had to hold that rotation together with duct tape. The Cubs would have to do the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
The Cubs were tapped. I mean, had they won that Game 5, they were spent. They were tapped. I think the Blue Jays can give them a little bit of, you've got a couple of guys maybe you trust. It would have been better, I think, had the Mariners won. Had the Mariners not blown that lead, I think it would have matched up a little bit better because I think they had the pitching to do it. I had been thinking for about the last 6 weeks that the Mariners were going to win it this year. I like their pitching. I like their ability to hit it out of the park. And I kept telling Black and Abdal and Yerk, I'm like, guys, I think we missed the boat. We never pulled the trigger on the Mariners. We talked about it when they were still 18-1 or 16-1. And then before you knew it, we got into September, and it was now they're 5-1. And it's that's it. We missed it. Now, obviously, we didn't because they didn't win. I thought they would have been able to kind of match up a little bit better with the Dodgers. But anyway.
But the truth is, short series, you never know what's going to happen. 7-game series.
You never do.
But this is where the Dodgers' financial might actually end up being a true difference in this whole.
And it's what gave the Sox such an advantage 20 years ago because those guys they were good. They had a good season, obviously, and those pitchers Contreras was incredible in the second half of the season that year. Burley was Burley. Garland finally put it together. And you're like, okay, this is real. And then
Freddie,
they all caught
Freddie
that
Garcia.
heater.
Freddie Garcia was his typical 15-win guy back when wins mattered. And you actually that's the other thing, too. It's just crazy looking at, I know you're a stats nerd like me, just looking at the pitching stats across baseball. And it's just, that's why I look, in some ways it feels like yesterday, the 2005 season. And then others, when you look at it, you're like, boy, it is a completely different ball game.
Totally.
Because, if you pitch 200 innings, you basically are going to be at the top 3 in all of baseball.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the White Sox were leaning on 4 starters who basically went 200 innings that season, and nobody thought twice about it.
Nobody thought twice.
Okay, now you have a chance to lean on your rotation. It was just such a fun year, and it's been fun to just kind of look back at that season on the 20-year anniversary of the White Sox win over the Astros. So that was obviously Game 3. We heard Blum's highlight. How about Game 4? You actually had a unique way of watching the White Sox celebrate because you mentioned you and Sylvie. You actually had an opportunity to kind of see the after party.
We showed up at the after party, which I think was more just by pure chance. If I'm remembering correctly, I'm pretty sure the White Sox had scheduled after Game 4. This was planned before the series. They had no idea they were going to be up 3-0.
Yeah.
and they had scheduled an after party after Game 3. After Game 4 for everybody in the. Obviously, we're going to do it after Game 5. You're going to be flying back home. They had scheduled it for all the employees. Jerry, to his credit, did. Sometimes I rip Jerry a lot. I'll give Jerry some credit. He flew pretty much the whole organization down to Houston, and they had scheduled something back at the team hotel, a little get together for mostly the employees and some close family and friends. And somehow, Sylvie and I don't want to say weaseled our way. We were invited. And we were given a couple of passes when I picked up my World Series. I bought 4 tickets. I paid for them. I bought 4 tickets. I bought 2 tickets, to all 4 or to every game of the World Series, all 7 games, because I knew we were going to be in Houston. So I bought 2 tickets to every game. I took my dad to the first game. I took my brother to the second game, and then Sylvia and I were together at games 3 and 4. And so in the envelope, when I had picked up my tickets, there were these passes left. And it's like, come to this little shindig we're going to have after Game 4. Turns out they sweep. Turns out that they're parading the trophy, and Ozzy is telling Sylvie and me to go bleep off in a very loving way, as only he can. I love Ozzy, and I think Ozzy likes us a little bit too. It was remarkable, and sure enough, the trophy's there, and the players are there, and we're up till 5 a.m. drinking and celebrating a white. Sylvie, not as much. He was just having a good time. He's a Cub fan, obviously, but I think he was happy to see me celebrate as much as I did as a good friend, and it was remarkable.
And then you were back on the air about 4 hours later.
We were back on the air.
Celebrating a White Sox World Series title.
A few hours later. That's exactly right.
Fun reminiscing. Carm, thanks so much for hopping on White Sox Weekly with me. I appreciate it. Of course, you can hear Carmen with Yurko every Monday through Friday from 9 to noon right here on ESPN 1000. Hey, Sox fans, sign up to become a White Sox insider and get special offers, single game ticket pre-sales, and other exciting Sox content delivered free to your inbox. Visit whitesox.com/insider today. We'll come back and wrap it up right here on ESPN 1000.
The game is what Sundays are all about. We know what you need. Tailgate. Black and Abdallah's pregame tailgate. Sunday mornings at 8. Get ready for kickoff with Black and Abdallah and all your favorite football-loving ESPN Chicago fans. Black and Abdallah's pregame tailgate. Sunday morning at 8. Brought to you by Bradley University on ESPN Chicago.
At Wintrust, our approach is to let Southside fans show off their Southside pride anytime, anywhere. With the White Sox debit card from Wintrust Community Banks, you're not just swiping, you're making a statement.
It's like a megaphone for your wallet.
Broadcasting your Sox pride with every transaction. Open an eligible checking account. Visit wintrust.com/Sox today. Wintrust. Different approach, better results. Member FDIC.
I'm Courtney Cronin, here with lead attorneys at Costa, Iavone, Julio, and Anthony.
Hey, Courtney. How does being from Chicago help you in your job?
Well, I think Chicagoans like directness. I try to always remember that in press conferences and ask straightforward questions, because that's who I am.
We get that. It's the way we are with our clients. All they know is they need help, and they want a law firm to cut to the chase.
You can do that when you're both local.
It's about making a real connection, one Chicagoan to another.
Costa, Iavone. Your trusted local personal injury lawyers. We get you.
Call them at 708-4million.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
Hey, it's Joe Aurelio, and it's time for Aurelio's Pizza, Chicagoland's oldest pizza chain since 1959. Indulge in our crispy thin crust, signature sauce, and 100% real mozzarella. Visit Aurelio'sPizza.com for the location nearest you. Aurelio's Pizza, it's a sauce.
Your old furnace is costing you money. Call your trusted local expert, Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric for a free in-home estimate. Furnaces from $39 a month. So call today.
For all the right reasons, call 866 4 Seasons.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
Out here, pets are always by your side, watching the herd, running fence lines, or asleep at your feet. Pets are some of our favorite customers. When you bring them along to Tractor Supply, we'll always have a treat waiting. And with our price match guarantee, you'll always get the best price on their favorite food, toys, treats they love, and pet meds to keep them healthy. Tractor Supply, for pets out here.
Paying extra for tire care is BS. You know, bad service. So at Midas, we're rolling out our BS-free tire guarantee, included with paid installation and tax on every purchase. You'll pay nothing for flat replacements, nada for flat repairs, and zilch for tire rotations every 5,000 miles. That's $0 for all that. So with this limited lifetime tire guarantee, you'll pay a whole lot of nothing compared to what the other guys charge for tire care. That's the BS-free tire guarantee, only at Midas.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000.
Welcome to White Sox Weekly on ESPN 1000.
Happy Saturday to you. Hope you're having a fabulous one. I'm Jeff Meller here on White Sox Weekly. Hey, Sox fans, sign up to become a White Sox insider and get special offers, including single-game ticket pre-sales and other exciting Sox content delivered free to your inbox. Visit whitesox.com/insider today. So you may remember earlier this year when we officially got the news that the first ever American Pope had been elected in Vatican City. Of course you remember that, White Sox fans. Pope Leo XIV, who was, we go back to 2005 because famously now, he was in attendance for the White Sox win in Game 1 of the 2025 World Series, and he was in attendance in Section 140 with White Sox season ticket holder, the late Ed Schmidt. And Pope Leo was there at that game. You've probably seen the video at this point of him in the stands, a much younger, of course, Pope Leo, not Pope at the time, but back in the stands watching the White Sox win their first World Series game that season. And it was quite an event earlier this year when he was elected Pope. And of course, it brought the interesting claim by the Cubs that he was a Cubs fan. Hey, Chicago, the Pope's a Cubs fan. You remember that across the Wrigley marquee. And then, of course, they had to quickly tuck their tail between their legs because there was video evidence very quickly that Pope Leo was indeed a White Sox fan. And I have to admit, this kind of warmed my heart a little bit earlier this week as in Vatican City, as the Pope was out greeting all those in attendance to see him, putting on waves, and of course, plenty of proud, I'm sure, Catholics, and not just Catholics, but probably plenty of folks out there just out there to catch a glimpse of His Holiness, saw the true Sox fan of Pope Leo come out as he was riding down, meeting the crowd. You heard from the fans a chant, not a chant, it was just a call from a clearly a Cubs fan, say, "Go Cubs." And then Pope Leo on the spot with exactly what you would hope for from a Sox fan with the response. This was earlier this week in Vatican City. That's right. Pope Leo shot back, "They lost," in Italian, and then translated into English, "They lost." Perfect. I loved it. It was so good. Again, it just warmed my heart to have His Holiness, who should be, theoretically, unifying, bringing together, except when it comes to his baseball fandom, folks. How about that, too? The Pope out there in Italy keeping tabs on the MLB playoffs. I just love it. I don't know. It just absolutely makes me giddy. And again, it's in another tough season. It was one of the highlights to learn that the Pope was indeed a White Sox fan. And then for him to lean into it this past week was just perfect. Of course, if you have not been to Wright Field recently or earlier this season, Section 140, that is where Pope Leo did sit. And that is, the tickets are still in the Schmidt family's household, even though Ed, who went to the game with Pope Leo, has since passed. The tickets are still in the family, so they still have those tickets. So you cannot technically purchase the ticket where the Pope sat. However, there is a mural in Section 140 as you enter on the concourse level, as you enter where the seats are in that section. You can actually see Pope Leo, the graphic installation there. So it's a pretty cool. Go check it out if you're at Wright Field next season. Take a walk around, check out Section 140, and you can see the commemorative mural of Pope Leo there. And I just love the fact that he's taunting Cubs fans after they were eliminated. It's something I did not anticipate coming earlier this week. So it was a fun little thing that came across, which I did certainly enjoy. All right, that is going to do it for us here on White Sox Weekly, as we will be back again next week celebrating what is indeed going to be a week where we reminisce because, of course, the World Series anniversary, the 20th anniversary, is upon us here this week. So going to be seeing a lot of that, and we're also going to be doing more retrospective again next week. Carmen DeFalco of Carmen and Yurko fame here on ESPN 1000 is going to be joining me. We're going to be talking about the 2005 championship run by the White Sox. He was in attendance for, I don't know if it was all the games, but he traveled with the team, covering the team for the station here when it was Carmen and Sylvie. He was in attendance for a lot of those games, so he's going to join me next week here on White Sox.
Chicago's home for sports.
On app.
The ESPN Chicago app.
In HD.
FM 100.3 HD2.
And of course on AM.
ESPN 1000.
This is White Sox Weekly.
Celebrate your special occasion in 2026 with a White Sox party area. Reserve your group outing today to get access to the best spaces and top matchups like opening day on April 2nd, plus big matchups against the Cubs, Dodgers, and Yankees. For more information, visit whitesox.com/groups or call 312-674-1000. Jeff Meller back here on White Sox Weekly as we wrap up this week's edition. I did want to mention a documentary that I watched this past week, baseball documentary on Netflix called Who Killed the Montreal Expos? It was released on Tuesday, and I was anxiously awaiting the documentary to drop because I always say the Expos for a long time were kind of my de facto second baseball team, my de facto second favorite baseball team. They were kind of the National League team that I cheered for back before interleague play was a thing. Those of you who are older may remember, or may have been like me, where you kind of had a National League team. You obviously cheer for the White Sox in the American League, but you had a National League team that you kind of followed a little bit more because just to kind of keep up to date with both leagues. And for me, the Montreal Expos, the uniqueness of a Canadian team. Of course, you had the Blue Jays, who are in the World Series this year, but you had Montreal and Toronto. And for me, the Montreal Expos were the National League ball club that I rooted for. And so that's since definitely fallen away, not just because the Expos would leave and go become the Washington Nationals, but also because once interleague play started to happen more regularly and it became something that Major League Baseball truly embraced, and now you have the DH across all of baseball, the differentiation between the leagues kind of fell by the wayside. But for me, growing up, the Montreal Expos were my National League ball club. So I was very interested to see this documentary by Netflix to the point where I set a reminder and it popped up on Tuesday. And I was like, oh, yeah. So I checked it out. It's about 90 minutes long. And I will give you the tip. If you're like me, I would highly recommend flipping to if you go to the settings on your Netflix, you can watch in French. And the reason I say this is because most of the documentary is in English. Most of the people interviewed are native English speakers or people like Pedro Martinez. They speak in their second language in English. However, because there's lots of people who are French Canadian who are interviewed in this documentary, they are speaking in French. And I don't know about you folks out there, but it drives me absolutely insane to watch a documentary and watch somebody speak and then know that the overdub isn't synced to their lips. It's just maddening to me. And it's not the whole 90 minutes of, French speaking. It's intertwined between a lot of English. And so I will tell you, I started watching the first 2 or 3 minutes. I couldn't take it. I was like, this is insane, watching so many people speaking French, but then listening to the English overdub. For me, it was maddening. So I quickly flipped, and I will tell you, just reading the subtitles in English for the French speaking, it made a huge difference, and it was much more enjoyable to me. Nevertheless, I digress. I still didn't love the documentary. And granted, the documentary is titled Who Killed the Montreal Expos? However, I think Netflix and the makers of the documentary failed in establishing the nostalgia for the Expos. They just didn't roll up their sleeves and get into the history of the Expos enough, I think, for people to really care about the story. Now, it's not that it was bad, but I don't think they did enough there's so much history with the Expos. I think they really did drop the ball when it came to establishing the success that they had. Specifically, I will tell you, I did not watch enough. I was too young to really appreciate the Expos in the 80s, but they had a lot of great players. Tim Raines, former White Sox player who, made a Hall of Fame career primarily on the strength of what he did with the Expos. Andre Dawson, who, in the city of Chicago, most of his prime was played with the Montreal Expos. Gary Carter, another great player in the 80s who went on to a history of success with the Mets where he won a World Series. His best years came as a Montreal Expo. I don't think they did enough to establish the Expos' history to really make you care for the city of Montreal. So all in all, it's an interesting documentary. And if you're curious about why the Montreal Expos ended up leaving and then becoming the Washington Nationals, it digs in deep on that. I just don't know, though, if you're not somebody who truly cared about the Montreal Expos, I don't know if the documentary does enough to establish why people of Montreal truly loved that team and cared about it. So for a documentary that I was very excited about, I thought it missed the mark just a little bit. And I'm a baseball fan, so that was somewhat disappointing to me. Probably still, if you're a baseball fan out there and you love documentaries, probably still worth 90 minutes. But I was just a little bit, I think they came up a little bit short. So there's my 2 cents little film review for you here on White Sox Weekly. I'm Jeff Meller. That's going to do it for us this week here I want to say thank you to Carmen DeFalco for spending some time with us. Brendan Riley, the executive producer of White Sox Baseball and White Sox Weekly, here with me as well. We will talk to you again next week right here on ESPN 1000.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Wondering what makes Neutral so tasty? It's simple. Real vodka, real juice, and nothing fake. Because when good ingredients go in, great taste comes out. Head to the Piazza on Executive Drive in Aurora, where there's always something happening. Concerts, trivia nights, Sunday football, and more. And the food is outstanding. Salerno's Pizza, premium wings, and awesome burgers. Check it out at piazzaaurora.com. Join us this Sunday from 12 to 2 for football and Neutral. Football on the flat screens and Neutral samples to taste and enjoy. Neutral, real vodka, real juice, real tasty.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie. I know how tough it is dealing with lingering pain, whether it's your back, neck, or even headaches. You don't have to live with it anymore. Chiro One offers natural chiropractic care that can help you live pain-free without drugs or surgery. From everyday activities to getting back in the gym, or most importantly, playing with your kids, Chiro One has your back, literally. Visit ChiroOne.com today. They have locations across Chicagoland, including Andersonville, Evanston, and Vernon Hills. That's ChiroOne.com, and let them know that Sylvie sent you.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. And as you well know, I wasn't the biggest or fastest guy on the field, but I did make a career out of being prepared, paying attention, and never letting defenses catch me off guard. And that's the same way Trend Micro protects businesses. With AI-powered proactive security, they see threats before they happen, and they shut them down fast. In football and in business, it's not about size, it's about smarts. Trend Micro is the smart defense trusted by enterprises worldwide. Your business works too hard to get blindsided. Go to trendmicro.com today.
Guys, this is Courtney Cronin. Let's be honest, most of us aren't great at saying what we feel. That's where jewelry does the talking. And nobody does it better than Rogers & Hollins, family owned since 1910. From engagement rings to stunning jewelry and watches, whether it's a gift that speaks for you or something that elevates your look, they've got it all. Jewelry says it best. Rogers & Hollins makes it last. See the Rogers & Hollins difference at a store near you or go to fornowandforever.com.
Miss, if they get this win, their path to the playoff is very clear. They've got South Carolina at home. They host the Citadel. They host Florida. And then they're at Mississippi State for the Egg Bowl on the last weekend of November. So an opportunity here to put their toughest game behind them and perhaps put some finishing touches on a playoff resume. Matt Schick, Gene Chizik, Matt Sims here on College Game Day on ESPN Radio. Some other games going on right now. Let's update you on what's going on in Bloomington. It's ugly.
UCLA at number 2 Indiana.
As someone put it on X, it's very accurate. Kurt Cignetti has no chill. They're just throwing the ball all over the place. They're up 56-6. Just scored another touchdown. E.J. Williams, the former Clemson Tiger, with 2 touchdown receptions today. Fernando Mendoza with a touchdown run and 3 touchdown passes, 168 yards through the air. Indiana, the number 2 team in the country, 56-6 with the lead on UCLA. Number 7, Georgia Tech leads Syracuse 34-10. That game is on ABC. Haynes King, a spectacular day. 24 of 29 passing, 285 yards, and 3 touchdowns. The games to watch right now involve the SEC with Ole Miss and Oklahoma. We'll continue to update you on that one. And the American, that's on ESPN2. It's Memphis and South Florida, Matt Sims. 3rd down right now for USF, 11 and a half minutes to go. Byron Brown has been terrific. He's got 2 touchdown runs. He's got a touchdown pass. He's got 100 yards on the ground, 200 through the air, and yet Memphis hanging around there within 1 possession.
Memphis right now, like Teddy KGB and Rounders, just hanging around. And that's what we want to see from the Memphis Tigers. And we know it right now at this time of the year. It does look like the American Conference is going to be the favorite, right, to represent the group of 5, and South Florida being the number 1 team responsible for that. But Brendan Lewis is playing really good football as of now, too, for this Memphis Tigers team. So we'll see 31-23. Memphis is going to get the football after forcing South Florida to punt.
4th down and 9. USF is going to punt at midfield. Memphis will get the football back. Elsewhere, let's update you what's going on at Chapel Hill.
Number 16, Virginia at North Carolina.
Virginia's sitting there at 6-1, undefeated in conference play at 3-0, and a number 16 national ranking next to their name. They are on the road at North Carolina. And if you had to pick the ranked team versus the unranked team, put these two teams in a hat at this juncture, because neither team looking great, but